A very warm welcome here to Stellenbosch, here at the Paul Roos Gymnasium for match 3 of the Youth ODI series here between South Africa under 19 and England under 19. Match referee Clifford Isaacs is here as well. It's an absolute scorcher. It's 1-1 in the series, and these two are going to battle it out. It's a winner takes all here today. Benny Hansen, he's the captain of South Africa under 19. He's going to toss, and I'm going to ask Archie Vaughan if he can call, please. It's a tail call. And a tails it is. Archie, you've won the toss. What are you elected to do?
I'm going to bat first.
What's your thinking behind it?
It looks a pretty good wicket, and hopefully it dries out and our spinners can spin a few in the later on in the game.
Thought maybe the heat's going to be about 40 degrees here. You want your batters to get the best use out of the surface.
Yeah, definitely. I think fielding for 50 overs and going to bat might be quite tricky for our Englishmen, so I think batting first is probably wise.
Winner takes all here, 1-1 in the series. There's a lot for you possibly to take from, even the loss in the second ODI. You guys did really well in the first one, but I mean, it's all at stakes here today.
Yeah, I thought we've put a really good fight last game, and we've rested well, trained well yesterday, and we're all ready to go today, so should be a good game.
Any changes to your team?
Yeah, 2 seamers come in, just switching up.
All the best today.
Thank you, cheers.
Benny, well, speaking to you before, you don't know what you were going to do, so happy with that decision?
Yeah, definitely. I think if we had won the toss, we were going to bowl first.
It seemed to work for you guys in the last ODI, putting a little bit of pressure on them in that first power play. Is that probably going to be the same here?
Yeah, hopefully our seamers can strike early and then put them under pressure, so we can squeeze them through the middle overs and the death overs, and then we can cash in with the runs afterwards.
Good comeback after losing the first, winning this one here. Any changes to your side going into this vital third final ODI?
We've left 2 seamers out and we've brought 2 seamers in, so hopefully that works for us.
Go well today.
Thank you very much.
That's the news here at the toss. It is England under 19, captain by Archie Vaughan. They've won the toss and they have elected to have a bat first.
Hello and welcome to Paul Gymnasium. This for the third ODI between South Africa and England. Lots to play for here today, and it's 1-1, and this is what they're playing for. Beautiful trophy. The winner will take it all. I've got with me Ezra Poole, former provincial player, played a long time at Northwest as well, and also coaching at Abuelan Cricket currently. Ezra, beautiful day, conditions are beautiful. What's your take on the wicket?
Morning, Jeremy, and morning, everyone. I think the pitch looks like a typical batting wicket, a typical Western Cape school kind of wicket. I think it's very interesting that England won the toss and decided to bat, and I think that's the right call.
Right, it's a good toss to win. I mean, it's overhead, it's going to be over 40 degrees Celsius. So it all depends that we've seen the batting hasn't been what it should be, because 87, 161. What were the disappointing things you saw, and where do you think players can improve batting-wise?
I think the first ODI, I think South Africa was a little bit below par. They looked like there wasn't really roles and responsibilities. I think the second one was obviously when England lacked that intensity going out, but I think today should be hopefully a run fest because of the heat that we have today.
Yeah, what do you think would be a good score? Because normally records tell you that chasing scores here is normally good. So do you think South Africa would be quite perturbed knowing that the history says chasing here?
I think anywhere by 250 and upwards will play a massive role because of the heat as well. It will sap a lot of the South African energies when it's time for them to bat.
Yeah, so that what you're saying about England winning the toss, South Africa, if they want to have any ascendancy, got to take wickets early and put England under pressure.
100%, and that happened in the second one where South Africa had a good power play in terms of picking up wickets, and I think that has been the ebb and flow of the series so far, that the team batting first just couldn't put partnerships together, and that's all somebody needs today, is somebody to come to the party and get 100. When
we look at teams, I mean, let's just look at the South African team. Who are the players there that you've seen that we can look out for?
So for me, the standout from South African's point of view is definitely Raik Daniels. He's been the #1 go-to man with the new ball. He's set a good standard. Putting England under pressure, picked up early wickets, and so has Mokoena. So they've been a really good bowling partnership to start off with for South Africa.
Batting-wise?
Batting-wise for South Africa, I think that it's important that somebody in the top order gets some runs. So it's been stop-start, really. It's been guys getting in the 20s and then getting out. So you're just looking for somebody to take it deep. England's point of view, I think their bowling attack on the first day was really, I think the fielding was excellent, Jeremy. And then also, I love the look of Mays. I thought he was really good. The way he went about constructing the chase of the 87. So I think he's someone that South Africa needs to look at and focus on and try and get out early.
And well, we go now to the England team. I mean, we spoke about the South African team at length. The England team, they were quite brilliant in the first game. Second game, South Africa were brilliant. So it's well poised. So who in the England team do you think we need to look out for?
I think if England puts a score up together, I think their spin attack is really good. We've had people here that's been here early on with the Lions tour. Is it Fayyad Ahmed?
Yes, Fayyad Ahmed, yeah.
Yes, he was here. And then also Tasneem Ali. He was here last year with the World Cup, the previous Under-19 World Cup, and he's an excellent bowler. I think that also with the new ball, they struggled a little. Minto was a little bit all over the place in the first two, but Moore was excellent with the new ball.
Just looking at the coaching staff, we saw with the young Lions, we had Flintoff here with the team. Now you've got Mushtaq Ahmed. We saw Graham Swan also with the England young Lions. And quite a number of these players are playing county cricket. I mean, they play for Kent, Nottinghamshire, wherever. So really they come well stocked.
No, they do, and I think that maybe that could be the difference today, Jeremy. Having played at first class level and some List A games, it obviously sets them apart from the South African team, because these are boys that play a lot of schoolboy cricket, whereas they have been, as you can say, with the big boys.
Yeah, but the one thing you've got to give South Africa, the fact that these guys have got much more experience. we've managed to pull it back 1-1.
No, we have. But I think that's a lot to do also with how England went about it. Was a little bit disappointed about how they tried to set up their batting, and I think, like I said, there was a few good balls bowled by Raik Daniels and Mokoena in between, but I just think that if England get it right today, South Africa could really be under the pump.
Thank you very much, Ezra. That's the thoughts of Ezra Poole. I'm not stealing this trophy because it doesn't belong to me, but this is what they're playing for, South Africa versus England. Watch all the action live on Pitch Vision later on. Okay. Thank you, mate.
No problem.
Yeah. Happiness?
Vandile.
Hello and welcome to the Roos Gymnasium School, where the third international between South Africa and England is taking place. It's 1-1, as we alluded to earlier, and lots to play for. There's trophies up for grabs, and really lots to be done. The two umpires out in the middle is Ntuli Katso and also Stacey Lakay out in the middle. The match referee is Cliffy Isaacs, and I'm also very, very glad to see Mathinikuzi Sheze, who is also doing duty as an umpire. He's a former South African cricketer and also played for the Dolphins, left-arm seamer, and very good at the job that he had done. And it's good to see that ex-players are giving back into the game. Well, the two openers, the South African team about to get out onto the field, but the two openers for England, Ben Myers and Ben Dawkins, are the two men walking out, and very shortly Benny Hansen will be leading out the South African team. With me is my fellow commentator, Ezra Poole. Good morning to you once again.
Good morning, Mr. Fredericks, and what an honor it is to have you here. Thank you very much for being here. Hopefully I learn a lot from you today.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm always a believer that all forms of cricket one has to work on, and it's good to see that the young talent of these are the guys and these are the future, and they need to be nurtured properly and in the right direction, and hopefully with proper coaching and proper development. And good to see them playing the longer version of the game as well, which is 50 over, and the next there'd be 2 test matches if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Right, and that's marvelous to see. And we've had a fantastic season of test cricket in South Africa. I mean, I think throughout the world, if we go back to the test series between Australia and India, down under, it's been a fantastic series. And then South Africa, who is in the final to play Australia on the 11th of June at the home of cricket, Lords. What a beautiful ground. You've been to Lords?
One day, but many years ago, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think you need to go this year again. I've been fortunate to have been there 5 times in my life. What a place. What an atmosphere. Been to quite a few grounds around the world, but Lords is the creme de la creme of cricket, the home of cricket. It's as close to Newlands as you are going to get.
Okay.
That's Lords.
No, but when I was there, it was still the old Lords, you know, the media center and that stuff
Wasn't there.
Wasn't there. So I would love to see what it's like now.
It's a blistering hot day out in Stellenbosch, and what a picturesque view we have of the mountains at the background, and it's such a lovely ground. I mean, and what an honor for these young men to grace these fields, and facilities are absolutely immaculate, and the umpires just waiting for the scorers ready to begin, and the opening bowler for South Africa,
Raik Daniels.
Daniels, yeah.
For me, Jeremy was absolutely outstanding in the Kayamajola Cubs and obviously in South Africa under 19 in this particular series. So really looking forward to see what he can do, because he's put England on the back foot a few times already. So can't wait for this game to get started.
First ball. Oopsie, and they'll get off the mark with the ball that's just hit on the pad, so it'll be a leg by with the signal come from the umpire, and it's a no ball, which means it's a free hit. That's naughty. You can't start bowling first ball of the morning and faulting to bowl no balls. Well, it's an Achilles heel in South African cricket, these no balls, isn't it?
No, you're right, Jeremy, but what I also didn't see this morning, and which was a little bit shocking to me, was normally the bowlers mark out their run-up just before the play so that there's no issues with no balls and stuff. I didn't quite see that this morning. I'd like to go have a look if I can later on just to see whether that is true. But let's have a look. Interesting, yeah? No ball. Where's Mays going to go with this?
I imagine he can't be out whether he misses or not, so he's going to have an almighty swing. There he goes. Misses it. Well bowled. Pulled that back nicely. Raik Daniels. And Mays having all the right to have a swing at it.
So what set him apart in the weeks that we spoke about, or that I mentioned earlier on, was that he had beautiful away shape. He was spot on all the time. It just looks like it's not happening for him today. So we'll just see as the game progresses.
I think the big thing is, it another no ball? Oh my word! This is a disastrous start for South Africa. First over, 2 no balls already. think the one thing that bowlers got to do, the important thing is early up, early doors. Get into a rhythm. And my point is, how do we warm up? Because when you get to the warm-up stage in the morning, you've got to make sure that the rhythm, that you're rhythmic and your rhythm is right. And once you get that right, it becomes easy when you open the bowling. It is absolutely naughty to bowl no balls first over of the day. It's hot as well, and once the batting team takes the ascendancy, you're going to look for all sorts of trouble, which is going to necessitate the captain to make bowling changes early on. Bouncer.
So that's two deliveries that he's actually got away with murder there, Jeremy. So a bit lucky from his side. But I don't know, I just get the feeling that sometimes the bowlers also pick the wrong ends. I think it would have been better for him to start from the bottom end. I just feel sometimes, just looking at the ground and how it's slightly sloped to the one side, I think that would have just assisted his away swing if he maybe came from the bottom end, going this way. But then there's a lot of other factors that they speak about. They want to be bowling to the longer boundary, to the last over of the game. You're also thinking about where my spinner is going to come from. Those kind of things that they take into account.
Yeah, you make a valid point. Oh, that's better. It's fuller, straighter, better delivery. That's where you want to be early doors. Full and straight, you miss, I hit. There was a bit of in-swing there.
No, it
And I
was.
love to see. That's nice to see. Shaping it.
Just think that sometimes with a shuffle, you want to get, because what Mays is doing is trying to get onto off stump. But that movement has got to be completed as quickly as possible, so you're hitting from a base then.
Oh, that was airborne for a little while to get a single. And it's always difficult to take a return catch once you're in the follow through. But he hit it in the air. It's been drama first over.
So just looking at that one as well, Jeremy, he's tried to pull one far outside off stump. It would have been better if he maybe looked to cut that through the offside rather than looking to go through the leg side.
First over done and dusted, 4 without loss.
Just looks like from that first over, it looks like the England staff has made a concerted effort to get the batsman to go on off stump because they were so scared of the way swing of Daniels, because that is the areas that he's particularly good in. So as you can see, both batters shuffling onto off stump and thinking that I'm trying to negate that, but today is not that day because it's not looking like it's swinging at all today. So hence we find that they're getting hit on the pad a lot more.
Well, that's where it helps when you have the in-swinger, because you can bowl it, because you're not negating, and especially this time of the year at the coast. If you're playing up here, this is a little bit, but the coast is not far from here. You're going to look a lot in Cape Town, and especially in the Boland. On these hot, perilous days, you're going to look to play on the front foot. Yeah. You're not at the high felt where the ball's going to bounce that extra bit more.
Yeah.
So what guys do rely on, bowlers, is to swing it early doors here. Because if it's going to give any assistance, it's the first hour.
So this boy is quite interesting. I've been waiting to see him, though, Carl Fryer. So they were saying, Jeremy, that he's actually he is the quickest bowler that South African have in this under-19 level. So I think, if I recall correctly, I think he's only 16 years old, making his debut for South Africa under-19 today.
But 16 years of age? Wow.
16 years
and he
of
comes
age.
from Rustenburg. They make them there.
No, they do.
In Rustenburg.
It's the
in
meat, Jeremy.
in the platinum mines. We know that Dale Steyn came from Palaborwa. So he was the Palaborwa Express. So that's good to see. 16 years of age and he's got gas. Whoa. Yeah, there's a bit of pace there. I like it. There we go. That's the one thing that South African cricket is never short of for many, many years. When you thought that it was the end of Donald, then arrived Steyn, and when you thought Steyn's gone, you have the arrival of Abada, and you think when Rabada's almost done, we've got Mapaka.
Yep.
So is this the next up and coming? And that's why they play at this level, to try and get to that level. Good to see. That's too short. Cut away, but well fielded. There's not much to do in Rustenburg. I mean, you know, you can run every day. Here at the coast, the boys are soft here, man. The city boys are soft. They make them clip hard there in the back streets of South Africa.
Let me tell you something, Jeremy. I played club cricket in Rustenburg, and I'm telling you, you got to have a heart if you're playing club cricket there, because this temperature is an everyday thing.
Absolutely. And Paul, this area gets hot in February, let me tell you. This is an hors d'oeuvre.
Meek and mild.
Yeah, this is an hors d'oeuvre for what's to come. I was doing development, Free State cricket and Griquas. I was playing with Lewis Bosman, who played for Griquas. And we were standing at a slip on a Saturday morning. It was like 48, almost 50 degrees. And I had a late night out the night before. I looked at him, he looked at me, he said, "Manage, what's wrong?" I said, "This is my last game. I'm retiring after this." That was me done. Oh, well bowled. Excellent over thus far. Oh, young man.
I'm pretty sure the sledgehammer that was standing next to you, Jeremy, was also a bit under the pump there.
Yeah. Good old days. The nice thing about meeting some of these boys this morning is the camaraderie that there is within the team. You know, boys come from different areas. They would have played against each other at the Kaimajola Coca-Cola Week.
No.
Also at the Cups Week. End of the over. It's a maiden as well, well bowled. 4 without loss.
So what I saw a lot of, Jeremy, I have to say that the first 2, England looked to be really positive. I mentioned it earlier on that in terms of their game plan, it would come from the national team, which was really, that's what it looked like, a really attacking baseball type of game. But it just looks like they're trying just to consolidate, build a partnership here. There's no big shots, unnecessary shots so far, like there was in the others. That one is just punched out into the covers, as you can see.
Yeah, and one doesn't run down baseball cricket, but goodness me, there's a time when you've got to play it. You look at them, they've played, 22 tests, and they're not even halfway up the table. And that's because of playing baseball cricket. You can't play like that. That's just silly cricket. You gotta say to yourself, listen, if the moment allows it, I can play shots. If not, then I've got to consolidate. And the good thing is watching the SA 2020. I mean, you watch Joe Root bat. I mean, he gets big scores with effortless effort.
Yes.
He's not slog sweeping and going mad at the beginning of an innings. He just plays normal, simple cricket. Look at the scoreboard, 90 not out. That's it. And once you consolidate, I know the late Hilton Ackerman always used to say, let's have a look at this delivery first. Bold. There's a little bit of shape. The late Hilton Ackerman always used to say, you do the hard work in the morning, and in the afternoon, you cash in.
So it's a very interesting concept for me, Jeremy. I think that, yes, it is important that you have identity at this particular level. But for me, it's, do you have the necessary technique to implement that kind of strategy? So that for me is always the hang-up.
Oh, well bowled. That was close.
So you got to be technically astute in order to deliver that particular kind of strategy. It's just one of those things that goes with cricket. Just look at that, just playing down the wrong line there. I think what I saw in the first in the first ODI was that Mays stood a lot taller when he was batting. So that just allowed him to get a positive stride into the ball.
Oh, he's hit him. Oh, he didn't know much about that. There'll be a concussion test because he took quite a hefty blow. Well, hopefully he's had breakfast. Good morning.
So just looking at that, Jeremy, it's like that's the thing about being an opening batsman. You must be so clear in your thought pattern as to what you want to implement. There you can see that he's basically caught in no man's land. Do I cut? Do I pull? Oh, it's too late and it's hit me. So those are the kind of things that you got to think that it would have been discussed, because South Africa put them under enormous amount of pressure starting the innings with the new ball.
Yeah, you make a very, very valid point. And I think, you're more involved in the coaching part and one who has sat in on many change rooms and what happens. That especially at this time, you need to build an innings, I think, as an opening batsman. You can't just go and slog everything. It's not going to happen. You're going to find yourself in the doldrums. I mean, you take a typical example of a Dewald Brevis. Fantastic player, good young player, but I'm not sure he knows what he needs to do. Then he's batting at 6, then he's batting at 4. He comes in, he gets told you must be attacking and you must slug it. My goodness me, he hasn't played any provincial cricket, hardly played provincial cricket, and you expect the guy to be a top-class player. And what we sometimes forget as coaches, these kids are young. They need guidance, and they need proper guidance. And if they're not going to be guided properly, they're not going to become proper international cricketers. This is a game that takes time.
Yeah.
It's not rugby or soccer where you play 80 minutes. There's a lot of factors that you've got to work out. And no matter how long you're in this game, it is still a factor that takes you a long time to work out.
So that's exactly it. Like I mentioned earlier on, I think that roles and responsibilities plays a vital role even up until international level. I think that once the batter understands, and that's why we'll always see the batters become better with time.
Yeah.
Because they understand their role and their responsibility in a particular setup of a team. So yes, with the T20 leagues as it is now at the moment, it's almost like you're right to the sense that you want to deliver, you want to be seen. And so that means you got to be hitting the ball out of the ground. Whereas maybe you should just be thinking, okay, I just want to survive. I want to bat, say, 6 overs.
It's a loose stroke outside off stump.
And see where we go from there. It's like now we're looking at this. England's obviously made this whole adaptation today with getting onto off stump. There's nothing. You're getting onto off stump to leave. So, because that is telling me I know where off stump is.
Yeah.
So when they say get onto off stump, doesn't mean you have to play a shot at every ball.
2 slips in position. We'll only have the 2 boundary riders in the first power play.
Right there.
Here we go. There'll be a couple there. Should at least be 2. We've got to run well. Throw comes in on the bounce, and they threw for 2. That's what you got to build your innings gradually, and you got to say, if you got 2 quick bowlers that are really troublesome, got to look to play them through. And at the end of the power play, if I'm 40 for 1, 50 for 1, good start.
But that also comes with communication, Jeremy. Communication has to be key. So you can say, listen here guys, they're bowling really well. Look to get through the spell, and then we can take the game forward if the spinners comes on, because we're building momentum. But if that is not there, the batters, you're allowing the batters to stand there and think for themselves, and sometimes they just need a bit of guidance.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And that's the important thing of youngsters making it to the top and playing at international level. And as I say, the more you play, the better you get. Got to work at your game at all times.
So It'll be interesting to see how young Fryer goes along. 16 years old. So far, very good. He's been in decent areas, and that's all you can ask for at the moment. But we know that cricket is a game of absorbing pressure and then applying pressure. So there's going to come a time you have to recognize those times. I'm absorbing now, and then in the next overs, I'm then putting you under pressure again.
I'm going to bounce, deep bounce, and just tickled around the corner for a single. No ball again. South Africa's been 3 in the innings, and we are in the 4th over of a 50-over game. So just imagine where we're going to go if this trend continues.
What is also noticeable for me is England was really, really good in terms of how they were rotating strike. I think that has South Africa been that good where England just can't seem to be getting the singles? Or are they looking to play the big shots, as you can see there now?
Yeah, I just think that was a no ball, but that's fair. I mean, he was going to go for it. Can't blame the batsman for that. Was a free hit whether he got out or not. But I've just seen a bit too ineptness. Thing is this, conditions. You've got to play conditions well as well. You come from England where you play with a harder ball. So remember, the lackeys harder, you play with a Duke ball. So there'll be a lot more swing because of overhead conditions and conditions of the pitch. Yeah, it's hot. And what happens with this white kookaburra ball in heat like this, and once the ball scruffs up, gets older quickly, and then you've got to bring your spinners into play.
So for me, that particular shot that was played there is a prime example of what could have been done differently. So he's gone hard at it, whereas if you just punched it a lot softer, there was definitely one there. So you got to also be thinking that it doesn't necessarily mean that I have to be hitting boundaries the whole time. I can be knocking that in the area and running well, and then naturally the boundaries start flowing. I mean, we've played cricket for a long time. It just that's the way that cricket works, Jeremy.
Absolutely. Yeah, when we started out, we also did all the wrong things for the wrong reasons. We also tried to be flamboyant and try and hit it out the ground. And as you got older, you learned and you listened and you got better.
No, that's true. I agree with you 100%. So it's just one of those days where I'm just thinking, get in line, knock it somewhere into a gap and just run.
Oh, and it's just gone outside that off stump and just had a merry old go. That could have only resulted in the outside edge. Playing a bit away from your body, you've got no power behind the ball from there. I think Rafiq Daniels, that's the area it's got to be. Just in that area, trying to hit top of off.
So I just think that England, to a certain degree now, looking at them, is just lacking that little bit of intent. So I speak about it a lot, about that word that I use, but intent doesn't necessarily mean that you have to come in and hit boundaries the whole time. It can be how you moving towards the ball, or you're making a solid movement forward, a solid movement back. And those are the kind of things that as young cricketers, they got to learn, and these tours are vital for these kind of things.
Absolutely, that's what makes them. And it's so good to see that countries tour and they play each other. That's why I've always been a believer, been involved with the South African A team, that they've got to tour a lot. They've got to play different opposition, different conditions. Because what happens if a player gets injured in the national team? It's a step closer then from A-team cricket to international level. When you're playing provincial cricket, let's be honest, you're going to get 3 bad balls and over. In provincial cricket, but provincial cricket is important because it's the learning curve. So you learn to play at a higher level, and then you learn to adapt quickly. And the more you play at A level, that's why India is so good, because they play a lot of cricket, they tour a lot.
But they have 2 different teams, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't buy this about saying, no, but there's no money. It's the biggest load of hogwash that I've ever heard. If you're busy, if this is your business and this is what you play, you make sure that your business runs, your core business is cricket, and cricket's got to be the winner at the end of the day. If you want to be world class and being the best in the world. And we've got all the talent. South Africa, we produce them day by day, year by year. These kids have got to play as much cricket as possible so that they become better players. It's as simple as that. And spend the money on tours. This is your investment to get your return eventually.
So these are the kind of guys that is going to most probably come into your national team in the next 6, 7 years, if that is like a normal first-class journey, I would say.
Absolutely. First-class cricket after this now. They go to varsity, they got to play. And I'll tell you, look at the system. We've only had one round of first-class cricket. It can't be. It can't be. And then you've got to encourage these guys. I'd encourage them, go to England in the winter months and go and play club cricket. Shot. That's how you climb the ladder. And that's where you take the patience. It's patience. It's a game of patience. And if you are patient enough and you wait long enough, Mother Cricket is a beautiful woman. She'll then reward you what you give to her. But she can also be, she can be I don't want to use the word, starts with a B, and she can bite you. She can bite you. She can bite you all day long. That's the beauty of cricket, man. That's the beauty. That's why I love the game so much. That's why the game resonates with me.
Wait. But I also thinking about it from an England point of view, Jeremy. So England has this particular style of play, right? So they're saying that they are looking for a particular kind of player. So how do I know that that player is the right one to move forward with if they don't play that particular style that the national team is playing? So that is why I'm saying, if you're looking to play baseball style, does any of these batsmen at this level stand out to you as the selection committee to say that this guy is the next guy that could possibly go play for England later on, 3 years down the line, for instance?
Yeah, that you can't say, and I mean it would be absolutely stupid to telling people to start playing baseball at this age. They're learning as much of the game as what they physically can. Their young minds need to develop. Their bodies need to develop. They need to. That one's pulled away nicely. It will be a single. They need to get stronger, and that is what I'm saying. That I think you've got to say probably you've got to have a pattern of play of how you coach from primary school level up to high school level, up to club level, up to provincial level, and that's the way we're going to play. I know the All Blacks rugby team had a style where and I once spoke to Murray Mexted, who was a great All Black number 8, who was involved with the New Zealand Academy of Rugby, and he said that from schoolboy level, this is the brand that they play, that's what they want, because that's the brand that the All Blacks play, and that has made them successful. So there's got a brand, you build a brand, you play the brand, but you can't always every day in and day out play the brand.
Yeah.
Because it is how conditions allow you to play the brand. So if the conditions are favorable, you got to do it. But there's other days you got to say, hang on, oops here. There's other days you just got. He was just beaten for pace there. He was late on the shot, and that could have easily got in the air. So you got to adapt to conditions where you play.
Yeah.
That's as simple as that. And then the better you become, you see the ball quicker, you know. And then there's some people that you know, they're not born every day. There's some geniuses.
Yeah.
Tendulkar, De Villiers, Kohli. They're just special players. They just have so much time to play. You and I play a little bit longer. They just, when the ball's there, hit it. Ball him! Through the gate! Yorked him on leg stump. Good night, goodbye, God bless. First wicket down, 10 for 1.
And South Africa's been really good. So if you look at how they went about that, Fryer stuck to certain areas, and then what we call is you deserve to go for that Yorker because of how you set it up originally. England was there, 10 without loss in the 6th over. Can I go for this Yorker? It's not, I must go for the Yorker before the game's even started. The guy clips it off his legs, he goes, and then he's gone, Jeremy. He's gone, his innings has started. And I think that South Africa's been really good here, but I also think that England is just looks a little bit lackluster today, to be honest with you, compared to how they turned up in the first ODI.
Well, Archie Vaughan here now. His dad's been doing quite a bit of commentary. Former England captain Michael Vaughan. And he's the younger in at number 3 for England.
Come here, boys, another 12 balls, duck here, fellas.
And what a test this is going to be for him. As captain, you want to be saying that I'm the one that is going to change this game for my team. Whereas Fryer's been on top here, made his debut today, and then basically ran in and bowled with a little bit of wheels and with lots of control, which was impressive for a 16-year-old at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. Oopsie. And he's come on a wicket, which you say it's schoolboy wicket, absolute nice and flat. Well, he plays for Somerset. So have you ever, I mean, Somerset, it's as flat there. I mean, ask Jimmy Cook. I mean, he's just, you go to Taunton, it's a small ground and it's flat. So if you want to be a first-class bully, it's the right place to go and learn your cricket. It doesn't swing, it's flat all day.
So I think it was 3 seasons in a row that he got 1,000 plus runs.
You got 2,000 runs in a season at Somerset, Stephen James Cook.
Yo.
Yeah, scored the most runs ever, county cricket. Oh, he's gone!
That's the
He's got him!
behind.
Beautifully bowled, outside edge. Mays is gone. England in a spotted bother at 10 for 2.
So that's just patience, Jeremy. For me, it's what was key there was stuck to his guns, Letabo. So if you just have a look here how wide this is, well, not that wide, so it's actually a gun delivery that he got there. But just Mays just looked like he just played so many shots in that little period there of 24 balls. And not once did he look maybe just to get a single there somewhere. But what a reward for South Africa. England 10 for 2 at the moment in the 7th over.
Yeah, and it's the first half an hour of play. That's what I'm saying. First hour here, you've got to make use of that new ball. South Africa's done just that. They had a bit of a sluggish start, bowling no balls in the beginning. But both these bowlers have pulled it back nicely. And they have kept England under pressure. So it's 2 new batsmen in. So they got to start all over again. Aaron Sawant, next one in at number 4. And South Africa can really pile on the pressure by trying to keep them at bay, strangle them for not getting runs. I thought the tactic of South Africa was good. They strangled them, 10 for 2. You looked at Mises 2 for 20 off 24 balls. You made the point, drop it in the gap, run. But now you should be, those are the little things that you should be reading. If you want to make it to the top level. You can't come here and then think, well, I'm either going to slog myself out of trouble and wait for the big shots early. It's not going to happen. So you've got to play a workmanlike innings. So if he could have been 12 of 24, could have been 15 of 24 without any struggle.
Yeah, no, I agree. And then I think that Savant, as he's coming in here now, is the only guy that hasn't played a first-class game as yet. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it. Because I think that he's played second 11 for Middlesex, and that's the highest he's been so far. But from the first game, it just looked like he was a batsman that was there to knuckle down.
Yeah, Middlesex seconds, and he has scored a lot of runs. I'm sure he's been on the MCC ground staff and they made him work there. Clean the windows at Lord's, and the old members would sit there with their pipe and their gin and tonic and said, "Laddie, There's still another spot on the window over there. Oh, beaten him outside that off stump once again. This is good bowling from the South African opening pair. As I said, they struggled with no balls earlier, but they've now found a rhythm. And they've looked good.
So nice and full, I think, more on the fifth stump line, and I think Daniels will just target in that area the whole time.
That's a lovely caress shot, and it's through the covers. It will go for 4. Yes, indeed. Boundary has the beating. No, it doesn't. Well, that's a good chase. That just shows you when a team's on top, never give up.
And then there's
Oh my
sloppy
goodness,
fielding,
and that's sloppy fielding indeed.
and then I just got the 4 anyway. And then more runs
Dearie,
there.
dearie me. This is a comedy of errors. 6 runs. 7. Oh my dear. When last have I seen guys run 7? I don't think ever.
You know, it would normally hit a brick on the Cape Flats, and then you could possibly run 6. But if you just look at that, Jeremy, it just looked, Savan came in, didn't look like he was flustered. Mays and Dawkins looked like they tried to make contact and tried to go at every delivery. They just stood there and just timed it, looked in control, and that's what England need at this moment if they want to build on this.
That's what I say. Play normal, simple cricket. You don't have to be that flamboyant. You're going to get the bad delivery, and then you can dispatch it to the boundary. But play workman-like innings. That's nicely played off his feet. Just clipped through the mid-wicket area. Easy 2 runs for Vaughan. And that's to open his account this morning. And again, the wicket keeper just fumbling. And a no ball. Oh my goodness me, South Africa. Wow. They've really learnt well from Kagiso Rabada.
Actually, 3 hits.
It's the truth, not bullshit. Check out how many no balls he's bowled at international level. The most in the world. That's down the ground, bludgeon for 4. See, that's what the extra ball does. You've overstepped, you've made the first mistake, next ball boundary.
Absolutely, but if you look at how still he stands at the crease, he's not premeditating anything like they normally do. He's standing dead still thinking, I've got to recognize somebody, and then bang, puts his hands through it. So it'd be interesting. It just looks like South Africa is just allowing England to get into this game slowly but surely.
Compared to the 2 openers at bat, these 2 certainly do look the part. One's on 6, the other one's on 7. 24 for 2 as Ezra Poole takes a welcome break in this heat of Stellenbosch. And I'm joined by Eugene Molion. Good morning.
Very good morning to you, Jeremy Fredericks, and good morning to our viewers wherever you find yourself. What a glorious day it is here in Stellenbosch, and I mean, what a batting card that is for England. Ben Dawkins, he left early for 4. Ben Mayers, he went for 2. Now it's Vaughan, and so one that needs to do a rearguard action here. We'll maybe put on a partnership together for sure. But that last over was very interesting. Started well, getting the wicket, and then it was licorice all sorts after that. And sometimes just striving to get more wickets. You just got to do the basics. I've heard you guys talk about that.
Yeah, do the basics. Make sure you don't bowl no balls. Make sure your fielding's up to standard. It's no use bowlers getting wicket and then the fielding is sluggish. Everything's got to work. I always remember, you know, we were both coached by Bob Woolmer, one of the greatest coaches the world has produced. And he always said to us, you've got to be good in 2 aspects of the game. If you're not good, you cannot play higher up. So you're either going to be a great batsman and a good fielder, or a good bowler and a good fielder, or you're going to be a brilliant all-rounder. So 2 of the 3 components. You got to make sure that you're good. He's going to have a shy. Hits the wicket. Batsman's in. No ball again. Oh dear.
And this is how you allow a team back in. It was 10 for 2. Then that second wicket fell. Let's not forget that. So they've already put on, what is that? 14 to 16 runs it is. In the space of, 7 deliveries. So South Africa need to be careful here not to allow them back into this game. They've got a little bit of a stranglehold on them here, but now with all these free hits, it allows the team just to get a bit of a momentum into their batting innings.
Yeah, it does. And you know what momentum shift does? It puts the batting team right on top. It's in the air! Is there anyone there? It could be gone! It is!
That's a no ball.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
The free hit, it was a free hit.
That was a free hit. I just got excited for a moment. Forgot it was a free hit. He went for it. Got caught on the fence. But that just shows you. The surprise delivery, if it wasn't a no ball, he'd have been gone.
I think for me, what is different from what I'm seeing England do here than from the previous 2, they're not sort of rotating the striker. Ezra Poole said it early on. Down the leg side, and now it's all in different extras, in different bowling, down the leg side. Sort of the first 6 overs, they were good sort of bowling partnerships, and now it's sort of gone awry here for South Africa.
You know, now this is where a captain now just got to say, guys, we're not doing the things well, and just try and pull the troops together, have a chat.
But Jeremy, here's the other point. You spoke at the top of this innings. You spoke about the longer format of the game. This is now 50 over. He's busy with his 4th over. I'm looking at it from a fitness perspective here. And he's in his 4th over. And yet we're looking at it's been indifferent. We saw Ray Daniels bowling different 4th over, even though he got the wicket with that first or second ball of that over. Are we looking at, yes, it is going to be a hot boiling day. Maybe 4 overs should be right, okay, let's just try and change it to keep the momentum going here.
I agree with you. It's hot, so you've got to get the maximum out of your quick bowlers, but you've got to bowl them in short, sharp bursts. That's what you want. Oh, can you Adam and Eve this? It's just been reckless fielding by the South Africans. Not good at all. And that was the captain there, I think, Anson.
Maybe the heat is getting to everyone here, Jeremy.
Well, the heat's going to get to the head. It's going to be a long day if it does.
I just don't see too many bowlers these days string 5 or 6 overs together at this level, because they can only bowl a maximum of 6 in a spell because of certain directives, and they can't even string 4 overs together.
Wait on.
That's also another Achilles heel. I don't want to get into a discussion about that, because and that's where I feel we've been a country that had the ability to develop all-rounders at will. Besides putting out fast bowlers that just come. That's part of the Achilles problem in terms of these young boys cricket. But how many overs they must bowl, because they're not bowling fit, not strong.
I strongly believe that they're not. Mr. Fredericks, agree with you.
I just think that these are probably the things that hopefully the director of cricket and Eddie Corza and all these guys would look into and change it, because it's important that it gets changed. We need strong fit. I mean, you look in what shape a lot of these under 19 rugby players, I mean, they're at 18 and look what shape they are in. And I'm not saying these guys are not fit. I'm just saying the fitness guys do their jobs. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that you only become bowling fit by bowling more. You become batting fit by batting all day.
100%. Worked for many a fast bowler back in the day.
Well, it's worked since the year when cricket was born. Worked in the time of W.G. Grace. I can't understand how it can't work now. That's not changed.
Well,
the game has changed. The game's moved forward in many aspects. But the fundamentals of the game, which is batting, bowling, hasn't changed. It's the same. It will remain the same even long after I've died.
Well, 21 runs in the last 2 overs conceded by South Africa. Devon de Villiers into the attack.
Nice little off the seam.
He's a seam bowler, will just go up, run up, try and hit the seam. He's not overly quick. But I think what Benny Hansen would want now is just a little bit of control. He wants to get the control back in this game. Devon de Villiers was the all-rounder at the Kayamajola week. So he comes off the bat of being having some form, having some success in the youth national tournament.
Oh, that was an inside edge. Down to fine leg for one.
The man that hails from the Titans area. He's one of the soft-spoken men from the Titans area that we've probably come across, Mr. Fredericks.
Well, there's a few soft-spoken people that come from the Titans. Nice guys like Gerald Tross and these guys, soft-spoken.
And I'm talking about bowlers now. Talking about bowlers.
Well, he used to bowl as well. He was an all-rounder. But normally they come tough there. The looks of that's just a loose stroke. Yeah, the likes of Fani de Villiers. They've had some good bowlers. Rudy Bryson.
He was nasty.
He was nasty. A little bulldog. Played at Eastern Province before he went up to the Titans.
And he played in a very successful Eastern Province team. Captained by the great Kepler Wessels.
Yeah, Kepler Wessels was a no-nonsense man. In Brisbane these days, match referee.
Can you believe it?
Kepler, and still does kickboxing.
Oh, well,
I always made sure, even commentary, I was on the right side of Kepler Wessels. Made sure we were mates, because I tell you what, you wouldn't want to look for a fight with him in a dark alley, even now, at his age in his 60s.
Imagine you get called into the match referee's office and Kepler's there. I mean, you just say, whatever you say, Kepler, it's okay. That's fine. I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, that's pulled away through mid-wicket. It'll go for 4. Outfield is good and quick.
Yeah, I think this is one of his trademark shots here, Archie Vaughan. Sort of a ball that's just back of a length and punches it through onto the onside here.
Yeah, when I still worked at cricket, I was manager of the cricket team, and in the change room, Kepler Wessels was the captain. And he was heavily strapped because his knee was gone. Knee was as thick as this. And Griquas got into trouble, and he said, I'm going to bat. I said, but you can't go and bat. The next thing, he got 2 towels, was in between there, strapped up. Off went Kepler Wessels, batted, got 50, not out, game drawn. Came back, passed out in the change room. That's it. Game drawn, he said, job done.
Brought success to wherever he was.
Yeah.
I think he won that one-day trophy that
Yeah,
year, isn't
he
it?
did. Yeah, 99. That was cricket. Won the trophy in East London. Beat Border in the final.
What's your take on this toss? I mean, we saw the pitch and everything, and we thought, look, whoever's going to win it might bat. It so turned out that England wanted to bat and South Africa wanted to bowl.
Right decision. I hear the statistics, and I've asked people around. They normally say it's a good chasing ground. I just look at other conditions. It's hot. You keep your opposition. You bat for 50 overs, and you keep these boys in the sun. They're young, and they get to 260, 270. I tell you what, for a team to chase and win it, it will be one hell of a game. It will be a great game of cricket.
Yeah.
So I'm always a believer. No matter what the situation, bat first. I do believe in that. So I'm a very much a bat first person.
Mbata into the attack. And he's a man that will just bowl medium pace, or maybe just slightly above, and he'll just going to hone in on that little, just back of a length, short of a length, trying to bring the batter a little bit forward with his pace. But this is also where England can sort of dictate. They can sort of decide if they want to use their feet towards him. They can stand outside the crease even. This is the final over of the power play as well. And it's been a key part of the series.
Oh, inside edge. We'll get a couple. One only. That's what also happens when teams now see the quick bowlers are off. And they see this military medium and they think, all right, here we go.
Eyes light up.
But meantime, those are the guys that do the job for you, and they make sure that they get, it's not been a bad power play. They've scored at 4 and over. And, you remember the days where 2 runs and over, in 50 over games, teams got 201. That was to be a 180 in 55 over cricket. In the old days, was a winning score.
What was that? The power play, if I can remember, it was just 15 overs as well. You
Yeah.
start with 15 overs and all that. Now it's a case of, no, we need to go harder. Look, both these, the previous games in the series, Jeremy, the first ODI and this ODI, I think that first power play counted a lot. South Africa in that first game lost 5 wickets. England lost 3, if not 4, in that second ODI and put them under the pump.
It's in the air, and it's gone for 4. Oh, there was a desperate diving effort. And the ball eluding the fielder there, and it's gone for 4. So, fortuitous shot from Sawant. 45 for 2.
This is what I said, with a guy of lesser pace, using his feet as a little bit of a shuffle down the pitch. It was aerial, but it just shows they just want to continue on the aggressive nature here and just try apply the pressure onto the bowler. I think if England are 2 down, I think this power play will be fairly even. They lose a third one would feel South Africa slightly ahead.
There, and well fielded.
Another shuffle down the pitch. Good work by Lachadin. There could be 3 keepers in the South African team. The Thabo was keeping in this one, Benny Hansen, and of course Lachadin also a keeper. Last ball of the power play.
Short pulled away through mid-wicket area. It will go for 4. Oh, well, that's a better controlled shot. He was in a good position. It was short enough, and it got the treatment it deserved.
That comes from the 2 previous deliveries where he shimmied down the pitch. This time he stands back, and the bowler thinks he might be coming down a little bit shorter length and pulled away nicely, smartly as well. So on, a man that can score a lot of runs. He's now getting into his work. His score moves to 18.
Yeah, as I said, both these fellows, the one is from Middlesex. They play at Lords normally as a county.
Number 2.
And then the other one is at Somerset, Archie Vaughan. And there we all know there in that area, that wicket is flat.
So one played in every age group for England.
Wow.
Every age group.
That's brilliant. It's good. That just shows that he's in the system. So if there's one player you're going to look at, and this is futuristic, he'll probably be one.
Probably one that Middlesex don't want to lose either.
Yeah. Yeah, you do long-term planning, don't you?
Yes.
Nicely played.
Well, power play is a thing of the past, so they've only decided to take the slip out, and they've got a deep backward square, so no sweep on the offside. 49 for 2, good power play by England.
Again, an edge there. And that's gone for 4. Inside edge. There's been a couple of them today. And that's the 50 up for England. In the 11th overs. Runs just starting to flow now. Easier since the quickies have been taken off.
Well, it started to flow from over, what was that, over number 7. This one, just playing away from his body and getting that inside edge. That's twice we've seen that in the last 2 overs.
Again, he goes and have a nibble outside that off stump. Now, that's where you want to be. Just forcing and drawing the batsman forward. That's the type of bowling you want to see. The wickets here at the coast. Drawing the batsman forward. Hitting that length. Just moving away slightly. Top of off stump.
And this is also that we haven't seen in modern day cricket. The consistency, Jeremy, for me. A bowler saying to himself, I'm going to keep bowling here. I want you to make the play. Don't keep changing it all the time. There you go. Again, that's what you want to see. Just consistency.
Yeah, just keeping the batsman at bay. You eventually, when you know it's a bit tight, you eventually want to force the batsman into error.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be important to do.
I mean, what will happen? I mean, Eddie Barlow was one. He said, listen, if you keep bowling there and it's a good length, and he hits you off your good length, you say to him, "Ah, well done, good shot."
Yeah.
But today they're not happy with that. I feel people are saying, "Nah, you got to change it. You got to preempt things a little bit."
When things are working, you got to stay there. Oh, lovely delivery that is indeed.
There's 3, Jeremy.
Yeah.
There's 3 balls.
So don't do anything. Why would you do anything different now? Why would you want to now try next ball, bowl and bouncer? I would just plug it away there, have a double.
Oh, if you were at mid-off or mid-on now, I mean, you would just throw the ball back and say, "Same again, please. Same again, please.
You know me too well.
Same again." I don't need to say anything else.
That was a bit wider. That's fine.
Yeah.
He's got a sweep on the boundary,
Yeah.
so nothing wrong with that delivery. He's only getting a single from it, so that's good. It's been a good over.
Well, it's been that and more. I think he just needs to learn from it, as it looks like they're going to take a drinks break. And I think they're going to have the drinks break around the 53 minutes for everybody there at home as well, because it is stifling hot here. 54 for 2. South Africa, they were in ascendancy after 6 overs, and the 7th over leaked runs, and then the 8th over as well. And in that 2-over period, they conceded 21 runs during that period of time there. England really looking well here with Archie Vaughan and Sawan, 2 men looking really good. 54 for 2 after 11.
Are they breaking or we go for a break? Well, welcome back. And as it is, we got to give acknowledgement to our sponsors and Sezonke Tourism and Event Services, who is the sponsors of this broadcast. And they bring expertise to the realm of the sporting tourism and events, from hosting international tournament to managing team logistics. And we excel in delivering seamless, high-impact sporting experiences for athletes, fans and organizers interested in having a world-class event. Visit, and these are the numbers on your screen, www.sezonketours.co.za, and you can also scan if you're interested in making use of their services. Please do, for tourism and event services. And what a better place than Cape Town to come to during summer and being here for cricket and for various other things.
I was just about to
Clifton,
say.
Sandy Bay, Hard Bay for fish and chips. Drive
beat it.
around Chapman
Can't beat
Speak.
it.
And then you come up here and you take Clarence Drive to Betty's Bay, Claremont, Hermanus, go up that way, Stanford,
And then
Early Beach.
And then it's the wine farms.
And no, that's all en route. You make sure you pop in there. What's in this region? There's about, what do they say, more than 350 wine farms in the Stellenbosch Paarl region. Right, talking about wine, it's too hot for wine, unless you have a bit of ice in white wine. The spinner into the attack.
Chad Mason, leg spinner.
Lovely to see leg spinners also. Yeah, I teased him this morning. He didn't know what a Gatsby was, and I said to one of the South African players, the Cape Townians, you guys are going to take him to Butterashad's in Athlone, and there you get a proper Gatsby. Can I have a Polony Gatsby? Can I have a calamari Gatsby?
Oh, masala steak.
Masala steak.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, tossed up.
Good Charo,
Nicely
good
played.
Charo, good Charo.
He's a very,
I'm liking that
very
Charo.
positive
His back leg
character,
is
is
moving
Chad
out to
Mason.
crease, fella.
So masala steak and those type of things, you probably either got to go to
Good
Cozy
Charis,
Corner
good
or
Charis, good
Anisa's.
Charis.
Don't forget about Wembley and the Golden Dish.
golden dish. Refurb now.
Good job, boy. Good job, boy.
There have been a couple of runs, but well stopped in the covers.
Well, this is a very, very important part of the
Liking
game
your work,
now.
Charo. I'm
The
liking
next
your
sort
work,
of 10
Charo.
overs. Spin will probably come on as well. This end. Shorter.
Charis, come here, Charis.
Yeah, you will get the odd short ball from leg spinners, but they always manage to strangle a wicket somehow.
Hey.
Yeah, it's good running, good batting, good positive batting that
That's it.
from Sawan. Called through his captain very, very early.
Now, that's what the positive intent that we didn't see earlier from the two openers, from Mason Dawkins. These two have shown that ascendancy. They've come in, and from the word go, let's cut away, only be a single, but that's what you want.
Well, that's 5 runs.
Yeah.
Without breaking any sweat, but you can't say that on a stifling hot day like this. But that's a good over for England.
I'm going to move out and then call on the other expert, have a welcoming break. Don't worry, I'm not going to have a scotch. It's too early for that.
You were looking at your watch there intensively. I was wondering about what you were doing. Well, that's the end of Jeremy Fredericks. He's going to have a deserved break there. 12 overs gone, 59 for 2. Archie Vaughan, 21. So he's on 20 of just 14 deliveries, and I'm joined here by Ezra Pule. And things have certainly changed since you went off air. There was positive intent. The batters have scored freely. The bowling has been slightly indifferent. All in all, the run rate has gone up to 4.9 and over.
Oh, absolutely. Good morning, Eugene. Nice to see you, as usual. What I was telling when I was on with Jeremy was what I liked when they came to the crease, especially Vaughan and Savant, was they looked calm. The opening pair of Mays and Dawkins looked like they were all over the place. There was no real plan, no real focus. Okay, I'm just looking to, what a fantastic shot that is of the back foot there. Deserve that for Eugene. So it was just a matter of showing patience and showing self-belief. So they were coming in. South Africa was bowling in good areas. If you just look at this one here, bit of width obviously, and then what more do you want? That's actually, if you can have more of those deliveries, you'd be happy.
2 things stand out is for me. Beautiful shot. Certainly has a presence at the crease, doesn't he, Mr. Vaughan? 2 things that stand out. Firstly is in that first 10 overs, something that we haven't seen from that first 2 ODIs, where the opening batters from England have just sort of it looked like they were just there to survive to 10 overs. There wasn't strike rotation, there wasn't any intent. Even a 4 defense that looked in, there wasn't that, which was different from what we saw in the first two. Don't know if it's because they really know that that's an important third ODI. Oh, there's another inside edge. And that inside edge is going to go for 4 once again. That's 2 in 2 overs now off the Villiers and 2 in 2 for Vaughan.
But that's the game of cricket, Eugene. If you play it longer, you know that the chances are very good that the bowlers that follow them aren't necessarily on the money like they are. So you know, I spoke to Jeremy about being able to absorb pressure and then applying pressure. And I think that where England are now, without any risk, they're just applying a little bit of pressure. So they're just shuffling around in the crease, just so that the bowler doesn't settle. They're looking just to be positive in terms of how they rotate the strike, and that's the difference for me between this pair and the previous pair.
Well, Benny Hansen's under pressure here. Devon de Villiers is busy with his third over. He's conceded 21 runs. Yes, there were fortuitous runs as well in that. But he's trying to look to this guy here to just get a bit of control, and he's not doing that. He's now got the sweep on the offside as well. I'm going to come to my second point. And that shot illustrates my second point. Archie Vaughan is a tall batter, tall man. He stands up and hits through the line nicely. That's why I said he's got some presence about him as well. And there's a whole host of them still to come from England. And these two is a perfect foil for England here. Sawant and Vaughan, it's a good partnership that they're putting together here. The rate has gone up to 5.5 all of a sudden. Oh, he's given him. He has given him. He thought long and hard. And the umpire has raised his finger, and Sawant, who's looked good for his 20, has got to go back to the sheds.
So that for me is just, I think that is the kind of line that you're looking for. If you de Villiers, you want to be stump to stump. And if we have a look at this, it looks like it's just jagged back a little there. And a good decision that. But that's where you want to be, Eugene. If your job is to come on and contain, the last thing you want to do is give width to the batsman. Because you're just making it a lot more comfortable.
That's what I heard you when you and Jeremy started this on comms. And Jeremy spoke about the ball coming back into the right-hander. I think it's the forgotten ball at times. People like seeing the ball go past the outside edge to right-handers, and it looks pretty, the ball swinging. That there, ball just nipping back. Why? Because you're going to stop giving width to the batter, and you know you're going to home in on the stumps. That ball is homing in on the stumps. 3 wickets gone now for 69, as it looks like Ahmed that's going to come to the crease. And he can be a type of batter similar to someone that can just sort of rotate it around as well with Archie Vaughan.
So I just think that the one, like you say, that is coming back at the batter, you're bringing all the dismissals into play there. You're thinking about the LBW that he obviously got the wicket with, bowled. You're thinking about maybe there's a possible caught behind because he's feeling for the ball. So I just feel that like you say, it's a unpopular kind of delivery, right? So when you're playing the 50 over format, you want to be either fourth stump or just on off stump. That for me is a good line, a really good line.
Yeah, for me also that's a good decision by the umpire. Did nip back and sort of hit his back leg. Some might say it was above the pad, but the back leg was bent, so there's no padding there.
Just try it.
It's still going at 7 runs to over. That's one thing that the Villiers would rather want to try and bring his personal run rate down.
Then you can go more around.
So this is also key for me, Eugene. It's a key period in the sense that if you're going to allow them to come and just normally work the ball around, you're struggling to bring back the game under your control. And that's what Benny Hansen needs to do at this moment in time. If he's just going to let it drift here, you'll find yourself in the next 5 overs, England could be 90. You understand? If at that run rate.
Well, look at this field. There's 3 men on the onside, just 3, and only one of those 3 men is in the ring. He finds himself at mid-on.
Hard.
There's acres of real estate on their own side. Yes, it is a leg spinner bowling.
Yeah. Happy.
It's going to be one through to the sweep on the offside. Interesting field this. So you can't necessarily go straight or easy saying, I want you to turn it into that onside.
But batters at this kind of level, it should be an easy shot for you just to manipulate the
You
ball
can come this way. Come.
into that kind of acreage. It's merely just walking across your crease and just getting bat onto ball, squirting it out on the leg side, and then it's an easy one. So you have to be providing him width in order for him to hit you through that area.
So they're just playing it conventional at the minute.
Let the
Leg
cherries,
spinner
put
being
the
hit to
cherries,
the
come the
offside. Now
cherries.
one is deciding to go on to off stop
Go,
and say,
put the
listen,
cherries.
try and maybe put it into that gap because it's a massive gap.
It's a massive gap. See, so for me, that's maybe something that Benny Hansen missed there. So it was the new batter, Han Ahmed, that was on strike there, but still he maintained the sweeper out there. So that means that there's a gap
On
to get
point,
one.
on
So
point.
all he has to do is he's just got to get bat on ball into that gap, and then he's off strike. So you could have brought a man back on, taken one across, and then bowl into that line like you say that you want to
Point
be.
that.
I hear what you're saying. I just don't think it's going to happen. Why? If you look at that run rate there, it's hovering above 5. It's 5.3. So his first port of
But
call is
runs
to
is
bring
still
that
there.
run rate under 5. So he's scared of maybe leaking a boundary. So this is much better over. 2 runs from it. There's the googly. Keeper Letabo chasing and fielding the ball there. That's good variation there.
So that wouldn't have been a single if you had somebody on the square leg. So that for me is the difference. So here we have the new batter again on strike, and you've allowed that gap. So it's easy for him to manipulate the ball in there and try and get one. There's no pressure. You have to create pressure in a 50-over game in order to win the game.
Well, over number 14 comes in. Just the 3 from it. So good over bowled there by Chad Mason. We'll see how long that theory goes with the 3 men on the onside. 72 for 3. Archie Vaughan, he's going to be playing a major role here. One feels 1-1 in the series. All to play for here in hot Stellenbosch. I mean, you would have loved to come to school here, looking into the mountains there every day. I mean, you wouldn't go to class if you were here. You would just park on the field here, sit down with your sandwiches and look at the mountains. Instead, you went to Elsie's River High.
I actually didn't. I went to Kensington.
Kensington River.
But what I can tell you is, and let me just touch on that afterwards. I basically didn't go to class because there was a lot of girls around the gym. So there was no difference of where I was going to go. This is a boys' school, so that wouldn't have fit in really well with me.
Well, these boys have got spa just across the road as well.
No, they do.
That is one of the better ones.
We had the fisheries. Where they started to sell Gatsby's.
Anyway, let's get back to the cricket, folks. Back of a length. He should just home in a little bit fuller. He's not of great pace. Young de Villiers. I mean, none of these teams have batted 50 overs yet in the series. That's the other talking point potentially. Is a 4-day series, not too long in the future. Starts on Sunday. Very tentative going forward there. Extremely tentative. It looks like, and this is what I see batters. Batters don't love to leave these days.
Yeah.
And when it's a good ball, they sort of want to feel the ball at it wide outside the off stump. I mean, you spoke about intent. Why not show intent by just leaving the ball? I mean, someone like A.B. de Villiers was good at it. like when he left the ball, like you knew if I get it slightly wrong, I could be into trouble. That's also that body language that gives off, and bowlers fear at times. There's an edge. Again, tentative outside that off stump. Much better from de Villiers after he picked up that wicket as well.
So, like you're saying, Eugene, if the bowler for me is in a good area in terms of his line and his length, and you leave one, from a captain's point of view, I'm thinking, do you know what? This batter knows his game. He knows what is dangerous areas, and he knows the areas that he can play in. So there's nothing wrong with leaving one delivery. It's not like it's a T20 game. So now, like you're saying, feeling outside on basically 8th stump is for me where we kind of sitting at the moment where people are saying, you know what, we should leave this format out of cricket, 50 over format. Let's just do test matches and T20. But this is a kind of format that for me plays such an important role in terms of batsmanship, because there's such a lot of time to get yourself in and to play a decent innings, whereas T20, it's you're not quite sure unless you're in the top 4. There again, fielding out so wide outside off stump.
Tell you what, I would have had, after the first field, I would have had a gully in for sure. It's just feeling outside and off stump all the time. 15 gone. Yeah, I also heard you guys talking about Baz bowling. People coming harder as we don't see the ball being left that much in this form of the game. Yeah, in T20 cricket, you're always going to come at it. Batters are always going to come at it. So, as a bowler, as you're running in, your first train of thought is, yes, he's going to come at it. But your train of thought will also be, I want him to hit the ball in that area where I've got a fielder out, especially. Just a couple of words being said. I mean, those boys there in England, I mean, these conditions, what we see here, I mean, not a cloud in sight, not a breath of wind. They'll be enjoying it, especially the ones that are not playing.
So we would always say, and when even teams come from different provinces to play us here, obviously we play in Paarl and not in Stellenbosch, we try and use the conditions in our favor. So we train in these conditions. So there's no excuses from our team to say, oh, you know what, it was really energy sapping. Yeah, but we train in these conditions. So I think that, as you can see, South Africa, and that's just for me, it's just too easy, Eugene. So he's just got to stick outside off stump for me the whole time. What dismissals are you bringing into the game?
Well, you can't, because he's not going to go there, because obviously he doesn't want to be clipped as easily as that one was. He's going to go outside that off stump, which is basically going to say, right, okay, you can free your arms up.
Wait on.
I don't want to put the mockers on him, but Archie Vaughan looks good here, folks. 34, 32 deliveries. Captain winning the toss, taking the bull by the horns and saying, listen, my boys will bat. Easy as you like.
Correct.
Screams and shouts being behind us. I mean, what do we know at times as well, you know? But I agree, there's got to be somebody there. It's going to give him a little bit more armory. It's going to allow him to bowl the googly there.
Yep.
And now, if he bowls a good googly, it goes for 1.
Down, Charo.
And here's an over that's been milked again.
Good, let's keep
Run rate is still above 5.
So for me, what's going through Benny Hansen's mind now? Am I looking to contain, or am I looking to take a wicket as well? So by this kind of feel, you're thinking that I can only get my wicket really on the offside.
Or if he gets it chopped onto the stumps like that.
So Eugene,
Oh, first ball's been greeted by the forward defence. Another bat on ball has sort of been the nature of Ahmed's sort of game plan here. But this happened the last ball, the previous ball, the last ball of the over. And Archie Vaughan nearly chopped this onto the stumps.
I think that was a chance there, Eugene, in the sense that I think the keepers put that one down.
Oh, you're such a hard taskmaster. Yes. You're very harsh on the keepers, aren't you? We've got Jeremy Fraser harsh on the batters. I'm sometimes harsh on the seamers, and then it's a thankless task, that keeper.
No, but you know, when you take the responsibility of being the keeper, you got to take the responsibility of being the number one. So I'm making sure that my standards are so high that I'm dragging the team along. And that is your role with being the keeper. You're not just there catching the ball and that's it. And so many games we've seen over the years get turned by a bit of brilliance from the keeper or in the slip cordon. But it's a role that people really underestimate, I feel. So if there's a chance, you should take it. Because if you're going to come play for Boland next year and you're dropping that, I'm telling you, Justin Ontong is running with you through the side screen. Because it's a chance, and it's an important chance, because it's a batter that's in at the moment.
Is this before or after you go?
Yeah.
Is this before you? Or is you go before Justin or after Justin?
No, I think Justin is just collecting me at the hospital, to be honest. So, but yes, I'm trying to find the humor in it, but imagine he's taken that chance, what a difference it would have made for South Africa at the moment. They would have been 79 for 4.
And the man that's in.
So, could Archie Vaughan take this game away from South Africa at the moment? Possibly, but let's have a look.
Well, so according to you, we're going to jot that down as a chance. So Archie Vaughan's dropped on 35.
100%.
So, one ball still to go. Good over again here by Devon de Villiers. 5-dot ball as the sweeper goes out to the offside. 79 for 3. Put away, and Ahmed, he's going to keep the strike. Score moves to 80 for 3 after 17 overs, and again, not the best of throws to the keeper, and that's one of the aspects as well. Sometimes the keepers are soft. I mean, you probably would have, I said soft in terms of not having a go at the fielders. I know many a keeper. Mark Barcher was one when we played SN19. If the throw wasn't half decent, he would have a go. Porky Kirsten played at Western Province, he had a go as well. And you surely at Northwest obviously had a go at some of those men.
I hear you, Eugene. I hear you completely. But you also got to know that sometimes the throws are not going to be great. So it's your job to clean it up. So the keeper that takes care of those kind of things goes unnoticed. And that's the kind of keeper that you actually want in a team. The guy that you think, did this guy actually play this game? Because I tell you why I say that. Because there was no mistakes. There was no knock-ons. So then you know I'm playing well. Or I'm having a good game.
Oh, that's a good delivery there. And okay, let's go, because he's standing up here. Let's have a look at Letabo here. And maybe there's a case that is coming up a little bit too early. What is your stance on that as we see this delivery? He sort of comes up and then he's sort of snatching it again. Yeah. So there's almost like a double movement there.
So, speaking to him the other day, I just told him, like, briefly, I would like to see you open up a little more. And if you see where his head is going, I want you to make sure that your eyes and your hands are always working together. So what he's doing is he's taking his head away from his hands. As soon as that happens, you're not watching the ball anymore, Eugene. And that's the key to keeping, is you got to make sure that your head is lined up with your hands or in the line of the ball.
Yeah, it's very interesting point made there by Ezra Puri. Just going to throw a batter's point of view here. We don't see the lap as well these days. We spoke long and hard from Kai Majola through to Cubs. Googly down the leg side wide. But it's almost like the hard sweep. Batters want to go for the hard sweep. There's the soft touches, the soft skills, as you said, during that first ODI as well. He said, just tickle it around the corner. You don't have to take that bigger risk. You just got to get in line and paddle around the corner. He feels he missed out there.
So you're absolutely right. What we saw from England in the first ODI was they were prepared to play the reverse sweeps, and they were prepared to play basically all the sweeps that you could do. So I think it's just more of a conscious effort now to build partnerships, and I think that that's what they were lacking in, say for instance, in the first and second one. So I'm thinking that one of these teams are thinking, or maybe the staff from England could be thinking that, gents, listen here, all I want us to get to 50 overs. Let us make sure we bat our 50 overs, because we cannot allow a team to be bowled out for 87, for instance, or 160.
Oh!
And that was the googly there, and I think he's read pretty well there. And Ahmed.
18 gone. 83 now for the loss of 3. This partnership is worth 14 runs between Ahmed and Vaughan. And they would want that to grow a little bit bigger. There's the bowling figures. Raik Daniels, he bowled nicely, except for that fourth over that he conceded boatloads of runs. He also got a wicket. Paul Fry really impressed me today. He bowled with control. I think the setup for the wicket that he got was quite good. He bowled back of a length and then the Yorker. Devon de Villiers trying to find a little bit of control, and then Mbata, only the 1 over for 9. That sort of forced Benny Hansen's hand here and said, okay, Chad Mason, you got to come on a little bit earlier for me and bowl 4 overs. And that's what he did, 4 for 14. 14 extras already.
And Eugene, we harp on about it, and we're saying that the guy that is always a high scorer consistently is the extras column. So that's a controllable in terms of cricket. You can control the no balls, you can control your wides. So those, sometimes you find that extras is what changes the game, especially in 50 overs.
Rick Daniels, he's back into the attack, starts with 2 dot balls, and this is an interesting call. He's back very early. He's back very soon here. The Rhino spoke about shorter spells. He's bowled 4 overs, so maybe Benny Hansen feels, listen, I can sort of bowl him now, maybe for 2 or 3, and say, listen, see what you can do here, especially with that ball still a little bit new, because what Raik Daniels normally does is he has this ability to nip the ball off the seam both ways, and he has the ability of maybe swinging it through the air. There's no breeze though today. He finds that edge once again, and he's always at the batter. The reason why he's at the batter is he believes, and this is his mindset, and interestingly here, Rhino's thoughts on that, especially when he comes on, is he's a batter that loves to take wickets. He doesn't love to bowl 0 for 20 or 0 for 30 in his 10. He wants to have 3 or 4 wickets in that wickets column, because that's what he's a bowler that loves taking wickets all the time. He's got 1 so far, bowled beautifully in the second ODI.
So what you're telling me, Eugene, is when you're telling me that he's a bowler that loves to see wickets, it's his mindset when he goes about constructing an over is not to bowl a maiden. So for me, that is already an issue. So how does Benny Hansen pull back this game at this moment? Is by having either taking wickets or bowling maidens.
Well, look at this over. It's a good over. Well, good length, good areas. He's gone just for that single now. Now, this is the important ball, the 6th ball of the over. And this is all you need to know about what the mindset is here. Because for me, I would say, right, fine, I've got 1 run. I'll put the sweeper back. I don't want to go for 4. I'm just going to stick to my lines, my lengths. Nothing more. I'm not going to strive for the stumps or anything like that. But that's just me. He might feel like Daniels, his mindset, bowling to the lesser batsman, so to speak, or the newer batsman. I'll go for the stumps.
So, Eugene, you bowled a bit more than what we do, or what we did, myself and Rhino. But if I was the keeper at this particular time, I just ask him, listen here, bro, I just want you to bowl back of a length, make them come to us. Do not go searching for stuff, and that's where England got the momentum. We started to search for something that wasn't there, and then all of a sudden it was like within a 3 or 4 over period, poof, they were up there. So that is what South Africa's got to learn, especially when under 19 level. You got to think to yourself, listen here, bro, I've just got to stick to my patterns. My patterns is here. I'm looking to bowl nothing. I'll give you nothing.
Well, at the end of the day, this is 50 over cricket. The team that scores the most runs wins. Not necessarily the team that takes the most wickets.
Yep. No, I agree with you.
So,
But you can also decide that whether in the power play I'm going to be slightly more attacking. I'm going to have maybe an extra slip in. And then when the power play and you see that England's kind of doing okay, you can say, right now my tactic is I'm looking to contain.
there's a big hit. Oh, diving effort by Benny Hansen at mid-on. But that eludes him, and that ball's gone for 4. Good effort by the captain. It was in the air and sort of stayed in the air for a little bit longer, but he just couldn't get to it.
So for me, that is a positive shot. Because they, leading up to this one-day international, and that one is just cut out there to the sweeper. So leading into the one-day international, there must have been training sessions. So for me, how many times has Ahmed practiced that particular shot? So when do you think it's the right time to play it? So he's thinking, I got to back myself here because it's something that I practice and I would like to see that. And that is perfect for me. So that's a good delivery, treated on its merit. And if it deserves to be pat back to the bowler, then by all means pat it back. But I'm not going to take an unnecessary risk there and try and hit that with a reverse sweep or whatever it might be. Because it's a 50 over game.
Oh, Chado! Nice from you, Chadi.
A lot of oohs and ahs, and this will be my final delivery with you, Ezra, and then we'll get the main man, the Rhino, back in. The game is now very much set up for him. The table is set up. There's an appeal. I think that's outside the line of off stump. Umpire Stace Lekay says not out. 20 overs gone. 90 for 3.
Thank you, Eugene. I can't call you a genie in a bottle because you're not that. That small. Tall fella. The sprinter from where? Mondale, eh? Was it Mondale?
Mondale, that's right, yes.
Garlandale.
Garlandale.
Yeah.
Ach, my Ian. How many champs points did you get your school?
Don't go there. He won the 100 meter. He was quick. Oh, it's airborne. He had a hand to it. And so nearly he grasped it. Oh, my goodness. That was a good effort. It's not easy on the follow through to take return catches like that. That was a magnificent effort from Daniels. Nearly was the end of Archie Vaughan.
Ooh. Those ones either stick or they grasped. But like you say, a magnificent effort just to get down that low in your follow through.
Certainly looking the part, these two batsmen. Vaughan's on 38. And Farhan Ahmed, he came here with the Young Lions, I know. Before Christmas he was down there. Then they went back home. He probably thought, well, I'd rather be back in South Africa. And he came with the under-19 team. I would have want to be in London at the moment. It's too cold, wet, miserable. That's pulled away. Good shot. We'll go for 4. No, it won't. That's good fielding. He's chased it all the way. Is that Hansen, the captain?
Correct. So, as we were speaking earlier on, Jeremy, Just saying that if you just stick to your basics about what you do well, you will be rewarded. This game just has a way of rewarding you for sticking to your processes. You don't have to go look and search for something that isn't there.
I agree. We spoke about Mother Cricket early on and what she gives and what she takes. Oh, that's a good delivery. That was probably the best delivery of the day. He got him hands down. Just a little bit of movement. Little bit, that's all you need. Extra bit of bounce. And he had the beating of the outside edge. It's a good over. Went for the one boundary, but that's to be understood.
Just looked like he just rolled his wrist down the side of the ball, and that sometimes just gives you that little bit of movement.
Yeah. Bowled again. Pulled it back nicely since the boundary shot Ezra. Now, just to add also to your point, you spoke about bowler bowling wickets. Yeah, that's the right intent, but you still got to stay within your boundaries, as you mentioned earlier. It's good. You want to, because what is the purpose of a bowler? It is to take wickets. But when you're not taking wickets, you got to, as we said, you got to play the moment.
Yeah.
Where's the situation? What's the game situation? What does the game require from me? How do I keep the batsman quiet for a long period of time? And as you said, you don't have to go and search for that. Just do that properly. That's a good shot. That's a very, very good shot. That's this one's hauled in again by the South African. There's been good fielding.
Good fielding.
As well. And but there was a good shot. That's good cricket all round.
But as we were saying, and exactly what Eugene was saying, is it's the last ball of the over. Where hasn't he scored? That is the ball that I want to bowl. So now it's the last ball of the over. He's thinking, still nothing in my second spell here. Let me go for one. It's a touch fuller. Then it gets knocked on the ground. Then you're going, and at 5, that over went for 5, am I correct? 5 or 6?
Yeah, 6 I think it was.
So whereas you could have bowled a really good over, you're just looking a little bit too far ahead of yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Mason, just a few adjustments to the field. He's got to slip in. He's brought the man now in. The man that was a bit to mid wicket. He's put him to a short mid wicket. We got a mid wicket on the boundary. Yes, we have. Oh, that was nearly. It's good bowling from Chad Mason. This.
And just with that field change, right? So you can see he's taken a few guys out from the offside. He's put them into the leg side. So now you're thinking then, I can go straight the whole time. So I'm bringing all the dismissals into play here.
Yeah, that's just a good shot, yeah.
I'm up with that, that's not easy.
But I can bring all the dismissals into play here. I've got somebody that is covering the sweep at 45. I've got a sweep on the offside, so now I'm going to go straight, smack bang straight, and then try and contain here. And I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I agree. You got to be attacking. Bold. 100 up for England now in the 22nd over. Yeah, they're just batting at about over 4 and a bit. And they've been going well, going good guns at the moment. England has. Vaughan has been fantastic. A little bit short. He's bowled, tried the googly there again. I like the variation.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to bowl the normal, conventional leg spin, and then you've got to look to bowl the googly as well, which is the other one. It's the stuck ball. That's a good shot too again. Yeah, you got to use it sometimes, the googly, as the surprise element.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be overdoing it, because then you're giving an opportunity for the batsman just to read it and to know that 3-4, it's coming now.
But here we've gone back to that strong offside feel, and then you bowl a googly like that. It's just, and that's taken the over now for 6, right? And I just feel that sometimes it's a patience thing. When they play at school level, it's different, Jeremy. It's sometimes the batters are not up to scratch, so you get away with murder. Now you've come and you're playing against the best that England has at this particular age group. And now you have that same mentality you had at school. Okay, I'm going to just do this, I'm going to do this, and it's easier. Nobody's going to score from me. This is an international, and that is what we got to always remember, that my standard has to be up there and not just a normal schoolboy standard. That's why I'm here representing my country.
45, please.
So change of bowling here, Jason Riles, left arm spinner, Jeremy.
No, it's a good point you make, because Riles now into the attack. He'll probably go spin from both ends for a while now. Try and just cue that quick bowlers. He probably basically just brought on Daniels to try and get a wicket. It's not worked. But now you've got to play the holding game. You've got to play the choking game. Try and choke the batsman into making false errors.
Yep.
Because that's where you've got to take the game. You're reading the situation and saying, right, how do we strangle Vaughan? If he goes over the top, good shot.
So be it.
So
Yes.
be it. But at least you're showing that intent of saying, right, man around the bat, maybe there's a slip in. I like this field because you're forcing him now. That's too short, but nevertheless, it's only a single. You've got insurance. I really don't mind that, because this is the period where batsmen do look to score on a ball. From here on into over probably 39 or 38, 39, and then with wickets in hand, you look to have a dip in that the last 10, because normally last 10, what you're saying, last 10, 15, look to score 100 runs.
But it's just the setup that's important, Jeremy. Now, both these teams haven't had the opportunity to set up a total, because they were either bowled out earlier before the 50th over. So just have a look at this delivery.
And that's why today's a challenging day.
And then we just, what a guest that just walked past us now, Mr. Momberg, involved in CSA for many, many years.
Legend. We've been colleagues for many years, with the Kaya Majola era still. Niels Momberg, who's done sterling work over many years for South African cricket, and this used to be his baby.
Yep.
Under 19 cricket and schoolboy cricket. And now he's involved with the umpiring setup.
So just having a look at this over, you're thinking that he's made a change now. He's brought somebody into the cover area to try and fill that gap. So where do they go now, England? Because it was an easy single there.
Good fielding of his own bowling.
And as we mentioned, the longer England can keep South Africa out in the field, you can just see that the body language has dropped now. So now they're thinking, oh, guys, we just got to keep it tight. But the enthusiasm is no longer there.
Yeah, there's got to be that.
That buzz.
Yeah,
there's
just got to be a little.
That fight. You know, we're working on a certain plan. We're all in it. And let's back up the bowler as much as what we can.
Because what happens in these situations, you might say, that you contain them. That's good fielding. That's it. That's the pressure you want to add. Well done by the captain there, Ensign. You want to add that pressure, and then you go, all right, if the spirit's high and it's led by the keeper, as you always say, because he's the leader of the pack.
Yep.
He gives that. The keeper looks dreary, because if an opportunity comes, then you don't want to be in a situation where you go boom, bang, because of sloppiness. You want to be on the money. You got to take anything, and on these hot days, it's easy. I mean, to have a little snooze on the field, you do.
No, you do, and I mean,
and it's human. It's not,
yes,
it's not inhuman. But that is why you got to urge each other on. Just keep the field awake.
So what we try and do is we try and designate one particular player to do 5 overs, because it just takes the strain of everybody. I think England could have been a lot better there running between the wickets. I think this heat as well, maybe taking a bit of a toll on Archie Vaughan. But then again, you can pass responsibility. You can say, do you know what, Benny, you can take us forward in the next 5. then Raoul's, you can do the next 5, and that's how you share responsibility.
Yeah, that's true. And each one gets the turn, and that keeps everyone awake, alert,
100%.
sharp.
And sometimes it's just a bit of banter, so it doesn't have to be a serious conversation.
Ask him, how's your cousin doing? See, there we go.
Yeah.
That's just, there we go. You sense something now, you just want to keep that pressure. You sense that Ahmed's going to do something here out of the ordinary. Instead of just playing the second fiddle to Archie Vaughan. Because that's actually his role, get the scoreboard ticking, get as much strike to Vaughan as possible. There he goes again.
Fancies that shot.
Yeah, he does.
So when he becomes under pressure, like you say now, he's gone 1, which was obviously Archie Vaughan. And then he's faced 1 dot, and then 1 dot where he's trying to actually hit the ball. Another dot, and then got 1. So now you're thinking, is it worth it from England's point of view to be playing like that? Whereas you can just be playing Archie Vaughan's role, knocking it into the leg side, taking 1, and just ticking it over. You don't need boundaries to tick it over. We saw that.
No, you got it. This is the period, I always say this is the lull period of a 50-over game. From, say, over 16, 17 to about over 35, 36 with wickets in hand. So yeah, you can bat at 6 and over, getting boundaries comfortably. There's a man around. Yeah, the fences had the beating of him. There you go. That better effort wouldn't have been 4.
Yeah, so that's changed us over completely. Not necessarily by a slog or anything. That was just a proper cricket shot, finding the gap, and that's when you needed that boundary fielder to put in a dive there and give everything, and then it could have maybe just have been 1. So that automatically then makes the next over a more pressurized one because they didn't get a boundary in that. So now both of them more relaxed.
Absolutely.
So Raul's continuing here with his left arm spin. Ahmed's favourite area looks like it's a bit vacant there. Will he be going across there to cow corner? Be interesting to see though.
Yeah, we're almost getting to the 12 o'clock mark where it's at its hottest.
Yes.
And I left home this morning in the southern suburbs where it's about 31, 32 degrees. Yeah, it's always 6, 7 up. I think it's about 38 degrees, yeah, currently.
What I do feel, Jeremy, is a slight breeze. And I am very grateful at this moment in time.
Yeah, we are. Could do with the swimming pool as well.
There is one just behind the centre here. Massive one, Jeremy.
Yeah.
So maybe I think lunchtime...
the two of us can go and have a dip.
100%. Yeah. Obviously, the water's going to take Eugene on waist level, wherever he might walk in a swimming pool.
And we're going to take a bit out of it, the two of us. We'll be like blue whales in there.
I think they'll immediately be calling the science department.
Yeah, there's a rhino and a whale in the water. Oh, it's a lovely little turn. Just left the straight a little bit. I watched the program yesterday, I like watching these wildlife and all that. They're talking about the blue whale. I couldn't believe that the blue whale is the size or the length of a Boeing 737.
Yo.
That's the size, that's the length of a blue whale. They were down in Chile in the waters there. The size of a Boeing 737. Can you Adam and Eve that?
Yo.
That is massive.
And the width or the girth, like I would rather say.
Yeah, well, I didn't think, but I mean, when you said the length of and you could actually see, you could see what the whale looks like at the top. It looks like business class and capital class at the bottom.
The 0747, remember that, Jeremy? Yes.
Well, it'll be a drinks break again. It's on Nelson. The late umpire David Shepherd will be kicking off the ground, and England in a commanding position after 25 overs. We're going to go for a short break. We'll be back shortly.
love sitting on their cell phones and they go through all kinds of apps.
Yeah.
Whereas it was all new for me when I started. Came at the right time for me, Jeremy.
Yeah, it did. Well, let me tell you something. The one thing that that we lacked, you know, being a development officer, and we had secretaries in our offices as well. I didn't even type a letter. I gave it all to the secretary. She just knew that was the instructions, and that came. And she was very good at it. I must admit, the 1 or 2 secretaries that I had. And now I regretted that I never wanted, because I was scared to touch a computer. But eventually now, I've got a MacBook.
Oh, hello.
Yes, a MacBook. And that helps me now. I mean, with all the technological things of cricket that one has to do, and looking up for information all the time.
So,
I feel proud of myself. Why do you think I come with all these notes here in front of me?
see
Because
so,
I
yeah,
go on
it's
the
all
computer
printed out.
and it's printed out. And I like to highlight it with my highlighter at home before we're getting to the ground. Make sure that the preparation is done
but
properly.
it's always been like that for you, Jeremy. Ever since your teaching days, you have to be prepared because you never know when the inspector is going to walk in and you know what I mean?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. What do you say? If you fail to prepare, you're prepared to fail.
100%, 100%. Then this is going to be a very, very, very important period for Benny Hansen now. So, is Mbata coming on just to hold up an end? But I'm pretty sure that England would have recognized that by now and thought that maybe this is the guy that we got to look to score from. Because just being gentle, medium pace, just trying to hit the area here. Be interesting to see how Vaughan and Ahmed goes about this.
Yeah, they're 2 set batsmen at the moment. That's the big thing. So if you get your lengths wrong, yeah, they're going to get a hold of you. And Vaughan's looking good.
So South Africa just a little bit there where we spoke about just lacking that bit of intensity. They were really good. So was England in the first ODI. Their fielding was top notch. I think South Africa a little bit in the second one. And I think that at this moment, because nobody's gone to 50 overs, it's going to be interesting to see how this shapes.
Well, I'd like to go to there, go the whole way, because you want to then test the character of players and see, right? Okay. Oh, it's in there! See, that's what it creates, and nearly. Mbata. Maybe should have made I know it's difficult when you're following through, but he is a little bit slow. He's not as quick as what Daniels was. Maybe just a little bit. Sometimes it's just those magic moments, isn't it? That little bit of extra where you know you create an opportunity and not too far. He stuck out a hand and then seemed to pull it back. Just those extra bit of moments. You just never know.
Oh, yeah, boss!
And something you just sometimes feel in the game of cricket, it might seem like there's a lull, and if you notice what happens sometimes in test cricket, that once you get 1 wicket, it starts to fall in a cluster. So you always got to be ready for opportunities in this game.
So we always speak about intensity. Yes, I know you mentioned that there might be 3 bad balls on provincial level. Just want to make my point after this. So, there could be 3 bad balls, but the difference fundamentally is the intensity. How long the test teams hold intensity. So, you'll always find that there will always be a specky somewhere in that team because the player concentrates just a little bit longer. And that's the difference. It might not sometimes be in terms of the pace or the batting, it's just intensity. That's the main difference.
And yeah, we understand that the intensity is not going to be the same always.
Yeah.
But you really got to look and say, right, if we want to win, you will do an analysis. What are the guys in Free State? I'm just making an example, if you're playing the Knights or whatever. And then you as the coaching staff, you will acknowledge where their breaks in periods comes and where they're not at their optimum.
Yeah.
And then you will say to your team, if they optimum at 50%, guys, we just get our optimum to 70. We understand that 30% of the time it could slip a little.
Yes.
But we at 70% and they playing at 50%, then you know who's going to win is going to be.
Yeah.
Up for Vaughan. Was a polished knock. It's been a good. And he acknowledges to the crowd that's here, and there's a good crowd in. Parents, aunties, uncles, spectators supporting the young guns. This is the future of South African cricket. And yeah, nice to see. It's hot, but it's lovely. I enjoy the hot weather. Give me summer any day. Don't like winter at all. I've never got so cold in my entire life than what I did this past winter. It was terrible in Cape Town. So I'm enjoying the heat and the sunshine.
I'm also a summer kind of guy, Jeremy, to be honest with you, but sometimes I'm starting to feel the cold. When you're young and your blood is a lot thinner than ours, you don't tend to feel the cold. And I'm telling you, a sherry or two can make a massive difference.
Absolutely. But a port in winter, the fireplace going, you sleep well too.
I just think it could be that shot to cow could be coming now, Jeremy. I just feel that Ahmed's thinking, I've got a few dot balls here. Where do I go?
Well, I must tell you, Vernon Philander was telling me that he knew from stats. We're talking about Castle Lager. Now that we add it, you're talking about port and all that thing. Between just before Christmas and to the 3rd of January, guess what the sales of the breweries was? I'm talking right through South Africa in the festive season. 7 billion. That was the sales of money made in terms of volumes. 7 billion. Now just imagine in Cape Town, with this heat going till Easter, could double to 14.
Our co-commentator, Eugene Molian, contributes handily to that 7 billion.
Yeah. And so does my good friend Alan Donald. He's fastest. I've never seen a guy consume so much castles and bowl as quick as lightning. That's why it was called White Lightning. But what a lovely man. Sling, Alan Donald. Yeah, he lives in this part. He lives at Bosch and Mere.
That's correct.
On the estate. Barter's done well. He's bowled. He's in his 3rd over. He's nearly had a caught and bowled chance. Actually, they got to keep down the boundary areas and make sure that that's fine. All right. It's fine. It's fine. That's what you want. Just hold that pressure. That's what you got to do.
Good jump, boss. Good
Keep
jump,
it there.
boss.
Hold
Good
on
jump,
balls.
boss.
If you know you're in a situation, because something will give.
And I
Then
think
you got to be ready.
And I think if you're looking at Ahmed at the moment, I just feel that something's going to give here. Just his whole body language, how he's starting to hit the shots now. He doesn't have that coolness that like he started.
Yeah, no. That's it. Batsmen start getting fidgety when they're not scoring. Well, Mabata has bowled 7 balls to Farhan Ahmed, 7 dot balls. Now, he's done something, just stay in that area. Don't now try and be fancy.
And try and take a wicket.
Yeah.
Just stick to your processes.
Okay.
Come on, Adi. On the full.
That's good fielding on the boundary. Oh, you see that? That just shows you the intent. The fielders are helping the bowler.
Yeah.
Should have, in any ground just wide of the fielder, you should go for 2. But he was so quick to that ball to make sure he made sure it was only 1. And that's the intensity we were talking about that you want.
Oh, Banda.
Bold.
Good job, Banda. Good job, Banda.
So Archie Vaughan, I think he himself should realize that there's no pressure on you. Guys, there are 22 overs left. There's so many runs available. So sometimes people are allowed to bowl good overs. So and that's cricket.
Yeah. Game of patience.
Good your
Bold.
bandits, good your bandits, good your
Good
bandits.
over. One left, or is it end of the over? The good over from Bandile Mabata, 116 for 3, as Ezra Paul has a welcoming break, and we welcome the genie back into the commentary box.
Thanks, Rhino. Thanks, Ez. Yeah, you said it's sort of a fascinating play, this period in 50 over cricket. You've talked about the game plan. I look at the ball. Is the ball starting to get a little bit softer? I know they're using 2 wide balls at each end. The ball's issue's going to come on. We saw in the SA20 that the ball gets soft very quickly in South Africa. Sort of the play gets made after the power play.
Down the ground, gone, wicket, told you, pressure. And the end of Farhan Ahmad, gone for 26. And we just knew he got a bit fidgety at the wicket, that something would happen. Something was going to give, and indeed it did. 116 for 4.
7 dot balls to Mbata, then gets a single off the 8th. Then he thinks, nah, I'm going to take rolls on here, and just manages to cloth this to mid-on. And Ahmed, he has got to go back for 26. Yeah, you were right. He was fidgety. Wasn't sure. He wanted to get a move on. He just didn't get anything going. And that is a big wicket. Benny Hansen with a good catch. Keepers always have good hands, don't they? Even in the outfield. But that's 4 down now. And again, a rebuild for England. Maybe a bit too straight that to go over mid-on. Probably wanted to go a little bit more square than what he did there. 26.
How many balls?
As it is Thomas Roos that makes his way to the crease to join Archie Vaughan. And a big role here for the captain. Now he's on 50 or 69 deliveries. He has to maybe go as deep as 40, 45 overs here, one feels.
Well, that just shows now the pressure's on again. Back onto England, and you say, right, now we go. Here we go, new batsman in. How does Vaughan play from here? He's made a good positive 50. He's looked good. 4 down now, just got a wicket. How does Roos play? How does Vaughan play? Still a lot of runs in this wicket, I fancy. You got to play properly, but it was just the pressure that South Africa started building that created in them taking the wicket. It wasn't much on. It was looking quite comfortable at one stage, but then the pressure started to mount.
It was more on Ahmed, I feel. Just watching it from the sideline, you could see he was struggling to get Vaughan back on strike. The singles didn't come on as quickly as he wanted. Then he decided now he wants to go for the big one, and we all could feel that was coming. And all of a sudden the bowler has got confidence. Now he takes the pace off it, tosses it up. Say, listen, go have a go, mid-off and mid-on in the ring.
Yeah, and sometimes you just need that wicket. I love it. So it's pressure from both sides now currently. Rolls just making sure that he's doing his job. It's amazing what amazing what a wicket does. Hey? Suddenly, up goes the intensity.
Up goes the spirits, everybody's smiling, everybody's chirping.
Yeah. It's like a bird early morning that wakes me up. And a few of them in summer, they're up early, chirping, welcoming the dawn of a new day. And this has been good bowling from Rolls, and South Africa has done well to claw their way back, albeit slowly. But as we said, cricket's a game of patience. We just got to have that patience to control the controllables. And yeah, we called it that pressure would mount and pressure would give.
It surprises me why Benny Hansen went back to Raik Daniels as well, because he had the likes of this man Jason Rose, who bowled well at Western Province the other day. Got a couple of sticks as well, got important wickets as well.
Maybe with just a little bit of, getting a bit fidgety as well, Benny, and thinking, all right, if I bring my premier bowler back for 1 or 2, might just get a wicket. it didn't work. But I don't see anything wrong with it. I like that. I like when a captain is forward thinking, when he's innovative, whether he makes mistakes or not. And that's what you need to allow at this level.
100%.
For them to make mistakes, because how are they going to get it right eventually if they're not going to make mistakes?
Yeah.
And I'm a big believer in when a captain is on the money, when he thinks out of the box, I love it.
Ball keeping a little bit low. Maybe it's a softer nature of this ball as well. But what we see as well right now on the men in the ring, they're sitting quite deep for Archie Vaughan. So they say, right, okay, we'll give you the single. So far he hasn't done that of the 2 deliveries. We want to bowl to Thomas Roos a little bit more here. But if South Africa get Archie Vaughan, I mean, then they're definitely in the pound seats here.
Yeah, I was a big believer, and I mean, even when I was teaching at school, and I wasn't one of those coaches that gave a captain a piece of paper and say, right, this is the way you captain. I always said, we do the talking off the field. When you're out there, we can always talk about it afterwards. Make the mistakes you need to make. Lead. You know what you got to do. We've spoken about it, and just left them. He knew when to bowl the bowlers and all that. And I always felt that those type of captains and that type of coaching attitude really brings the best out of your players, because you know what? You're giving them responsibility, and you're telling them that you trust them. You
100%.
trust the process, irrespective of whether they make mistakes. And that to me is crucial.
Also the fact that if you listen to their reasoning, why they're doing something.
Yeah.
And that's where the debate comes.
Absolutely.
And that's where the discussion comes in, not just with the decision. Tell me why you made the decision. Tell me why you played that shot. Tell me why you bowled that ball that time.
Absolutely.
Oh, Bandage! Good job, Bandage!
At the end of the day, you got to manage. I mean, these are youngsters. Their thought processes. You got to help them develop. It's your job to help them develop. So you also got to allow them then to do what they need to do. And as you said, tell me why. Why did you take that? That's the discussion you have over a Coca-Cola afterwards in the change room. You really then can have those discussions.
Oh, let me tell you. But that was close.
He's done an admirable job thus far, Mbata, by doing the holding job.
But just on that point, Jeremy, sorry to break your word. Today, when we were playing back in, his coach told you do X, Y, and Z, and you would do it. Now I think modern day coaches are saying, for me particularly, tell me why. I'm interested in the why. And then you throw the develop around that way about developing our players in their mindset and their thinking. Not just a case of, no, keep your hands at the what. Like, tell me why did you go into the onside? Tell me what you saw. And sometimes we need to go into the players' mindset and the players' viewpoint to see, right, okay, this is what they see.
Yeah, it can't just be one way. It's my way or the highway. It's got to be a collective.
Well, diving on a hard square is probably not the best, but he did make a fair effort there, Chad Mason.
Yeah, it's dry. It's hot as well. Bit of grass burns.
Well, is he going to take some pace off here, Rolls? Is he going to tempt him? He certainly got the feel that a certain Mr. Ezra Poole wanted to see. He said, right, if you want to hit me over, mid off and mid on, go ahead, by all means.
Well, that was just an absolute pie. Gone for 4.
Well, we thought he might toss it up, but it's got to use the facilities. That was a full toss and well put away. Maybe that will get Thomas Roos going. He's off the mark with that boundary.
He's kept on the pressure, I suppose. That's just a bit of sweaty palms, and it just let it out.
You are clutching at straws now. You are clutching
But
at
it is a
straws.
pie. It was a pie. There's no doubt about it. One accepted gleefully by the batsman, and that will go for 4 as well.
And how often doesn't that happen?
Yeah.
How often you've bowled so well, and then all of a sudden 2 balls, you can see the 2 boundaries. Glad you're not at mid on or mid off.
Was it that wicket?
Oh my word. No, you weren't. You were actually worse because you stood at first slip and I was walking back and you shouted. I don't know what the distance is, Jeremy, from your first slip to where the bowler runs from.
Oh, the man there would have been in business. It's well bowled. Good comeback from Rolls.
There was a few choice words. Teacher by nature. Old school disciplinarian.
You asked for that field, we set the field, and then you can't be bowling muck.
Oh,
is that gone? No, we got to go upstairs.
No, we're not going anywhere upstairs. But another this time is Archie Vaughan that's been diving in on the hard surface.
Yeah, we don't have that technology here. Bandile needs to make sure that he gets it next time. He's commentating here on his own sake. We're going upstairs for that review. Ain't happening today, Pitch Vision.
Our producer.
Yeah.
Oh, Bandile.
Interesting guy. I think you'd have made it.
I think so. I think the dive, slide, whatever you call it, what Archie Vaughan did, probably got a few skin sort of taken off him by diving and sliding.
I tell you what, you look at these Englishmen, by the time they get back to England, they'll be pink.
Good job, Barnes. Good job, Barnes. Good job,
A
Barnes.
few of them walking without no hat on, no
Barnes.
wide brim.
They're enjoying the summer. That's what they want to do. They want to tan.
Good job, Bandy. Good job, Bandy. Good job,
I've had a
BFC.
few,
Good
but
job,
I've never been there in
Good
winter
job,
in London, and I wouldn't go there in winter
think-
either.
it's
I've
not
got no
your-
business there in winter.
It's not your place.
Nah. Now you go here towards the end of June, July, August.
Bandy.
Nice and hot. Tan in the sun at Lord's and at the Oval. That's what you do.
Good job, Barry. Good job, Barry. Good job, Barry.
No, not on the Pims. I was on the gin and tonic
Good
trip.
job, man. Good job, Lado. Good job, Lado.
Had a few cold ones. I mean, the Poms like their hot beer. I don't know why. I suppose it's their winter.
Oh, yo.
Well, I got spoiled by the night one day. I got there and we were in the commentary box at Lord's, and the night was happy to see me, Mr. Botham, a good friend, and said, "Rhino, I'm taking you for supper tomorrow evening." And
Good job, Barnes.
well, the
Good
next
job,
evening we
Barnes.
got
Good job,
after
Barnes.
the
Good job,
day's
Barnes.
play. There was a Pakistani driver.
You go,
He had
Barnes,
a
Barry. Good
Mercedes-Benz
job, Barnes, Barry.
S500. We sat at the back. The gin and tonic was poured, and off we went to a lovely curry den. That's cut away for 4. That was a good shot. It was short and got the punishment it deserved. Short and wide, and any batsman worth his salt will dispatch that for 4.
Come in, Barry. Come in,
Yeah,
Barnes.
just
Come in,
width on
Barnes.
offer this time from Mbata. And that's well put away. No sweeper there.
Over.
And as you said, any batter with anything would put that away nicely. And that's what he did. He's already got 3 boundaries now out of his 13. That's Thomas Roos.
Always been to Lord's when South Africa won there. And the one year that I did go when Vernon was playing, 2017, I mean, before lunch, and I remember Morne Morkel dropping a vital catch. And let me tell you then, the first ever test since unity that England won at Lord's to beat South Africa. But we've always been successful at Lord's, South Africa. Never lost there.
Very successful. Good hunting ground for us.
Yeah,
Always do well.
lovely ground to
At
go
the home
there.
of cricket.
First test match, Lord's. There we go. Right, filled out. Thanks for coming. Well, the first test match back in after Unity in '94, I was privileged to be there with the Free State Development Team, and Dr. Bacher still organised us tickets. We watched that test, which we won in 4 days. We beat England by an innings of 99 runs. Donald got a fifer, and Kepler got 100 at Lord's, back into international cricket, after it was signed off by Jagmood Dalmaya from India, who was the president of the ICC and the BCCI. What a moment.
Oh, remember
Well, that's where the first time I went through the Grace Gates And I said to Koti Gruvia, gee whiz, I thought I was going to heaven. And he said to me, that's the closest you're going to get.
Oh dear.
Yeah, take that on your pipe and smoke
Well,
it.
I'm just glad you didn't do the rush, the mad rush for the seats from the Grace Gates, because they queue up from like early morning there, 6 o'clock even before.
Numbered seats, sir. Allocated. J.M. Fredericks, I wasn't rushing.
Oh, gotcha. Good job, gotcha. Good job, gotcha. Let's catch
I
this
never
by
could
him.
get
Gotcha.
that.
Keep
I
cracking your spot
worked at the
passes,
MCC
gotcha.
for a year, and
Good
you
job,
get
boy.
there
Keep
to the
cracking
ground
the
early
green,
and you
boy.
see the men faces up against this fence waiting. It's like
Good
the
job,
horse is
good
ready
job,
to
good
bolt.
job, buddy.
Just open the gates, and then once the gates get open, it is a dash and a half.
Yeah, those are the seats that's got the unnumbered seats,
Yes.
they call them. Where the rats and mice go, you know. No!
Oh, Jeremy.
You make sure that you got an accreditation around your neck, and then they say, good morning, old chap, and you sit around, I'll have a gin and tonic, thank you, sir. Well, 131 for 4. Back to the cricket. And, partnership 15 runs now. Johnson's on 52.
It's 15 runs. It's come a little bit quicker than South Africa wanted.
Yeah.
As I said, Thomas threw 3 boundaries already. So now against Rolls, he's just got to try and tie it up again. Yeah. He's bowling to the man in 52. He's got Archie Vaughan. That's another full toss.
Now, just ever so now and then, he just lets one go and it's full. This one's worked around, hasn't got to the boundary. They turn for 2.
Come on, Rosie! Come on, Rosie!
You enjoyed it on the MCC stuff? It must have
Oh,
been an experience,
brilliant.
hasn't it?
What an experience, Jeremy.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why it was an experience. It all started because we just got back from a tour from India, South Africa under 19. So I came back for 3 days, and then Dr. Bacha says, right, so you're on your way again in 3 days' time, and you go. And it's all when you arrive, because you arrive, they take you through the nursery ground, and then you get a tour through the long room and
Yeah.
everything else, and then you sort of live just a mile up the road. That's well put away.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good sweep shot. He got so much control of it, didn't he? Roll of the wrist.
And the thing that made it good, from a cricketing perspective, you played against county second sides.
Yeah.
And that was brilliant. Not just one-day cricket. It was three-day cricket at the time. So you play 3-day cricket. And the guys on the cricket staff that year, they all trying to impress the counties who you're playing against. So they want to put their best foot forward. So the cricket was very, very good. And then South Africa A was touring there with Herschel Gibbs and all those boys as well. And I ended up being 12th man for the MCC game.
Cut away. His insurance on the boundary. They'll come back for 2.
And what I'm about to say might sort of surprise Mr. Pule. Keith Arthurton from West Indies.
Yeah, remember him?
He went off the field. So I had to go on when a certain Mr. Croft was bowling off spin. And then Crofty ended up saying, Eugene, can you go to Silly Point, please? To Herschel Gibbs.
Oh dear.
And then he bowled a full toss, which Herschel put away and hit it straight on my knee. 12th man back off the field.
Oh dear, that was silly.
But anyway, it was good times. Played at the John Paul Getty's ground. Beautiful ground.
Yeah, beautiful ground, yeah.
Beautiful
John Paul
ground.
Getty.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it just brings
On
back,
you, boys.
and that's the one thing, the beauty about the game of
Good from you,
cricket.
boys. Good from you,
You,
boys.
Develop so many friendships, you
Good
see
job,
the world,
Andy.
and cricket's been good. You know, not only from a super sport perspective, but from a Cricket South Africa perspective.
Good from you, Bandy. Good from
Having
you,
the honour
Bandy.
to
Keep
manage the
going,
South
boys,
African
Bandy.
A team on tours to India thrice. So yeah.
Oh, gone.
Came back from England. 3 days later, went on to Zimbabwe with Western Province on a pre-season tour
That's good for
with
me, the
Duncan
money.
Fletcher. Arrived in this place called Leopard's
Leopard's
Rock.
Rock.
Yeah, up
Yeah.
there in the hills. It's miles above sea level. Ended up having to do a 5K run at altitude. Thanks for coming. Just off a plane.
Oh, that's work, yeah. I remember the first day I said to the players,
Good bunch, good
and
bunch.
you're talking
Good
about
bunch, good bunch.
good bowling
Good
from Abata once again. He's really done a good job. That you cannot take away from him. Spot on. And then talking about players, in the first morning practice in India, we're in Bangalore.
You go
So
ahead,
guys,
lads.
the bus
Keep going,
leaves at
lads.
8
Keep
o'clock.
going, man.
Got to the bus.
All you
There's certain
bunch, all
Mr.
us,
Ulifi and
Bunch, you bunch.
Mr. Hendricks, Buren. I said to the
Didn't
driver,
quite make it.
start the bus, go. That's good fielding at backward point. And off we went, and the two of them watched him through the change room window. They were on their way jogging to the ground. Got in there, fined them each $10, day one, first practice. Brilliant tours manager for 8 weeks after that. By the time I got to the bus at 7:45 in the morning, all the players were on it. Job done.
Oh, yeah, hit me.
Oh, here's a chance. Yeah, he's a chance.
It's safely. Yeah, they've taken quite a while to try and put pressure on the fielding side.
Yeah, you've got to be impressed by Mbata. He just keeps it nice and tidy. He's busy with his 6th over here. 1 ball still to go.
Well, that's just the thing. That's the type of bowler you need when it's hot like this. You know, you're giving your quick bowlers a rest, and you say, right, that's it there. Oh my dear, just got a top edge there. And, carrier could have gone anywhere.
Sort of stopped it. He sort of
Yeah.
went through the shot and realized the ball wasn't quite there, and then instead of bailing out, he just ended up getting that top edge. There
Sonke Tourism. There we go. And they doing a fantastic job, and they are also the sponsors of this broadcast. And your destination and management specialists, and they definitely do a good job in the tourism and event services. So if you need to use them, there's the all the addresses, telephone numbers, and if you wish to scan, you can do that off your screen and scan them. Use them because they're worth your while to use. Oh, that's nicely driven. But a hand from Rolls. He's also done an accomplished job. And he's busy with his 7th over. 1 for 22.
Yeah, he probably looked to get through to 10 overs, yeah. Because if he does that, he'll be then into the last 10 overs of this innings. That's ideally what Benny Hansen's potentially thinking here from his left-arm spinner. In fact, he's just done himself a mischief here. So he just needs some attention and ease his bowling hand as well. Looks like it's a small finger, the pinky as we call it.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not too bad. Just maybe it needs a bit of rub down from the physio.
No, I'm sorry. Excuse me? Just a finger.
And everybody's come on with drinks and water. It is that type of day, isn't it? Yeah, Rhino. It's one of the hottest. I've been here several times. Normally you get a breeze associated with Stellenbosch. There's nothing to talk of today.
Lovely.
I wouldn't even play golf in this.
Why not?
That's too hot. It's way too hot.
Right. Oh, you're such a sissy. all you got to do, make sure you have enough beverages on the golf cart. Make sure it's nice and cold. And off you go, in the heat. You take a caddy with you with an umbrella, and as you're putting, he stands with an umbrella above your head. What's wrong with that?
Where's he? You going to put him on the cart as well?
Well, he gets a tip afterwards, and a handsome tip. That's why you take a caddy. What are you on about? My goodness.
There's just certain things. I mean, there's certain snakes that comes out as well here in this neck of the woods now.
Snakes don't come on the golf course. They stay in the bush. Don't hit your ball in there. Make sure you stay fairway to fairway, you'll be fine. And if they are on the fairway, you'll see them a mile away.
I wish I had your confidence there, Jeremy.
Well, I don't even bother to go and look for a ball in the bush in summer. Never mind. Well, you with those long levers, you hit them a mile. I played with you.
Yeah, it's just not going straight. The first 2 drives the other day went Mayday, Mayday.
Untak.
Look at the way it's fading. Kyk hoe fade sê hulle.
Yeah, that's what happened often at Westlake, where I'm a member and I play. The best time in Westlake in summer to play is like you tee off at 6 in the morning.
Oh,
because
beautiful.
after 12, it's hot, but the wind comes up.
Wind.
And me with the draw, and if you're playing coming back on the second 9, you draw to the road.
Well, looks like they're going to have a change here.
Oh, that's such a pity, because Rolls has been bowling well, and it just seems as if Carl Fryer is getting back in the attack. He bowled his...
Looks like it's Daniel Bosman.
Oh, he's a Bosman, okay.
So it's going to go to off spin. So he must have done himself a mischief, because the doctor's also looking at it as well, just off the field. So this is an enforced change. And Rolls is key, because he bats as well in that top order. So what do you find from Daniel Bosman? He bowls off spin around the wicket. He's sort of the modern day offie that just tries to tie things up. We don't see this from England. England, they try and go over, the off spinners go over the wicket to the right-handers, and they want to be more attacking. What you see from Daniel Bosman is a bit more, I want to restrict you.
Oh, so he'll be more darting.
More darting into the legs. That's what he wants.
And well, that can be a good ploy. It can also be a dangerous ploy, because if you don't get your length right properly, you allow the batsman to pick it up, and especially if he gets it at his leg and it's a little bit shorter. So you've got the man at square on the boundary, and then you've got a deep
mid wicket there.
A deep mid wicket and a deep long on the fence.
Yeah, but more often than not, Jeremy, like that first ball, it drifts too far off the offside, and now it opens up these options. So he's not a big turner of the ball. Right. So what the batsman can then say, right, he's coming around, it's just going to angle across, so you can sort of play the sweeps and reverse sweeps. So you're taking LBW out of the way straight away here now.
Right, yeah, that's true, because it's got to really straighten up to actually get him plumb in front.
So that's the line where we would think he's going to be bowling most of the time.
All right.
Already we saw Roos try to reverse sweep. That's wishful thinking. Wishful thinking.
Captain right on deep.
He's normally behind the stumps. Let's give him off.
Having an almighty... Oh, that's well played. Swept there, and maybe one.
What Durban and Johannesburg will do for the SA20 to have this type of weather? It's just been raining.
Yeah, no,
up there.
It's you gotta play cricket there, June, July, August. You gotta divide your cricket season. You play all your cricket, Durban, Joburg. You play there June, July, August, and then they must travel the rest of the months, and you get. I know it's but Durban, June, July, August.
It's just raining.
It's lovely weather there in Durban. Let me tell you that. I remember those times going with primary schools at the Sakos tournaments. It was lovely going to Durban, sleeping in classrooms in Sydenham and Wentworth. Yeah, I had the little mattress, the mattresses in there.
Maybe single layer?
Yeah. No, the body was much thinner then. It wasn't as big as it was now. Oopsie.
Just flick the pad. Mbata starting his 7th over here. Starts with a dot. This is the period where you got to try and get two dots and over, 3 dots and over. Try and break it up. This is where you got to do, as from a South African point of view. England, they got to try and rotate the strike. Get Archie Vaughan on strike. That's what Roos has to do here.
Well, they've got to get themselves to 250, 260. That's what You want
Oh,
to
yeah,
because
bunch.
you normally
Put your
say,
bunch.
right, what is it?
Put your bunch.
Last 15 overs, 100 more runs. Normally teams do it at international level. They'll go 10 overs, 100 runs, and they'll go really hard, especially when you got wickets in hand. But yeah, you'd say, right, being under 19 level, the last 15 overs must yield you between 80 and 90 runs.
Well, there's something brewing here for Roos. I'm saying that 27 balls he's faced and only scored an additional 3 runs.
Go!
Well, there's going to be his 4th boundary.
Gotcha.
Potentially.
Every
Is it
day,
going to
bud.
go? Yes,
Every
it
day,
does.
buddy.
And that is why I said that's his 4th
Gotcha, bud.
boundary out of 19. So that's 16 runs already come off boundary.
Every day,
And he's
coach.
faced 31 balls. It's a good shot put away, but you can't just wait for the 4 ball here.
Yeah, you can wait all day. I just go wide outside off stump.
Yeah, just bowl his length.
Yeah, go your length, keep it there. And he's been fantastic. You can't criticize him and fault him. But that's the length that you're talking about. Oh, that one just held up in the wicket. Bye.
Yeah, still 2 to go. So 16 runs in boundaries out of 19. So take that 4 balls away. So he scored an additional 3 runs in 28 balls.
That's not a way to go about your business in this form.
Go!
There, he has an opportunity. Gone. Well, the big wicket of Vaughan, gone for 60. And wow, Babata deserves that wicket because he's really bowled outstandingly well. And the 5th wicket down now, 146.
Yeah, we said Archie Vaughan potentially has to go here to over 40, maybe even 45. Just decided no, he wants to go after it. Sort of hit across that a little bit. And that just goes in the air to mid-off. Was nicely pouched. Looks like it's Daniel Bosman there, but a good knock by the captain, Archie Vaughan. Gone for 60. England 146 for 4.
Well, on that note, while with the ball left, I think I'd just have a little bit of a break and allow you to carry on with our good friend Ezra Poole.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, just hitting across the line a little bit. That's why the ball sort of swirts over in the air, though, to mid-off. And Ezra Poole joined me, and is there a little bit of an opening here now for South Africa to maybe even bring that run rate even down? Because as we said, take those 4 boundaries away from Thomas Roos. He's only scored 3 runs off 28 balls, 29 balls. So now it's a case in point of, listen, we need to build again. We need to find a partnership to build for an onslaught in that last 10 overs.
So with this pair here, Eugene, I think it's important that they take it as deep as possible. So what you want is in the last 6 overs, you want to be having wickets in hand. I just feel that Archie Vaughan at that particular time just looked like he was physically drained. And I thought just his process is saying that if it's anywhere close to where I think it's going to be, I'm going to have a tip at then. Because it just... it kind of dried up for him. He lost that intensity, and I understand the heat that we're in.
Joe Moores, he's the new man. He's kept wicket in the warm-up game and then took a very good catch in the first ODI at backward point. Bata beating the edge, and that might just encourage Benny Hansen to say, listen, give me 1 more over.
Benny Hansen, if he's clever, should recognize the opportunity right now to say that England's middle order hasn't scored any runs so far in these 2 ODIs. So I would genuinely be thinking that I'll bring in somebody at slip after seeing that go past the bat there from Mbata, and then look to maybe knock over 1 or 2 more, Eugene, and then you're controlling the game.
Well, we saw Thomas Roos, as I said, go for the reverse sweep. Is he going to sweep and reverse sweep more here? These 2 men at the crease now are a lot shorter in stature.
And you know the thing with keepers is they're always going to be very, very busy players. So they're going to be looking to play the ball. You know, play the little dabs, run hard, knock the singles, put the fielding team under pressure.
Yeah, Benny Hansen just telling Daniel Bosman, listen, just checking if there's 5 in the ring. Can't afford any risk, surely. At this stage, 5 down. They want to keep that 5 for the back end of the innings. Down the leg side, that's wide. Oh, he's bowled him. He has bowled him, tried to lap it around the corner. And Daniel Bosman, who bowls wicket to wicket, gets his man. And that's the end of Joseph Moores, who has to go back to the hut. Said there wasn't much confidence in the middle order from what we've seen is. And maybe this shot shows that. No 45 in place. Decided no, just wants to tickle around and hits leg stump pretty hard. And that is 6 wicket gone.
I don't have no problem with that, Eugene. For me, it's about the intent shown. So the idea was right because it wasn't a 45. So you want to be manipulating the field and taking the people in front of the bat and move them behind you so that you have an extra gap to work. The only issue that I have is they've been under tremendous pressure in that middle order, so you just want them to come in and play proper shots, hit it down the ground, run hard, and then just take it as deep as possible.
That's a batting card there. 148 for 6. Archie Vaughan, great knock from him. 60 of 83, possibly just giving it away there. But now it's up to Moores and Moore, Harry Moore, the tall opening bowler. He's got a job to do here. As we're going to go for a drink break here at the Paul Roos Gymnasium. Join us in a few moments.
Halfway. 43 here. There is some more. 3 balls to go.
To the Paul Roos Gymnasium. And England in a little bit of bother here. 6 down going into the back end of this innings. And first and foremost, we'd like to pay tribute and homage to our sponsor, Sasonke Tourism and Event Services, who brings expert.
He kind of came on, the game was tight. He bowled a few overs that you can say that was maybe club level like, and then gave away close to 30 runs. And then when he brought on Ali and Ahmed, they just looked a different team. They put South Africa a little bit under pressure, but the total just wasn't good enough.
Well, they're going to have to get a little bit more than the 160 they got at Western Province Cricket Club. Well, eventually they get through for that single. That's going to be over. Number 38 done and dusted. 154 for 8.
So we always ask for something that it's a little bit too much for us. So you're saying that they got to look for at least 200, right? But they now 154 for 8. Realistically, what are you looking at? 175?
Well, it all depends, yeah. So what I would say is how these batters go on about their business. I think there's still balls that they can score off if you're England. And it's important just to continue to rotate the strike. Let's say they bat for 5 overs, takes it to 43, and they're going at 4 runs and over. So that's 5. That's 20 runs. So you add 20 runs to that with still, 7 overs still left. So you're starting to think that way, you're sort of inclined to think that way. Sort of a game within a game at the minute. Yeah, and now you're looking at 175. Now you say, oh, maybe 200 is on. Because what do I need of the 7 overs? What do I need to get to 3 and over? So you always sort of break it down that way to lessen the pressure on you.
I hear you, but I think that Roos is going to have to play a very, very important innings here if England is going to get anywhere close to that. I think
that's important. You're 100% correct.
Ali's kind of shown that he's going to come in and just knock the ones into the gap and just give as much as the strike as possible to Roos.
I think what you're saying, if England get to 200, they're well and truly in the match. And I think from a South African point of view, they know that because England's playing an extra spinner as well. So it's important to try and tidy up this innings very early. Good work there by Lachadin, mid-off. Through they come for a single. So that's one of, 5 balls.
But I also have this thing where I don't understand, Eugene, why you put the in-batter under so much pressure, or he puts himself under so much pressure. I just feel that sometimes you have to take whatever runs you can get, especially in a situation like that. And you don't have to score all of those runs. Sometimes it's just a matter of showing a bit of faith in the guy on the other side. Have your chats. Come up with a plan, a very simple plan, saying that if you do get one, we'll run one. If I'm there, I'll try and maybe get the 2. But those are the kind of things that we sometimes in the cricketing world will always say, nah, but the guy on the other side, he's got to do all the work. He cannot do all the work, Eugene. It's never worked like that. So you'll always find that lower order, when you have partnerships, you'll find that the guy that came in actually contributed a lot of that runs, believe it or not.
Well, once you get to this level, these boys, they probably play higher up in their schools or in their counties potentially. So they can make a job. Well, interesting call here. Chad Mason. He's going to be bowling now. He's bowled 7 overs for 32. So this is going to be the final over of the second power play. I don't think there'll be a big change or field change once this power play is over, because South Africa are in the ascendancy here. Well, I think that is just, let's get Roos off strike and let's bowl to Nazim Ali, or Tazim Ali, I should say. In comes the deep mid wicket. Even Moran has come back into the circle. No slip though for the leg spinner.
Like I'm saying, they're just trying to bowl that pressure on this batter. We saw that England's basically given South Africa 3 free wickets by the dismissals. So I think South Africa is just keen just to keep it like that, thinking that they're going to play their own shots and get themselves.
Oh, he's bowled him. He has bowled him. The googly. And Chad Mason, he now gets in to the wicket column as well. And that's wicket number 9 gone for 156. A little bit of a procession here at the minute here at the Paul Roos Gymnasium. As Ali departs the scene, only scoring 2 runs. didn't see that coming. And as a leg spinner, you thought maybe he should know better. But unfortunately for him, Mason, the leg spinner, gets the better of Ali, the leg spinner.
But you know what it's like, Eugene. If you come with something that I normally do, if it's like two offies playing against each other, you want to dominate. So you're thinking, Mason, I'm going to start playing shots here. It's just important from England's point of view. Try and get as many as possible. If they bowl you a good ball, they bowl you a good ball.
Well, if this wicket does come very soon, I'm sure the man waiting, itching to get back on air is gonna have a question to say, when are we gonna see our youngsters bat 50 overs? Because again, England found themselves 9 down. It's the big man, Alex Green, who was sort of walking around the ground thinking all was quite merry not so long ago. But the capitulation of note here by England, find themselves 9 down. Then slips in place. You reckon the big fella's just going to pat it back for 5 overs, or is he going to have a wing?
I think the big fella's going to have a dip here.
He must have a dip. He'll hit the ball into the wine farms just on the other side there.
You know, it's like you and your golf, Eugene. You know, you also seem to be going off the fairway such a lot, according to Jeremy.
No, I told Jeremy. It's according to me.
I never said anything.
It's according to me. I'm telling you, I'm way off.
Stop this nonsense, guys. Golf is not a sport. It's not the sport.
You should try it. You should really try it.
Golf is not the sport.
You should
I'm
try
going to
it.
be honest with you. If you want to go to the 19th hole, just have a braai. Start a fire. You're going to drink anyway. That's just the South African way of doing things. Now you want to go walk around the golf course as an excuse.
It's not an excuse.
It's an excuse.
Do you know what a thrill you get when you cream 1 out of 18 shots? That's all. I creamed 1 the other day. Just 1. Just 1.
And what?
It was a 320-meter drive. I just need 1. That made my day.
And how did that?
Beautiful.
So it made your day, and how did you feel the next day?
Like $1 million.
It's a lot of bull twang, if you ask me. It's an excuse to get away.
Well, that's true. That is true.
Right, now we're starting to get to the truth about this golf game.
Well, 40 overs gone. England 156 for 9 as the Breeze has finally decided to make an appearance here at the Paul Roos Gymnasium. Look at that. What a sight. Beautiful.
I'm a member here and I'm a member there, Eugene. I'm not going to leave this. I'm really not going to leave this.
I think you should take that up with Jeremy Fredericks, who should be on just after this over, hopefully. As it is, Raik Daniels that's going to come back into the attack here. And obviously he's here to see if he can polish off this innings. 1 for 24 he's got. One got a feel for Fryer making his ODI debut. And then just bowling 4.3 overs. So which way is Benny Hansen going to play this year? He's allowed to have 5 men outside the circle. He feels that Roos is the man that he wants to bowl the fewest deliveries to. Oh, that's in the air. Going out to third man. That is taken. And just like that, the innings has come to an end. It's been a procession. And that is innings closed.
But what I can tell you right now, Eugene, is that there's one man sitting here thinking, what just happened now? And that's Michael Yardy. Because I think that England was going so well when Vaughan was there. And they were controlling the game. They were the ones that were in charge. There's a few dodgy shots, if I may say then. And that's brought South Africa straight in, and they just went in to put the final nail in the coffin.
156 all out. They were well poised, and yet again, between these two teams, the inability to bat 50 overs in that first innings again comes to the fore. That is the batting card there. Dawkins 4, Ben Mays, he got 2. Archie Vaughan and Sawan, they were looking very good. Vaughan getting 60 of 83 deliveries, so 120 of he was then given out LBW. Looked a very good decision. Then Ahmed, he got 26, and Roos, he was the final man out for 25. But for the rest, Moores 0, Moore, Duck, Jack 0, Ali 2, Alex Green not out for 4. Oh, apologies for naught or 4 deliveries. But that is the batting or the bowling card, I should say. There, Daniels, he got 2 for 24. Pick of the bowlers, obviously Daniel Bosman there, 3 for 4 runs. All 3 wickets coming in 1 over, and England find themselves only amassing 156. This is a win at all costs here. It's the final ODI between these two teams. The winner will take the series. So when you join us again after the lunch break, South Africa are going to require 157, not just to win this game, but to win the series against England under 19. Yeah, music. Bundy, we off?
Now to third man. Way to open your account.
Yeah, Chad Mason is opening the batting.
Chad Mason, handy leg spinner, also opening the batting for South Africa. He's off the mark. South Africa.
And that's the one thing that we spoke about in the previous games was that when you offer any sort of width to Lachedin, he latches onto that. Doesn't quite get in line, so he stays leg side of the ball so he can play the ball through the offside, sorry. So if Moores does anything like he did further, you can either drag him a little wider outside off stump, where he's out of control.
Hitting him on the pad. Now that one was definitely missing leg stump.
Or come a lot straighter like he just did there with that delivery. So I'm actually waiting to be corrected on certain things that I said in the first innings.
Well, you moved on dangerous territory. Oh, shot of the day. Hold the pose. Maker's name written all over that.
Not the start that England was looking for at all. But I have to say that these two shots...
He's attacking. He knows that wickets are vital if they want to have any say in this game. Oh, that's cut away. Be a single. Down to the wideish third man area. And Vaughan will be well aware that, to get South Africa get off to a good start, they'll be in a good position. But he knows the vitality of getting wickets, vital for them to knock South Africa over early and try and get 1 or 2 wickets quickly. But I like the areas that this Jack fellows bowl there from the top end. They're quite burly fellas. And I enjoyed the lengths he's hitting. Problem is on this wicket you don't want to be too full because that will get Lachedin on that front foot. Here we go. That's the area. If you're going to be there consistently, you're going to be
So Lachedin at the moment, both his missiles was actually full balls, full and straight balls. So anything that is showing a little bit of width, he'll go after nice and hard, and that will bring the slips into play. But what has also struck me of the first 2 overs is a lot of the balls has gone a little bit aerially through the gully position. So I feel that you could possibly maybe sacrifice one of your slips and get them in there. It's also a run-saving position, Jeremy. It's easy to get off the mark, and that's the area that you're looking for.
Absolutely, you're right. I always thought from a batsman point of view, bowlers are bowling outside the off stump. I'd love to run it down to third man, just to get yourself off the mark. You know, your feet's not moving that quickly and that easily because you're stuck. I think a lot of nervousness is always to get off the mark, and that sigh of relief once you get the mark. And a lot of batsmen do the right thing and they get it down to third man. Well, these days you got that backward point fielding position in test match cricket, which I can't understand that at times. Haven't seen it here today, thank goodness. Here we go. Just whooped around. Would think of a second, but well cut off there by Jack. Only one.
So I heard that Eugene spoke about how important the power plays have been for both teams. And if England want to make any sort of inroads here, their fielding it's vitally important that they back up the bowler, because it's an area that we didn't seem to focus on as much. South Africa in the first and you could possibly say the second ODI.
That's good cricket. Running well between the wickets. Those are the runs that we saw earlier that England didn't take. I thought there was a lot of ones and twos. I thought England left about, I'm saying comfortably about 25 runs out there.
I would agree with you 100%. Even the shots to a deepish mid-off was what I thought England could tick over, rotate, strike with, but they didn't. It's like bang, hit at the same time, same pace. There was nothing like a little bit slower, a little bit to the side, or it was just the same kind of replay over and over.
Yeah.
So this, you see, the keeper, Roos, is one of two brothers. I think the one that is here is James.
It's James Roos.
And then he has a brother, I'm not sure what his name
No, it's
but
Thomas Roos.
No, he's Thomas, and I think the other brother is James.
Oh, okay.
And I want to tell you a little bit about him. You mentioned Jimmy Cook early on at Somerset. And his brother, that I think is roughly about 1920, also got 1,000 county runs for Somerset in his debut season.
Yeah, no, that's a postage stamp. It's a postage stamp, and it's flat. It's flat. At Somerset, that I can tell you. They score tons of runs, their batsmen, once they get in. Oh, well bowled. That is a pearl of a delivery to end the over. 13 without loss.
I love a batsman's reaction when they get beaten. They immediately tell the non-striker, it's done as this, it's got done that. But you couldn't have known. You couldn't have known, Jeremy. You just played it miss.
Yeah, but the first thing they always do, they first look behind. And then they'll tell you, no.
That one's just nipped off the seam or whatever it might be. And you're thinking, wow. I suppose that's part of the cricket game.
Yeah, I've seen players, and you sit there as manager and they get out and you hear all sorts of things. They tell you what the ball's done, and I'm just thinking to myself, oh please, man.
It's just been straight.
Yeah, you're now talking the biggest load of bull. Yeah, that's not a good shot. Wide called. But it's interesting. Always good to hear. There's always 110 theories about the game, and that's what makes it so interesting.
Another thing that England's got to control, like they're controlling it now very well, is the 14 runs that South Africa has scored here. There was one wide, and that's the wide that just happened now.
Yeah.
So if they control that, it just shows that they're getting the ball in the right kind of areas.
Again, he goes and flashes outside off stump. Jack just getting it a little bit wider. Trying, the batsman, Lachadin, just trying to cut that one. As you said, he's very strong there in that area, the cut shot and the drive when it's outside off stump. The straight to delivery, he seems to struggle. That just moves off the straight. And you just know that if he doesn't change his technique, that he's the type of batsman where it nibbles a bit, and you can just get the ball to move away, get it driving. That's why you got these two slips in business. There we go. There we go. That's much better. Leave.
So it just looks like the facilities has changed a little here, Jeremy. We had good bounce from that side. It's now become a little inconsistent. One taking off, one keeping a little lower. I think maybe Roos should maybe just go up a meter or so and take his slips with him. The last thing you want now is the edge not to carry it.
Yeah, that's not what you want, especially in situations like these. That's cut away. Well, that's just given as a bonus. It's a gift outside of stump. And he's going to go there all day. Reminds me when the crowd at Barbados was shouting to Alan Donald when he was bowling to Brian Charles Lara, and the guy says, "Hey Donald, Lara lick you all day." And as he ran up to bowl, they shouted, "Lick him, Lara, lick him." And as he came down to third man, the guy again in the crowd, you know, there are some fascinating people in the West Indies like Gravy and all that. "Hey Donald, Lara lick you all day." Yeah. Wonderful people, West Indians. Gregarious. Love their cricket. That's just such a pity that, you know, we see, I watch all this under-19 cricket with all due respect, and teams like Nigeria, and they play. And they get bowled out for 16 and 17 under-19. That's not what the focus of the ICC should be. That's developing nations are always going to remain developing nations. Let's be honest about it. In world cricket, you've got to look to make Sri Lanka cricket, West Indian cricket, Bangladesh cricket, Pakistan cricket. They've got to become as strong as what India and Australia is. That's the job that needs to be, and that's where the money, most of the money needs to be spent, is to try and make sure so that you have world cricket. I mean, you look 25 years ago, what a team that West Indies was. Bowlers that they produced there, oh my goodness me. And that to me is more important, where the ICC should really focus their attention, is that more money be spent there than watching teams being bowled out for 10 and 16. I'm sorry, I might be crude, but goodness gracious me, it's a waste of money.
So, that's an interesting point there, Jeremy, I have to say. I think that the ICC is also looking for more sustainable models in terms of the money. So they see that the US market is quite a big market. I think that they're thinking that maybe if the US puts everything together, they could become one of the powerhouses. I could be barking up the wrong tree. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I hear you, just to cut in there. But then the US has got to produce US players to play. You can't just have a lot of expats that have gone from India and all that living there, and now you suddenly call that the ICC. I'm sorry. That defeats the purpose. I just think, you know, West Indian cricket should be made strong. Pakistan cricket should be strong. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, the teams you've got, and if the competition's good, you're going to find a bigger sphere. You can't have India, Australia, and England. It's not fair.
So you basically, what you're telling me is you're not a fan of the two-tier test system.
No, not at all. Not at all a fan of a two-tier test system. It gives advantage to 3 countries if you look at it properly. 1 tier, and they got to compete. You're top 8 nations. That's it. But you got to make sure that you have Pakistan as strong. You got to make sure that the development and that is strong. I'm not saying that Samoa and these players mustn't be playing cricket. That's not what I'm saying. Yes, they are. But are they going to really become a world force in world cricket? There's only so much money and a pool of so much money. And my point is, yes, development widely spread. But there's got to be a pyramid. Whilst you've got the thing wide, the pyramid's got to go up, and then the nations have got to become less, where you have eventually 8 strong test nations. And that's how you're going to look after the game globally. And that's how you're going to grow the game as far as I'm concerned.
What do you think, if I may follow up with a question on that, what do you think about the home and away system over a 4-match test series in the test arena?
I don't have a problem with that, but I'd rather say, because of your time and your international calendar, home and away, a 3-test series is the minimum. Minimum. 3-test series. And we know that money, if England comes here and you can squeeze in another test, and you play 4 tests against England, South Africa, because that's what people want. I mean, I know a lot of people in England that are asking me, why do South Africa and England compete so little against each other? Because we get a lot of English tourists here over summer. They spend their money. It's great for the economy of South Africa. And for England and South Africa to play a home and away basis every 8 years, it's not on. But every second year they're going to India. Come on, man. And that's where I feel where the ICC really needs to look at. The ICC is not just consistent of England, Australia and India. There's a world that plays cricket. And you've got to make sure that the world is strong. And if you strengthen West Indian cricket, strengthen Pakistan cricket, you're going to have a better product. Now, come on.
No, do the ICC go so far as to say that we will oversee your governance in terms of the budgets and stuff? Because if you're saying let's make Pakistani cricket strong, let's make West Indian cricket strong, we find that once the ICC have allocated budgets to what is happening with that budget in that particular area?
That's why people are employed. It's the job of the financial department to make sure that their money is spent in the right direction. That is why the ICC have international financial people, international develop. It's their job to go around the world and make sure that it happens. If it doesn't happen, those countries should be in trouble. It's as simple as that. It's all about checks and balances at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned. That's a good shot. And they get it through the covers. Will it go all the way?
Maybe two.
Well fielded. They're gone for two. South Africa getting off to an amicable start. They're batting at 4 and over.
There always used to be a saying when we were playing, Jeremy, that the saying used to go like this: one for the chuck. One for the chuck.
One for the chuck, yeah, I remember that as club cricket.
But I haven't seen that at all, to be honest with you. Nowadays you don't see that. The people turning for the third on the throw. Is it?
Well, these guys have some of them have such good arms, but the thing is this: when you get one for the chuck, it's important to run the first run hard.
100%.
That's where it starts. That creates then the one for the chuck.
Yeah. And once you have that momentum and you're kind of halfway down, it doesn't take you far to go there.
They always give it.
But those are the kind of things that we've got to look at and implement at this kind of level, thinking that how can we improve this level as it is here now? Do we have to wait for them to go play county cricket or provincial cricket in South Africa? Why can't we improve them now already and make them a better product by the time they come there?
Yeah, oh, that's true. You're right.
And that you got to look at the home countries, like for instance South Africa. When was this team gathered? When did they actually sit down? Has somebody maybe like Ashwell Prince, that is the batting lead, come to give his input here? And so those are the kind of things that we got to look at and think. I think we can improve on them.
Well, the other thing that you're making very good points there. It's a loose stroke. The other thing that I believe that must happen is that we've got a high performance centre. There, you got to have a team of coaches that you have around, the people that consultants that you employ, and that place should be busy 365 days a year. So that when here players have certain faults. I mean, you look at Mapaka, brilliant bowler. But he's going to have problems in his career because of the mixed action. I don't know if you've picked that up.
Yeah.
So you can't wait until he's 30 to sort it out. It needs to be so. That's where the place where you've got to take them. And then I'm still a believer that you've got to get academy sides together that can tour or a team. And that's where these youngsters get their opportunity, that they go to the hyper and they spend time there. And then winter months, you don't have to go overseas. What about embarking in Africa? If we're talking about growing the game, why can't we go to Zimbabwe more often with these teams? Go to Kenya, where there's a lack. And part of it that you have a deal with the ICC, give us extra funding, but we will help to grow cricket in Africa. Because that's where you want to grow the game.
Okay, so my add-on to you is, why can we not have more than one high-performance centre in South Africa? If you look at the indoor centre that was recently built here at the school, that's towards your left-hand side, is world-class. Jeremy, I'm telling you, it is. If you've been in there, you think, wow, have we come this far? Then we have the wickets, so if you can improve, have maybe more added to the square, the nets are very good. Because I tell you why I'm making this point. So if everything is up north, you become accustomed to that northern conditions.
No, there's got to be more than one. I absolutely agree with you. You're 100%, because you want to prepare cricketers to play on all conditions.
Yes. So that is why I'm saying it doesn't necessarily just have to be there. I mean, this facility was built maybe with the idea that there could be a high performance center here. And I think it will help South Africa much more if, like you say, if you're going to go to India or to Bangladesh or whatever, you can come and train in the Western Cape where the wickets are not quick, they're low and slow, so you can mimic conditions.
Yeah, but it'll have to be during the summer months, because you don't get cricket played outdoors here in winter.
No, that's true, and that's why you could possibly use the one in Pretoria because of the weather conditions in the winter.
Yeah, the one in Pretoria is used, I mean, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I just feel it must be a vibrant culture of 365, whether there's one here, whether there's one in PE, whether there's one in Durban. All of them, they should be utilised, Trian, because there's always cricketers to train. The one thing that we've got, we produce cricketers in this country. We've always produced, we're never going to stop producing cricket. We've got a good school system, they bring the players through. The important thing is to take them through the next phase. And I'm saying the sooner you can narrow the gap at provincial cricket, get strength versus strength, get quality, you need that in world cricket as well. And then you sell the brand, and then sponsors will be involved. Then you're going to see the money rolling. You can't just see money rolling in one side, that's cut away. We cut off one, go for four, a turn for the third.
But the one thing that we do have in Stellenbosch, and it's a known fact, is there won't be a lack of sponsorship in Stellenbosch. I mean, if you just look at the centre was developed here by the school and the university and some private sponsors, as you can put it. And then I just think that players are not just produced up north. There has to be players in the south as well. So, so you find that in the Western Cape region as a whole, you find you have Western Province, you have Poland, you have SVD. But I would say that is the three cricketing regions just in the Western Cape alone, which I think is massive.
Yeah. Well, and then you got to have a hostel opera, because if you're bringing 2 players or 3 players down from southwestern districts, I mean, it's 4 hours to George, it's not fair. Then they got to be part of an academy, they got to be part of a hospital system, and they got to be part of an education system, because it's not just about playing cricket. I was always a believer in development, that if you develop cricketers, you got to develop people holistically.
Yeah.
Can't just be playing cricket, because if he doesn't make it as a cricketer, then he needs to have some sort of education where he can go and work.
And where he can contribute to society.
And not everybody's going to play for South Africa.
100%.
But you're going to have maybe a very good biokineticist, you're going to have a good physio, you're going to have a good school teacher that can go and coach cricket. That's what you need. So it's the holistic development to me, and that to me is proper transformation, not window dressing.
I think it's time that Eugene comes on. I see Mr. Fredericks very passionate at the moment.
I love the game. That's what I live for. Live for cricket, and I want to see us being the best in the world and bully the rest of the world. That's what I'm interested in. And I just love it when South African cricket does well. And against all odds, we got to a final at Lords. So, and with limited resources, we're there.
But on the two match basis.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's not our fault that they are so silly to draw up fixtures and that's why I'm saying that England's played how many tests? 22, and they're on 45 as percentage. There we go. So,
baseball.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how people actually go about playing against the English now. I think Australia had the Ashes there where they went in and they said, all we're going to do is play old-fashioned test cricket. If England feels that they want to take the game forward with their style of play, then so be it. but we're taking this to day 5. Because a lot of people saying is, and I've heard this and I've thought about it a few times, still trying to come to a conclusion. A lot of people will say sometimes England is playing baseball because the batters aren't good enough to bat all day.
That could be the case.
Beautiful
that's a
shot.
lovely shot. That is a
That
glorious
is a
stroke.
gorgeous shot.
Wow, that's the shot of the day. Wow. Right off the back foot, played an a la Jack Cullis. Not the easiest shot to play in cricket, that. That was a good shot.
You just see he gets up nice and high on top of the toes. And make sure that the hands is flowing through the hitting zone. So I hear you, Jeremy, and I think that with your passion and everything, it's important that we as South Africans try and get the right people involved in terms of how we grow the game.
Oh, this one's caressed off the front foot this time. And lovely, they could one for the chuck, as you said. There we go. There's your one for the chuck.
You know, Jeremy, myself and Eugene, when we were younger and before we started playing provincial cricket, we actually came from your school. You played a role in our cricketing career. And I think that sometimes we lose that, where we just feel that, okay, the next guy in he must just do it. And we lose the experience and the knowledge sometimes to be able to deal with young adults, put it like that.
Yeah, Ezra, the point is, they know where to find me, and if my country needs me, I'm there. I'll be more than happy to be involved.
Beautiful running there, Jeremy, and that's where I think that South Africa's outdone England up until this moment.
Ezra Pool's going to have a welcome break after some good discussions that we had, and I really do enjoy the discussions. It's good. It's good to debate about it. It's good to agree and it's good to disagree.
I think I've done really well to dodge the golf question there, Jeremy.
Yeah, that one into the over. Lachadien's looking good. Mason's played some exquisite shots for 4. It's 33 without loss.
Glad to be back here with the Rhino. Give the Ezra Pool some time to go look up some more stats, some
Are
more
you honest?
topics.
Are you honest and happy to be back here, Israel? I'm not sure about that.
Some more topics for him to talk about.
Yeah, I don't have to talk.
100%.
It's wonderful. We want to see, because the interest of these young people are, I mean, they're doing nicely, South Africa, at the moment. That's a full delivery. That will be dispatched for 4. Well, if you get them there, you got to do the necessary, and Lachadien doesn't have any time to spare. It's just a full half volley on leg stump.
Yeah, the inconsistency of line and length from England is costing him here in this power play. Full ball down the leg side, that's a gift for anybody, let alone somebody that bats at the top of the innings. And I don't think they've bowled well yet to Lachadien at all. He's graced to 22 of just 20 deliveries. Chad Mason elevated to the top of the order today. Well, these two just growing and growing in confidence just by the shots they're playing, Jeremy. They're looking in fine fettle. Mason had planned missing quite a number of balls, we have to say that, but as an opening batter you can expect that as well. Not always going to hit the ball in the middle of the bat. It's a brand new rock that these bowlers have in their hand. You're going to have to play and miss at some of them.
Again, he plays this full on leg stump. This time it will be just 1 down to the fine leg region. The one thing that I'm liking about these two, the strike is being rotated as well. So it's not just one batsman taking up a lot of balls, they're working the ball in areas. Hence, Lachadin on 23, Chad Mason. It's a good start this, especially in the power play as well for South Africa. England would know if these two put on they've already put on a good partnership, but they need wickets if they want to have any say in this game.
I think England were 49 for the loss of 2 wickets during their power play. Just once that power play period finished.
Yeah, they were 2 for 10,
yeah.
3 for 69.
But I think this is a very good power play. It's about maintaining this. The hard work is done, Jeremy. It's not just a case of just playing the ball on merit, working it around. You will get a ball that you can put away, that we've seen several times in this first 8 overs from England.
Oh, they're just batting under 5 and over. So what more do you need to do?
Modern day cricketers, Jeremy. That's all I'm going to say. We've heard this term so many times, and they're just not happy with, well, what is that, 6 of this over, and still keep playing the shots?
No one's catching the bullet train from Paris to London, so you can go with the Chuku train. Yeah, it's good enough.
Well, hard work is done in the over.
Yeah.
Got the boundary, got 2 singles.
Absolutely. Oh, he's beaten. That's a good delivery. He's beaten him. He just seems to be a little bit at sea when that ball's just
That's his Achilles
on a
heel.
length. Yeah.
That's his Achilles heel. If you can bring Lachadin forward, and if it's a little bit straighter, you'll be more or less in the business end. He was bowled 3 times out of 5 innings during the Kaya Majola. Bowled 3 times. I think it was bowled 3 times out of 5 as well at Cubs. So there's an area there that he has to work on. We've always said that. He knows it himself.
Yeah, because what happens, word goes around.
Yes.
I tell you what, it spreads like wildfire. He's susceptible here, he's susceptible there. And when you play opposition, they're going to bowl you where your weaknesses are. So you need to sort it out. And that is, it's not something like a hook shot where you say, right, I'm not going to play this shot. I'll duck under anything. It's an important business area where he's got to look either to leave or play and then make sure that he gets in line.
Especially if an opening batter as well, you know, is going to be a little bit fuller with a little bit of shape, as it's the leg spinner, Tazim Ali, coming into the attack inside the power play. And what a last sort of 4 or 5 overs of the England innings that was. It was a capitulation of note.
And how?
144 for 4, 156 all out. One might say, Archie Vaughan, he started it when he got out for 60, and then after that it was just a procession. One couldn't believe it.
He had no partners to bat with him. I mean, who else got top score of 26 from Mays. Then there was a 26 from Ahmed, the man bowling now. He looked good.
This is the leg spinner though. This is Ali.
Yeah.
So one feels Ahmed might come from the top end because they do bowl in tandem.
Then you still got Farhan Ahmed. Yeah, he's the guy that I saw with the Young Lions Cubs. He was here just before Christmas.
Jeremy, the question is, yet again, we've seen a team not bat 50 overs. Oh, that's a googly. Beautifully bowled, and that's going to go for 4. Eludes everybody. Let's wait for the decision. In fact, it's been given as runs.
Oh, so there could be an opportunity. Let's have a look at this again.
Googly it is.
That was the googly. The wrong one.
I think Chad Mason got himself 4 runs there. Not sure if there was a tickle on that.
Yeah, difficult for the keeper to get that side to catch it.
But yeah, going into a test series that starts on Sunday and your batters or your team has not batted 50 overs, it's got to be a worry. For both teams, it has to be said.
Where they're playing the test matches, it's one here and
one at Marty's, as that is played onto the onside. One at Marty's and one at Western Province Cricket Club.
Yeah, that's the one I'll be at Western Province Cricket Club. Wonderful to see. This is also there how you grow the game. Great to see. It's not just played at the big arenas. This is where you got to take cricket to the people. If you look at the amount of spectators around here, it's a nice country setting. It's lovely, and that is where I believe that you should play your 4-day cricket at other venues as well. I mean, we got the World Cup coming in 2027. I know groundsmen want their wickets and they want them to... and I know everybody's struggling with sponsors to have all that advertising, but surely to goodness, you can take the game to the people. If you say to a place like Robertson, listen, Boland's playing a 4-day game there, I'm just making an example. And, you know, let's get you guys to help us with advertising. The club takes all the bar money. You go play it at Constantia or at Western Province Cricket Club. You say to the clubs, listen, there's the bar money. Help us get the advertising around the ground. People come from the community.
Will come.
They come and watch cricket. The bar makes money. You got cricket balls for the next 5 months for your club if you got a junior section. And so that's the type of thinking we need in the game today, modern day thinking. That I think that you grow the game. And then when there's a game at Newlands and Western Province is playing one day T20 and the SA20, kids are going to nag their parents.
There's more of a buy-in into that.
Oh, we want to come because you know why? We've seen our heroes at our doorstep. Now we want to go to Newlands. Here we go.
And I think that's learning from the Boland top 12, but it was rugby. It was played in the community, and every community member, person came out and watched those games. And then from there, they go and support the Boland Ranks, the Boland Cavaliers, and stuff like that. That's how it grows.
Yeah.
But it starts, as you said, with the communities.
And it's just a little bit of effort. That's all it is, all it takes, all it costs.
Starting the one, yeah.
Farhan Ahmed, the off spinner.
There we go. Good little cricketer, this. Ahmed.
Starting, ready to go. Looks like he's ready to run the 100.
Oh,
yes, Roos.
Well, where are they going to get the breakthrough, Jeremy? Where can England get that breakthrough?
yeah, they can't be patient for too long as well. This is naughty. He's not trying. The big old heave. Outside edge. No slip in position 4. There was a slip there, it'd have been in business.
Just don't understand. Lost his shape there altogether. And this is something that I still say, Lakhdin, he needs to work on this facet of his game. It was a foolish delivery. Gave it the whole catch and sink. Lost his shape altogether.
Slip in place, he'd been in business. Down his throat.
Well, will we see the slip?
Always. Always there.
Not going to. 49 without loss. 1 away from a team 50 here.
Sweetly bowled. Love it. Love this boy's energy. Farhan Ahmed.
Well, he's got a lot of work ahead of him going into the test series, I tell you.
Bowled him. Well, he's tried his luck once too many. We just knew that something would happen, and Lakhdin, really something that would work. No patience against the spin. Got South Africa in this position, but very, very naughty throwing his wicket away there. 49 for 1, Lakhdin gone for 27.
Well, if you look at this here, all that was needed was to hit the ball where Chad Mason is standing. Hit the ball down the ground where Long On is. He decides no, he wants to go over mid-off. He's just got a fortunate or fortuitous 4 runs, 2 balls before, and this time he misses out. And that's what I said, Jeremy. I said modern day cricketers, they're not just happy with 4 and over. They just think they've got to keep scoring and scoring quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't always help. I mean, it's a perfect opportunity. Perfect situation, but Ahmed's got the wicket. That's what they wanted. Hopefully they know now that 1 leads to 2. New batsman in, new batsman on strike. He'll be nervous.
Captain Benny Hansen.
Yeah.
Coming in at 3. Didn't keep wicket today. He was out in the outfield. My call is still, I think he's a good batter at 5. The reason why I say that, he's good against a spin, good at manipulating the field. Yes, they're going to face spinners now. And he's been elevated into this role
Always, always.
3 and 4 for South African under-19s.
Is it hence that he's at 3? If you think now that the spinners are on, to tell him to try and work it around, get 1s and 2s, get Mason on strike?
It's been the story of the day this series. He's always come in at that time.
Okay.
So whether there were seamers on or whether there was spin, this has always been his role.
Always eight.
But we don't know what the strategy is inside. We can see him batting straight on off stump.
Well, it's short. He's going to get off the mark with the boundary. And 50 up for South Africa.
Benny Hansen, hockey player. And with that, you know they're going to play square of the wicket quite nicely, especially of the spinners. City comes in and manipulates spinners quite well.
Always.
Bit of a gift, though, has to be
It
said.
was a gift, and he's got a bit of a Clyde Fontaine stance. Be interesting to see when the ball's nipping just outside off stump with a stance like that, where the bat goes to. No problem with the stance. The bat's just got to come down straight from whence it comes, whether it's at a wider angle, because when you get into position, you just got to get it down, coming down straight. You can have a wide stance, you can get the ball bat wide, but when you get into line, it's got to come down straight. On the perpendicular line. Sisonke, Tourism and Event Services, definitely the sponsors of this broadcast. And lovely shots of Cape Town. That's where you can go. They're in Waverley, building 1903 suite in Mowbray. Mowbray, Nore, Gore. And tourism at sisonketours.co.za. That's where you can get hold of them. 53 for 1.
Power play done and dusted. I'm just going to come back to that point you made, just at the end of that over. They feel that the reason why they're standing out, they don't want to get that front pad in the way of the stumps. So they say, like, let's open up, and then we can get the bat there. But as you say, sometimes you try and play across the line, your bat don't come through straight. So you just got to be aware of that, or be just having the know-how. Listen here, I'm standing at a opening up. I have to get my bat coming through a little bit straighter. So we'll see what he's going to do here against the leg spin. Just 3 men on the onside again.
Yeah, because this could be challenging when he gets the normal conventional leg spin that rips a little bit, and then tries and confuse him with a googly.
Fairly open again, Jeremy. Fairly open, showing the stumps this time. So it's a different play to the leg spinner than what he does to the off spinner. Yeah, he shows his stumps a little bit more. Here you go. Practically you can see all 3 of them. The theories, Jeremy.
As long as the bat comes down straight, there you just saw there was such a little bit of not a full face of the bat. Just seemed to close the face a little bit on the previous delivery. Oh, that's good fielding. It's a good shot, good fielding.
Well, he's close there. On point. So Benny Hansen couldn't get that away.
One just feels that the spinners are going to cause a bit of consternation before we... Well, that's nicely played, yeah. Oh, it's a misfielder. That'll go for 4. It's got 4 written all over it. Just a bit of fielding there. That's been a bit sloppy, and the tall man Moore going right over it.
Well, it was all looked like it was the old knee, hip, then shoulder there. 4 runs it is. Well played by the captain, Benny Hansen. Oh, he's lucky he got an edge. He is so fortunate he got an edge there. Ball keeping low.
Well, alhamdulillah.
Well, I think the ball is starting to do a little bit of strange things here on the bounce. Summer's keeping a little bit low. And he can be extremely fortunate. There was some bat on that.
Because had it have been stone dead and had it missed the pad, it would have been bowled as well.
Well, that's one you just, if that wraps you on the pad without you hitting it, you don't even look at the umpire.
Yeah,
You just put the bat under the arm and say, cheerio, fellas.
Yeah, I'm out of here. And it kept low as well. So he was lucky to have got an edge on it.
Well, maybe there's still something in here.
I reckon so.
There's still something in here, folks.
You know, another wicket or two, the cat's amongst the pigeons.
Coming in and facing spinners, and they are good spinners England have here. You enjoying that breeze now, Mr.
Lovely.
Fredericks?
It's a lovely breeze.
Oh,
It's just dropped short. That was near. Wow. It just seems like they're playing indifferently now against spin bowling. The South Africans.
ball was in the air for a while.
Long time.
And the fielder just didn't sort of go forward. Sort of waited for the ball to get to him. Jeremy, things are starting to happen here. I don't know if the breeze brought in the tide here as well, but certainly sometimes things are happening. Spin twins are on.
Well, the grapes are definitely in the presser. Yay!
What a difference a couple of overs makes here.
Yeah.
Seemed things were going merry way here. Now it's spin on. Trial by spin.
There's a song, what a difference a day makes.
That's correct.
And the difference is you.
Ooh, another one they're keeping low. Jeremy, I don't know what it is, but I think you've suddenly moved to the edge of your seat.
Must be something in the water.
Either that or they're playing for drinks.
That's sometimes just maybe a good idea to play for drinks. Just get yourself, say, listen, we'll just regroup, recoup, get a bit of advice from the coaches or two during the drinks break. How are we going to tackle this? These bowlers are bowling well. So you got to try and say, right, let's go to another plan here.
When will we see a
Good
short
bowling.
mid-wicket? When
Good
will we
bowling.
see a short mid-wicket, Jeremy? I think that's going to be drinks now.
Yeah, 58 for 1 it is after 12 overs. And England has clawed their way back a little bit by applying a bit of pressure on the South African batting lineup. We're going to go for a short break. 99 more required. Drinks. Welcome back. Our drinks being taken at regular intervals here, every 53 minutes. It's been perilously hot. So you can understand that these players got to keep them hydrated. And this is what's happening in this series. Then the Hollywood Pro Series, that's the 50 over, starts 15th of March. Wars are now where? 15th of February to the 23rd of March, we'll see, sponsored by Hollywood Bets. So I'm sure everything would be purple.
Wonder if Ezra will be purple.
Well, starting on Saturday, I'm going to the Met.
Beautiful.
Lovely. One of the top events in the mother city is the Met that takes place in.
You'll be well dressed, the Rhino.
No, it'll be casual. Casual but fair. I'll have a little hat on. I ever tell you a story about that Hilton Ackerman and H.D. Ackerman, they had a horse. The horse's name was Province. And Hilton Ackerman said to me one day, I must come and watch this horse, it's a good horse. And he said, put a few bob on the horse at Kenilworth. Anyway, let's first have a look at this delivery. Swept. The sweep shot being executed, and it will go for 4. Just what South Africa probably needed now. I went and the horse had on Western Province socks, and the horse was neatly dressed. And the horse ran stone last at Kenilworth. Well, the story doesn't end there. He then sold the horse. They then sold the horse to Vaughan Marshall in Durban, who's a horse trainer. Yeah. The horse hasn't lost the race since. Yeah, that was the late Hilton Ackerman for you. What a character.
Oh, dear. Never worked with him.
Oh,
didn't work for him.
That's a good shot. That's a lovely shot. Looking good. And it'll go for 4. I don't know if Ezra was at the academy. Hilton was the coach there. Him, Vince van der Bijl, Procky. Now and then, Graham Pollock used to come and help out. And the shot that Anson just played before, the sweep, Hilton Ackerman hated
that. No, he hated that.
So, you know, Van Neck Gum was quick bowling at 150 Ks. Chad Baxter, remember him? He said, give your bat here. He gave him a broom, he said to Van Neck Gum. Now you go at him. Oh. And he said, see if you could sweep that.
Yeah. Hilton Ackerman. Monday was the lecture days after the weekend games. I mean, he was never short of a word.
No, never. But what a good man to have had a young talent like that. I mean, he just gave so much of himself. Short. Pulled away. Hansen looking good. He's raced to 16 of 12. Mason has just played the anchor role there, batting with him.
Yeah, he has. 21 of 37 deliveries. They've given Benny Hansen a start, though. We have to say that as well. He's played some good shots in between. Some of the crowd enjoying the shade of the trees or some of the gazebos that Cricket South Africa have put up as well.
Yeah, lovely. It's a lovely picturesque ground. Nice atmosphere. Sure, once these trees get a little bit fuller, but I know where the spot I would have found is there, somewhere behind the side screen.
100%.
Or to the left under that tree.
I see your caddy is lurking behind you. He thinks he wants to take over from you here. He's
Oh, is
lurking.
it that time?
He's lurking.
Okay, right. It's all his. I need a break now. It's getting hot.
Thanks to Jeremy again. And Ezra Poole will be taking over from him as Fad Ahmed is continuing here. 1 for 8 of 2 overs so far.
Thank you, Eugene.
And these two are putting on a nice little partnership. Still just 90 runs needed for victory for South Africa under 19 to win this series against England under 19. Well, spin has come on, Ezra, and things are happening.
Love myself a bit of spin there, Eugene.
Oh, that's beautifully played. Round the corner. That's what we haven't seen in that first inning. We haven't seen that for a while.
Something that we've been calling on for the first and the second ODI, saying that batsman has got to try and manipulate the field. So in order to manipulate the field, you're either hitting it over the top straight or you are sweeping. So I think it will be interesting how South Africa goes about this, if they continue on the merry way with the sweeps.
Yeah, Chad Mason elevated to the top of the innings. He's done a really good job for his team. Just news from Jason Rolls. Looks like Doc says he might just have aggravated a little bit of the soft tissue area.
Okay.
So hopefully it's not too serious.
That puts him out of the test matches.
Well, if it's soft tissue, hopefully it can recover.
So Ahmed settling in nicely here. I saw that Mushtaq Ahmed spent a bit of time during the lunch break. He's talking about his lens and how important that was.
Yeah, what an experienced man he is. Plenty of test wickets. Plenty of wickets for Sussex as well. No, not the shot. Not the shot for me. Don't try and force it if it's not there.
So with the sweep, Eugene, as you can see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, roundabout, say 7 to 8 fielders in front of the bat. So what the sweep does is it makes you move somebody of those 8 to behind the stumps. So then a gap becomes
It's going to be one bounce. And then the ball dies. Good little pitching wedge that. Just for 2. It was a very good pitching wedge. Didn't you see the little check on the ball?
I did.
2 runs?
No, I didn't. But I think it was just, I think Benny just wanted to get somewhere off strike. It's got nothing to do with pitching anything. Listen here, guys. I've now had my fill with this golf nonsense that you just like to talk. Why don't you go for a stroll at Museberg Beach or something?
Well, another aggressive shot played by the captain, this time just for one.
It's in the southern suburbs, he doesn't live there.
Apologies, that was Chad Mason that played that.
So what I'd like to see, and this is what I noticed in the previous ODI, that when Archie Vaughan brought himself on, it just looked like there was no energy on the ball. Especially Offie, I'd like to see that his whole action and everything is putting a lot of energy on it. It's almost like he's just floating it there, Eugene. If you just have a look at his action, it's like he just floats it out there. I want to see him go over, pivot over the front leg, and you want to be hearing the fizz as it comes down the wicket, then you know there's a lot of energy on that. But you can't just be floating it up there.
Who does he remind you of at the start? His action. I'm gonna give you 6 balls. I'm gonna give you 6 balls. I picked it up straight away. Who does he remind you when he starts in his
Nels Momberg.
No. International cricketer. You've got 6 balls to come up with a name. You've only got 1 shot at it. You've got to tell me Archie Vaughan. Just as he starts and runs up, who does he remind you of? Okay?
I'll have a look.
But Ahmed, he's going to continue.
Who does he remind you of?
I know, I've got it in my head. I'm waiting for you.
Oh no, Archie Vaughan you're talking about.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan.
No, I think I'll have a guess at that.
Okay.
Should be better than trying to hit a 6 iron somewhere.
Well, but if it's you, definitely.
Bowling.
I'm surprised you even know something about 6 irons.
So that's exactly what I'm talking about, Eugene. If you look at Ahmed, how he finishes his action and how the ball does something from the wicket. Whereas if you compare it to Archie Vaughan, it looks like he's just kind of just trying to get it in a good place. Look at that. The rip and turn there. I love that. I love spinners that bring me something.
Why not stick somebody around the corner? Maybe somebody catching there. You never know. Could get it to bounce a little bit more. You could keep low.
Nice setup. Nice and focused. Good pace there. Nice and high. Well read there at mid-wicket.
Good work there by Moores.
That's what it's about. Sometimes you kind of read the body language of the batter and you can kind of have an idea of what kind of shot is he just going to try and work it around the corner, and great anticipation there. I think something could give you. Something just could give you.
There's the bounce. I would stick somebody there, I'm sure. There we go. He's going to bring that man that was at sort of forward of square on the offside. He's going to come around, and he is parking himself in that position. Just around the corner.
Just got a feeling that there could be a little reverse sweep here, Eugene. You don't think so? Let's have a look.
Well, it's not the reverse. He went for the drive and get the outside edge. That ball is racing away. Work to be done. The big man getting down there.
I was nearly going to say something about Leicester.
I'm just on the game here. 72 for 1. Apologies, 75 for 1 after that 3 runs. That's driven square of the wicket on the offside. It will be a couple of runs. More work for Green to do here.
So you see, Eugene, I'm not sure about that man catching on the leg side.
Well,
the other two, if he gets his line and length right.
If he gets his line length right, yes. He was just struggling. The 2 balls that was bowled there. The first one was wide outside the off stump. Got the outside edge. That one was full and got driven. Immediately the big man Green looking for some water. He was doing some yards there. Right, here we go. Who does it remind you of?
Right, here we go. Let's have a look.
Our scorer there, he's got it in one. Not Bandile, the one sitting next to him. He's got it in one. There's a LBW shout going on the sweep. And Chad Mason, he's got the report. 28 or 52 deliveries he got. And his time has come and gone. And that's a second wicket gone for South Africa.
So he's been kind enough to mention this. Kind enough to give me a clue. Have a look here, Nathan Lyon running in. Is that right, Eugene? Here we go.
Not a big turn of the ball, and that was gun barrel straight. Another good decision. I think the umpires have had a really good day so far in the blistering heat. 77 for 2.
Left-hander. Going to be interesting to see how we go here.
Well, I would say the first thing is don't play for turn. That's what I will say. Because Archie Vaughan bowls it very, very straight, and you're right. It's got that sort of bit of Nathan Lyon about him when he starts going his run-up with a flick of the leg up behind him.
What I did like was how Bosman took the game forward. He came down and he was really positive against the spin. Well, we see the same Daniel Bosman in this innings.
Yeah, Daniel Bosman can take the game forward. He's still a youngster, grade 11. Our good mate, Robbie Gillette, speaks highly of him.
Same school though, Eugene.
Well, that's what I was going to say as well. But he has work for South Africa still to do. Target is 80 runs away.
We have found that on this wicket, it falls in clusters. 2s, 3s at a time. So let's have a look here if Archie Vaughan is going to give this one a rip and go past the outside edge.
The important men here is slip, short cover, and mid-off. They've got to be on their game here. I mean, keeper's always in the game. And you just threw the mic down because a half volley remains a half volley. I didn't want to say keeper. Keeper's always in the game.
No, especially if you're thinking that something's going to go past the bat.
Yeah.
Just doesn't finish it off for me, Eugene. Really, I just feel he can get a lot more loop on it, a lot more drift if he just finishes his action. There we go. That looked a little bit better. Bit more energy on that.
He's listening to you. Somehow, sending out mid on to long on. 1 ball to come. This could be a wicket maiden for the captain. And a wicket maiden shall be. 17 gone. 77 for 2.
So this for me is a really important phase if I was England. Because now I'm thinking, how quickly can we steal 5 overs here with a new batter coming in? But it just looks like the body language is a little bit lackluster. Yes, they took a wicket now, but it just feels that that belief is not there at 100% yet.
Well, there are the bowling card. Harry Moore. 0 for 22. Eddie Jackie only bowled 2 overs for 6. Was struggling with his footing a little bit. Saw the men here working at the ground, trying to come and sort of help him out there. Alex Green also bowled 2 for 11. Tasim Ali couldn't find the consistency. 3 overs for 20, and it's Ahmed and Vaughan that's taken it up here for England at 19. Well, I'm not sure about this field because there is acres and acres of space on that offside. Because the man in cover has gone a little bit deeper, is almost half sweeping on the offside. And that's an easy one. I'm not sure if he wants to bowl to the left-hander, but that is just too easy.
I can understand why the guy is kind of deep there. You want him to be feeling for it to go through the offside, and that's what normally creates the gap for the offie. But you can still keep him in the circle and not give away the one, and still do that, because you want him to hit it as hard as possible through the offside, and that's when you go through the gate. But for me, this is the matchup that I've been looking forward to.
Well, this will tell you all you need to know. Ahmed also bowling off spin, but has 2 slips, which shows and tells us he's got more revs, more energy on the ball, and likely get a little bit more turn from this pitch. Oh, talk about turn. How about the ball that goes under? The goes under.
So you've given it a new name. Is it the Gazanda?
The Gazanda. It's always been the Gazanda, one that goes under.
I see our fellow commentators here saying that you got to be shoving that spikes down your throat and going over the top there, Eugene. See, that's typical golfers.
Oh, it's a half a pail. No, I'm just gonna remind our viewers that Ezra Poole told me not so long ago if there's going to be another golfing remark made, he's not going to be happy. But when it comes from him, it's probably okay. Anyway.
For those golf enthusiasts out there, no problem whatsoever, Eugene.
Well, it was Jeremy Fredericks, as Daniel Bosman gets off the mark. It was Jeremy Fredericks that said, no, he's got to get that front foot out and put it down there. He played well with his front pad, let me tell you. You must see the red marks on his front pad whenever he batted. Just get the old pad down the pitch from far forward, Can't be given out back then. No DRS.
Yeah, but remember, there was a time that you had to whiten your pads.
Yeah.
With a whitening, what do you call it? Almost like...
Whitener.
Yep.
Yes, the whitener.
Yeah.
So you say Jeremy's pads always...
Every month needs to do that.
Oh, there you hear it. What? So the spots on his pads was because of inside edges. It wasn't that the bowler hit it. It's because he kept on whacking them all over the place.
I'm not sure which game that was. Not the games I saw. Always walked around. You remember the old Free State coffins that they used to call it? The bags, the cricket bags, Firestone.
Massive. Yeah.
Or Goodyear,
yeah.
Goodyear.
Goodyear,
It was
yeah.
Goodyear, the Free State men. Bright orange.
So the more you can get Vaughan and Ahmed to bowl to the left-hander, the more I feel that that's his get out jail shot. It's very, very rare that he'll go across the line, so he's looking for anything that has width. So that if they come and they target the stump constantly, I think they could be in the game here.
Well, the area for concern here for Benny Hansen would be if he does go on the sweep, because Archie Vaughan is very much wicket to wicket. He's decided to go for the old reverse. Excellently put away by the captain of South Africa under 19. 4 runs.
Looks like Harry Moore will be back in the attack soon. Hopefully, get a breakthrough for England. So make this game very interesting if I think he gets that breakthrough. Because the same like England, I think South Africa's middle order is also a bit short on confidence.
Tries to go for it again. Maybe a little bit quicker through the air from Archie Vaughan this time. Yeah, I've never thought I'll ever look up to anybody in terms of height. But I certainly look up to Mr. Harry Moore. That's a full toss. This could bag another couple here for South Africa. And this always helps bringing that target ever so nearer, ever so closer. 70 runs away from a serious victory here after losing the first one.
Convincingly.
Well, first one England won by 5 wickets. Second one, South Africa won by 5 wickets. Now that is just lapped round the corner using the pace. And that's well put away by this youngster, Daniel Bosman. And that is a very, very good over for South African U19s in terms of runs. 91 for 2. Yeah, you could see the anguish on Archie Vaughan's face there. He wasn't happy with that delivery whatsoever. So he's just going to bring about a change. One feels here at this end. We'll wait and see.
So Eugene, you told me at the toss that England was going to go spin heavy. So I've seen Vaughan, I've seen Ali, I've seen Ahmed.
There must be one more lurking
There must
somewhere.
be one more lurking somewhere. He definitely won't be under the tree there because it's this time of the afternoon where the puff adders and the Cape Cobras like to visit.
You should know. You should know. You're from this neck of the woods. Yeah?
I'm a Boland man through and through, and let me tell you, a few cobras have been discovered at Boland Park.
That's good cricket for me. Was short, was sort of wide outside the off stump, but still had a presence of mind there. Benny Hansen hit that too long on. I think that's good cricket.
No, beautiful cricket, and that's what you want. You don't necessarily have to be playing from the crease the whole time. You can use your crease in terms of depth, and you can use it in terms of going to the right or to the left to get yourself in a position where you can play that shot a lot easier. So Ahmed for me here is key, especially to Bosman. I think Bosman, just because he fancies the offside, he plays a lot on the inside of the ball when he plays towards it. So if there's one that turns a little bit, I think slip could come into play here, Eugene.
Well, they've got rid of one of the slips. So just Archie Vaughan still left there. He has, as just said, just fancies that offside. It's almost like with an open face. Plays it there to the offside.
We watched him in a few tournaments and he fancies the offside. So if he does come down the wicket, he'll look to go long on and anywhere from there towards the offside.
I don't feel he'll leave his crease at any time soon. I know what you're thinking, and that's probably right, just to put him off his line and length a little bit. And back goes long on. It's well bowled. Changes and varies his pace very well, does the youngster Ahmed.
And I can see why the Lions would bring him on tour. Just by his accuracy, the way he's meticulous, going about every ball with the same routine, same rhythm. And that's what you want. And then you start learning the intricacies of bowling spin, tossing it up a little, changing your lines.
Well, another over comes to the end. 20 gone. 92 for 2. Well, you said there that we've seen a lot of Daniel Bosman, and we have seen since December. And he's become a lot more mature with his batting as well. He did really well for Western Province at the Kaya Majola, and then had a really good Cubs for the Superstars. And again, just see every time we see him, that maturity just shows and comes out to the man. Batting at 4 here today for the SA Under-19 team. Seems a very, very positive man.
Tazim Ali back into the attack. I'd like to see him maybe just throw the ball up a little. You know, it's when you flat and quick, I think you just give the batter that little bit of opportunity just to see what your lines are. Whereas if you're throwing it up and you're genuinely trying to give it a rip, I think that brings a lot of players, the keeper, the bowler, the bowled, the caught short cover into play.
Well, that's good feet, and the running is going to be very good here. That's excellent stuff by these two. And in fact, it was Daniel Bosman that actually pulled Hansen through there for 2 runs. That's good work from the youngster. You're looking at your tee-off time there again. You're looking at your watch.
I think we should be using golf course for housing. That's a controversial statement. Mr. Fredericks not very happy with that.
Well, I'm not happy with what you're saying.
Yeah, you can hit it there in the parks. You know, we used to play back in the parks with a half a broomstick.
Well, that's beautifully utilizing of the pace. You said he wanted to take the pace off. He didn't get it that time, and Benny Hansen using that pace and guiding that one just down to third man for 4. This was well played, well executed by the captain.
Eugene, what happened to street golf? You know, it was like a putt-putt basis.
There's putt-putt. There's plenty of putt-putt.
No, putt-putt is nonsense.
But you gotta move with the times. You as a coach, you gotta move with the times. We're moving with the times.
I try to read up on new coaching techniques and stuff. I am trying to move with the times. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This nonsense must come to an end.
Do apologize to the viewers, as South Africa are now 1 away from Team 100 for Ezra Poule's lack of interest in a game we all admire, that everybody plays all over the world. I'm sure some of the Englishmen that are walking behind us, they'll love to be on a golf course right now. Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
There's a big appeal. There is an appeal. Oh, the finger has been raised. And it's Daniel Bosman. We spoke earlier of him just there and then, and he's got to go. That's a 3rd wicket gone for South Africa with a score of 99.
And Mr. Moulian departs as Tiger Woods' dad came to sit next to me now. So it looks like you've been pulling in the wickets here, Mr. Fredericks.
No, not at all. It's the batsman here. That's just the South Africans getting themselves in a spot of bother here. As Vaughan gets his 2nd wicket. Or is it?
No, it's Ali.
Ali.
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting his wicket. Tazim Ali getting his 1st wicket. And
Letabo,
yeah, I just couldn't get to his name now.
Letabo coming to the crease.
What? Flafla Muslaka. Pasla Muslaka, yeah. Pasla Muslaka, he gets in. It's as long as the Sri Lanka surnames that you've got to break them down into syllables.
But one thing I can say, Jeremy, I watched him in the South African schools team against the Colts team. And I think he was captain of the Colts team, and he looked a really good prospect in terms of batting.
Oh, it's good to hear, and it's hopefully now South Africa's going to need him. And he's got to play innings now of substance. South Africa require.
Googly. And that really turned there. So this is going to be interesting to see how Ali goes about the rest of his overs that he's got to bowl here. Still waiting to see the other spinner that England said that they have, that they selected. And if ever there's a time maybe to bring him on, it would be now. I think they must probably finish Ahmed and bring him on from the top end.
Yeah, you're right. Spin is going to be crucial here. And just get that sort of wicket. What was his 8 of how many balls? 7. 17. Yeah. 18. Thanks.
So it just looks like Ahmed will go a lot straighter to Benny Hansen, trying not to give him any width outside the off stump, where he can just manipulate the ball into an easy gap for a single.
Lovely afternoon breeze just coming on, blowing away the heat between your earlobes.
Oh, that's true, Jeremy.
Yeah.
That
It's
is.
lovely that we need that.
I've often heard that you guys as golfers always say that you don't like the wind. You don't mind the rain, but you don't like the wind.
No. I'm a very different golfer to I don't mind the wind. I don't play golf when it rains, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna, it's uncomfortable. Okay. I don't know with wet clubs and all. People that play golf in the rain is abnormal. you can't play golf in the rain. You can't hold the club. Nah. It's just unpleasant. I don't mind the wind. Listen, if you live in Cape Town and you're not used to the wind, you shouldn't be living here.
Yeah.
End of story. That's it. And though you can't have fair weather golfers. You've got to play in all conditions. Like you've got to bat in every condition. Like yeah, it's a bit challenging for South Africa. 100 on the board as well now. They require further 57 more for victory. They're in a commanding position, that one has to say, but this game, anything can happen. We've seen the cluster of wickets that fell during the England innings. Ooh, Genade Adelaide. Wow.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. So they create a gap for him outside the off stump. So they want him to be driving through that area, and that creates the old go through the gate type of thing. If you see here, he's gone very, very square and very, very lucky to survive that.
Lucky indeed he is.
So he's got to take his time, get used to it, see what it's about. Shouldn't feel any pressure. You have Benny Hansen on the other side on 35.
Yeah, and just look early on to rotate the strike. It's as simple as that. You look to rotate the strike, batsman in. Don't you try and be a hero. You've got the other man in on the other end. He's 35 not out. You've just got to the crease. Look to take singles. Give Benny the strike. That's what you got to do. That's clever cricket. That's brainy cricket. But the problem is everybody wants to be a hero. Oh my goodness, that's dangerous batting.
Reverse sweep again,
Whoa.
Jeremy.
He's been good at it, but you've got to pick the right length to sweep.
No, but that looks like it's Tabo batting now and not Benny Hansen.
Beg your pardon.
So
Sorry.
that is ball number 5, and you're looking to go for somebody that has been superb today, Jeremy. I think it's just a bit of a risk. I don't mind if you play it, but you have to play it in the right conditions.
Yeah, especially when you're not of the mark. You can't be looking. I'd like to see him get his run straight down the ground. That's where you got to look to play spin when you first get to the crease.
But I can also see the bit of trepidation by Ball and Cricket Service Manager Mone Steyn to stand behind us here. He's the old school kind of guy. Knock the ball down the ground, make it easy, make it comfortable. You know?
Mone's been a stalwart at Ball and Cricket for a long time.
100%. He's like
He's the mayor of the Ball and Cricket. If you're looking for the boss, you look for Mone.
100%.
There
So
we go.
he is like the milk in the coffee, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
You
The
cannot separate
the
two.
lifeblood. The lifeblood.
The lifeblood of Ball and Cricket.
He's got the run of the mill there.
Oh.
And you guys better listen.
Oh, I'm telling you, I don't even want to look at him at this moment in time, Jeremy. Could be the end of my contract then.
Well, nothing's changed. I love that.
It's going to be interesting here how Benny Hansen is going to go about this. See, they plug that little gap on the little leg side paddle. Ooh.
Yeah, he just doesn't need to get out now.
Yeah.
It's crucial that Benny Hansen bats through the innings for South Africa. He's got to play the captain's knock. Play the captain's innings that's required of him. He's got himself in. He's played nicely. He's looked good. He's in command.
So this is the kind of pressure that England's been looking for. So they've had a few, they squeezed a few dots now in a row. So all they want now is they want to complete an over or put 2 overs of dots together. Then that automatically makes great fielding there. And that's the kind of backup that you need, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's been good cricket. Good shot, good fielding. Sees the length. Benny is good at sweeping length.
Yeah.
He's played the conventional sweep, then the reverse sweep he's also played very well. He's known when to play it. And you can see it's something that he practices day in and day out. So you can't just come in and play shots.
Yeah.
Got to be Tiger Woods hit 5,000 chips a day. 5,000 drives a day. That's why he became...
There's ball.
He's got him! He's got him through the game. Gone! South Africa lose their 4th. And now I'm fancy in a spot of bother.
So as you can see, it's just hit the pad then ricocheted onto the stumps. I think just a little bit of patience. That's all we wanted Letaba to show. You see, and I think if England keeps stringing dots together to the non-striker, that's the area that they feel that they can gain momentum and take more wickets. I think it's just the flat googly, looks like it turned a little bit, and that's off the pad onto off stump. Mabata.
Yeah, Mabata in now. And Bandile. Mabata. It's not our Bandile.
Our Bandile is a legend, Jeremy.
A legend?
Yeah, you know, puts everything together, handles everything.
Are you looking for a job again tomorrow? Nah,
Bandile, I'm not that look doesn't sit well with me. So it's a no.
I just decided I'll sell you down the tube a little bit. No, Bandile makes sure, him and the staff here, they do make sure that everything has happened, working and all ready for us to start our job when we get here.
Comes from a good university, Bandile, UWC.
Oh yeah, no, not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
If you've been at any place where Dickie van der Ros and Jake Schervel is, you come from a good institution. Two legends. Legends. Jake Schervel, not with us anymore, and Dickie van der Ros. Yeah, they also had, what's the rector that's also not with us anymore?
O'Connell.
Oh, Brian O'Connell. What a good cricketer he was in his day as well. BP, Brian O'Connell. Those are 3 general stalwarts of that university. Yeah, there are a few more there that have been stalwarts over the years at the University of the Western Cape. Certainly good institutions down in the Western Cape. Not too far from here is Stellenbosch University, also UCT. Ali's bowled well.
No, it's been good. I like it when they took him off. And this is his 2nd over back. And I think what's been good is he's tried to focus the bowl as straight as possible and not allow the South African batsman any width whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a lot to play for. 56 runs to get, 6 wickets in hand. England have struck with their spinners, done the job thus far, and South Africa's got to hold out.
But I'd like to see how Mbata goes about it, because we watched him in the Kayamajola and we watched him at the Cubs week, and he was really exciting in the sense that he didn't want to be dictated to by the spinners rather than dictate the spinner. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it. Is he capable enough, mentally strong enough to suppress that attacking nature and just to work once and get his captain on strike?
Well, I think the momentum is with him. If you looked how well he bowled earlier, he bowled very well. I must say he pulled South Africa back into this match. What did he go for? If I look at his figures, Mabata was 7 overs, 1 for 23. And he came back and did a holding job that South Africa needed. And he helped create the pressure for England to be skittled out for 156. So hopefully the ascendancy is with him now batting. Ooh, that was perilously close for a caught and bowl by Farhan Ahmed. Wow.
So I'm just thinking that the guy on deep cover could realistically become a deep point. If Benny Hansen is keen to play the reverse sweep, you can cover that and take out the 45-ish kind of player and move him into maybe a short mid-wicket to prevent that one. So then if you're asking him, if you want to play the reverse sweep, by all means, I have protection out in the deep. So now where are you going to look now? So then he's thinking, I've got to maybe look over extra cover, and that's where the mistake could come. So I just think Charlie Vaughan missing a trick or two here at the moment.
Yeah. 55 more required. I'm sure sitting in that South African dressing room, these guys will be counting off each run one by one. Lots to play for, yeah. That's the quicker one. Yeah, lots of pride. Lots of rivalry over many, many years of international cricket between South Africa and England from under 19 level, 18 level, women's cricket, and of course men's senior cricket. Been lots of rivalry over the years.
Just think maybe get a bat pad in there, Jeremy, just to see what Mbata is going to do. It's just too easy just to go forward and block. So you're thinking, you're trying to get into his mindset to think that he must do something positive. Does change maybe around the wicket, thinking that, okay, now I can maybe sweep the ball. However, I think he'll be just outside off stump and honing in on that. And that for me is the easy single, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's easy played. Let's worked it out for 1. 1 and 2 for 4.
So I'm still waiting on this spinner that Eugene promised us.
Well, maybe it's a mystery spinner being flown in by helicopter.
Maybe he's the mystery, Jeremy.
Why don't you keep the mic to your mouth when you speak?
Mandile enjoying himself there.
Yeah, easy just to throw that rod out. It's fishing season.
And I think this is a really good tactic that England's come up with now, especially Ali. He thought, okay, I'm going to do nothing different. I'm going to be straight. You got to make the play. If you want to come after somebody, you want to rotate, you come after me.
Yeah, if you're going to hit it and try and hit him, I'd look to hit him straight over his head. That's where you got to look.
Googly there.
Yeah, those are the ones you can just wait on that and it'll turn for 2. Easy runs. Good way of playing him. But you got to wait to hit it. If you're going to hit it straight over his head, you got to not allow the ball to turn. You got to get it on the full. Because if the ball does turn and spin, you're in trouble. You go down the track and miss it. I'm meaning the full delivery. Look to drive down the ground if you can. And then play these little nudges when you get the googly and the conventional leg spin. That's nicely played. That's well played. Execution, perfect. That's going to run away for 4. Yes, indeed it does. That's a glorious stroke. You waited on it. The ball was just a fraction short, and he was on like a flash.
So sometimes you just You, as a batsman, you get so preoccupied, just like you hear in your coach's head. You can't allow so many dot balls. You can't allow so many dot balls, and that's when you start to. It's kind of plays with your mind. Whereas all Mbata did was wait, and then there was a bit of width and put that away.
He's nuggety, isn't he? It's Mbata.
No, he's.
I like his. Oopsie. Yeah, just singing his praises every time commentators curse. You don't want that now, as far as the South Africans are concerned. 109 for 4 in a good position. One still has to add.
So we find that you're absolutely right. South Africa's produced a host of great all-rounders. With basically that same good running there. With that same attitude of never say die, never say die. So whether it's with a ball or with a bat, Mbata just looks a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, that's been the nature of South African cricket, hasn't it been? We've always come fighting for our position in world cricket, and our Admiralty haven't been performed. Even the women's cricket, they've been involved in 2 World Cup finals, might not have got over the line. Men's under 19 has got to finals already. They won one where Rabada played and Aiden Markram was the captain. So, 110 for 4 as we have another drinks break. We'll go away for a little bit of a commercial break and we'll be back shortly. Right, back after the drinks break on a warm day at Stellenbosch. Sasonke Tourism, they the sponsors of the broadcasting that we have available today. If you need to do them, you can actually use them through your destination management specialist. That's what they are. Offices in Mowbray. Telephone numbers on your screen, and also the www.sizonketours.co.za. They'll do all your needs that you need, and you can also scan them, and they can take you all around the beautiful country, a beautiful Cape Town. So we have, and they do events, tours, and things like that. Yes, England would feel if they get another wicket or two, they could really, really pressurize South Africa. One just feels with the captain there, it's still safe sailing. And Mbata, just as I said, he looked very nuggety to me, and I just like the way he goes about his business. He bowled well earlier today, and now he's got a job to do with the bat.
So I think that England can learn something from the way that South Africa went about it. They didn't do anything extraordinarily great. But what they were good at was they had the ability to go for small overs. Small overs meaning that there was maybe 2 or 3 over for the most, and they just stuck to their processes. And I think if England just stick to their processes and create a vibe of pressure on South Africa, I think that something could break here, Jeremy.
Yeah, no, agreed.
Benny Hansen, as you said, is key here.
Come on, boys.
He's played a captain's knock, hasn't he?
Come on.
It has, very similar to Vaughan. But I think if Vaughan just gave himself another 10 overs, this game could have been a completely different ball game.
Well, then they had 200, 220 on the board, and it would have had different proportions here. Still feel that South Africa is just slightly nose ahead.
Hey.
But anything happens when a wicket or two falls. That's, we know, the adage of this game of cricket.
Here we go, Roos.
Gene Mullion just mentioning the Met again. Some people, obviously, different levels in this world, so they get invited, and some of us have to watch it on telly.
Thanks, Hollywood Bets.
You're getting a horse named after you, Jeremy? I think that was the thing last time.
Where did you hear that?
So Siya Kolisi named the horse. And who else was there? South African cricketer. Speaking under correction here, I think it's Keshav Maharaj, I think.
Yes.
Hopefully it's not a donkey. Gotta be a horse.
By the name of Province. So they just got to stick to this the whole time. England, repetition after repetition. And who knows, something might give you.
Cut away with disdain, and it will go for 4. Short, wide, getting the punishment it deserves. Very, very good shot. Indeed. Armour this time. Less flight, bit more turn, and the ball goes for 4.
Just see how he falls away, collapses that front arm. And then from there, nothing on it really, and then capitalized upon. And rightly so.
Well, Sazonke Tourism and Events. Kind broadcaster sponsor today. Again, Ahmed.
Hey.
See Mabata? He's doing the right thing. He's worked the ball around nicely. He's waited for the bad ball. And he's dispatched every time he's got a bad delivery. It went to the boundary. And that's what I say. I like the nuggetiness of this young man.
Just think it's that time of the game where England's got to come up with something different, Jeremy. I think that maybe bring back your number 1 seamer and see if you can maybe just get a breakthrough here and then maybe revert back to spin. And keep Ali this side and then make the bowler bowl from the top in with a win. And then hopefully get a breakthrough like that.
my left. Captain certainly playing well. Oh. Glenwood?
I think Sony is from Glenwood. No?
Who's Mason? Marisburg College? Or? Yeah, Marisburg College.
Ali is stringing a few dots together here. So how patient will Benny Hansen be here? He's got mid off, mid on, up.
I think you can afford to be patient. There's no need to get hasty whatsoever. After this, there's still 23 overs left. You've got to score 2 runs and over. You're foolish to become foolhardy.
We've seen enough cricket in our lives, Jeremy, to
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
from out of nowhere, all of a sudden, there they go.
Yeah, you're right. But if he does bat through, you show the signs of maturity then. If you get yourself into position, you got to say, the two of them, listen, we the men in, we're going to end this game.
Yeah.
And the buck stops with us. Finish and clear.
But like from our point of view, from I think at Boland, we're also trying to look at not just the talent that is available, but also the mentality has to play a role. Are you that guy that want to be a match winner? I want to take the team home. I want to form part of this kind of culture. So that's also something that I think the guys are trying to focus a lot more on. This breeze really playing like a young fiancé. Gives you a little coldness and then all of a sudden they disappear, Jeremy. Where's this breeze? Can't it just stay constant? Because I'm busy dying here of the heat here. Oh!
Well, we all have our problems.
Now imagine Eugene Molian. How does he feel up there, Jeremy?
A long way down.
Yeah, 6'7" is, am I right? "6'4". Nah, no way, this guy. 6'4". I don't know what it is. You just look a lot taller than that.
First sweep again, he plays it well, gets in control, no run this time. He tries to pull it. Yeah, but the fielder's are in position, not giving him any run. Just got to sometimes ride the pressure. Ride, got enough time. As I said, you just got to bat it about 2.5 runs and over. No need to start panicking.
You know that Ahmed's going to finish soon. So
Yeah.
something delicious could be coming from the top end for you. And there's
There
the
we go.
reverse sweep.
And there he's going to get the boundary for it because this is going to run away. He won't get there. Yes, indeed. Oh dear. He's cramped up badly. Yeah, the tall man. Oh dear. Well, we'll have to get the physio. Just need to have a look. The cramp Medics are all around him. And Ezra Poole also departs. Luckily, he's not cramping up. That would be a disaster. We should.
Would it really? Well, I don't think it would. I'd be the one laughing away if it was Ezra Poole.
Yeah, you'd enjoy that. I mean, that would put you in your element.
Yeah, it's just the heat factor here in Stellenbosch taking its toll here. And let's not forget, starting on Sunday is the four-day test series, and maybe they got to get the ice baths ready.
Yeah, big fellow, Green.
Well, Jeremy, I said it again. This is over number 28. The heat does play a role, no question about that. But again, looking at fitness levels as well.
It's going to test their character
Yes,
also as an
definitely.
England team. I mean, this is the squad they brought out. They still got 2 test matches to play. 2 for 1 at Marty's and 1 at the Willie Wilson Oval at Western Province Cricket Club. Again, that's neatly swept. And that will go away for 4 again. Green in pursuit, but gives up the chase.
Gave the chase up very early there. Benny Hansen, he's playing a captain's knock. A valuable knock here for his team as he moves to 46.
Well, he really deserves a 50. And as I said, these two got to say, not out, both of us. South Africa win it. Surely from here on.
38
Well,
to
I
go.
remember, team, 30 balls, 6 wickets in hand, 2 set batsmen. World Cup on display. All knew what happened that day.
Oh, that's nicely paddled.
Yeah, sweetly played. It'll be the 3rd boundary.
Oh,
And that's just nicely played.
Green putting the long yards once again. And that brings up his 50. What a knock, Jeremy, by the captain.
Yeah, it's been an excellent knock. He's played well. Weinberg Boys Eye product. Really, really played nicely. Mabata supported him ably.
Now, look at this for a shot. Just tickle around the corner, past the keeper. Green in pursuit, but he wasn't getting anywhere near that. You talk about games, and not so long ago, Western Province played the team from Gauteng Lions in the Kaya Majola week. They were, if I recall this correctly, they were chasing 140 that day. They were 100 for 3 and got bowled out for 119. So cricket, you always got to stay in the game, Jeremy. You got to stay in the game.
You got to stay in the game, but if you do stay in the game, you know you're going to win. That's cut away. Won't be a run straight to the fielder.
Yeah, but his hand is forced now, so there's no sweeper now because he identifies. Listen, every run is important here. The partnership of 26 here between Bata and Hansen.
I thought that was wide down the leg side.
Must have flicked something.
Yeah, did probably flick something on the way through.
Unless the keeper's appeal was good. That's what they're good at.
Yeah, the keeper and the bowler knowing now there won't be one against my name.
Oh, no. Now then, Bata. He's got to go, and he's bold.
Well, you put the mockers on them, Eugene. Absolutely put the mockers on. I just said South Africa in a good position. Mabata bowled for 12. Sound like the guru.
Oh, I just said, you got to stay in it. Got to live every ball. Oh, it wasn't the greatest of shots, you have to be said. There by Mbata. He's played nicely, as you said, but he gets to 12 and he's got to go. And I think he will not be happy with the way he's played that shot.
Yeah, good 12s don't win your games. You've got to make sure you bat through. Captain has done that so far, 50 not out. He's the mainstay.
Well, it's the man with the orange shoes Paul James coming to the middle here. Two men from Wynberg Boys coming out to the middle. See if they can guide South Africa to this series victory. Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, your destination and management services specialist, certainly can cater for any tour to your liking, on and off the field. They will look after your needs, and they certainly very much know what they're doing and talking about in doing so. Please, if you are in need of tours from any parts of the world and you want to come to Southern Africa, please get in touch with Sisonke. There are their details, as well as you can go onto the website there as well, sisonketours.co.za. 30 needed, 5 wickets in hand. We're not sure if Mr. Roos is going to come out and bat yet. Still a little bit of work to be done. That's going to be a wide though.
And indeed it is.
Tune just came. Tunes that just woke us up there.
Well, I thought it was Robbie Williams performing tonight.
Yes. Oh, what a tune that is. Qualified for the next phase of Europe already. Thank you, boys. With a game to spare. Short ball. Oh, that's put away. Put away with ease.
Well, that's what you got to do with short deliveries. When you get short pitch deliveries like that, you got to dispatch it for 4. And well done by Paul James. South Africa creeping closer now and edging on.
Well, if they get there, it would be a good comeback victory in the series for them. Still a little bit of work to be done. 132 for 5, Jeremy.
Are you going to the Robbie Williams concert tonight? It's all
That's a
sold
negative.
out.
That's a negative. That's a negative.
We're going to Perro Golf Club.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Go and see how the boys did on their Wednesday school. You know what they give out for prizes? They give out meat.
Lovely.
I mean, it just goes straight on to the coals.
To the briar
Oh,
there.
100%.
And I'm sure my two mascots, Mr. Abels and Mr. Krevagen will be there. Great characters.
George will always be singing his way in as he walks in.
Yes. They were at my house one night, George, Abels, and it was 2 o'clock in the morning. My mother was sleeping. They popped in to deliver me safely at home, him and Mr. Krevagen, and decided that George would sing hymns, to which my mother got up and joined them.
Well, I tell you what, George Abel singing with that, I don't know what you call it.
Baritone voice.
That's correct. Well, Mr. Vaughan has decided he's going to take over here from Ahmed. He's not going to his seamers. Feels spin is the way forward.
Slow the spin. Hanson again, sweeps handsomely. And 4 more. Yeah, South Africa closer and closer now to that 157 mark.
Yeah, no risk in this. Because once you get bat on, like he did, got outside the line of off stump, so he takes LBW out the way. And then there's no one at deep backward square on the leg side, so it's a bit of a free hit.
That's good running. That's good cricket all round. Just paddles it into the gap, 1, after getting the boundary.
Well, these two hailing from the same schools, communication should be very good. They know each other very well. Oh,
Where did that go? It's off the pitch.
Well, let's see what the decision's going to be here.
It's off the pitch, so that should be a no ball, I think.
Well, they're just going to confer. Doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't. It's a rarity in cricket, but it's not bowled on the pitch. It's totally off the pitch. It should be a no ball. Just confirming with a colleague.
Looks like it will be a dead ball.
Dead ball?
Looks like he's going to signal dead ball here. There you go.
Oh.
So we'll say he got away with one.
Well, now I've got to question this. Because had the batsman gone and where the ball landed, hit it and it went for 4, what would you have said then?
This will be a no ball 4.
So it actually should, according to the law, I might be wrong, it should have been a no ball.
Well, there's another one of the questions that comes up in cricket. You thought you've seen everything there is to see, but that signal takes South Africa just 19 runs away.
Yeah, in a good position. Shouldn't be losing it from here. I shouldn't put the mockers on them like you just did on Mabata.
I never did anything like that. As I said, somebody always told me, it's never out of the game. What have you made of today, Jeremy? It might be
disappointing batting display from England, I would say. I'd actually say they're poor. They're very poor. I really expected on a day like this, you win the toss, you elect to bat. It's just worrying that at this level, it's 50 overs, that these kids are not showing it. I mean, Vaughan showed, and the young Hansen has just showed us that occupation of the crease, you do score runs.
The thing that concerns me out of the 3 youth ODIs that we have seen is the inability to bat 50 overs in the first innings. And going into a 4-day series, that doesn't give you or fill you with too much confidence, does it? With trying to occupy the crease and bat for long periods of time. And that's all that was needed, especially today, just bat time.
Yeah, and especially with the wickets down at the coast this time of the year, it's dry, it's warm, it's not going to offer much. The only thing you're going to get is early morning. And you've got a 4-day game at Marty's. It's a good wicket there at the university and on those grounds. So winning the toss there would be vital. With weather, with these type of temperatures, they're going to have their work cut out. England, if South Africa wins the toss and bats half decent.
And it's not going to be like you're going to have a nice hard ball. I heard you speak earlier about the ball to Ezra. It's not Dukes that they play with here, it's Kookaburra.
Yeah, and it's going to be one and it's going to last you 80 overs. The thing is, with a Duke ball in England and in the condition, the lacquey, it's very shiny, it's harder. The seam is more pronounced than the seam on the Kookaburra ball. So you get the ball to swing much more and it stays more intact normally because of conditions. Whereas the Kookaburra loses its shine, you've got to keep it shining, and that is why reverse swing then plays a role. Once the ball gets older.
Yeah, and we haven't seen anybody come back for the second spell from the seamers. That's the worrying thing for me as well. From both sides, we have to say. The only person we have seen that is Raik Daniels from South Africa that has come back for the second spell. But we haven't seen a seam bowler come back with 2 good spells together. And that's another thing, going into 4-day cricket.
Are these guys saving them for the 4-day stuff, or are the bowlers a bit knackered? We saw Greeny cramping up. He's still holding on to that hamstring. Africa can be tough.
It's a tough place. This is tough. Sun's shining, but it's tough.
It can be just tough when you've got to put on 5 cricket jerseys early doors in England.
And then the ball gets hit to you first up.
Yeah. Fingers. Thanks for coming. Yeah. Conditions so much different.
15 to go. No, that's outside the line of off stump, surely.
What are you doing there? You must wrap it. Come. Well, Eugene will be departing, and Ezra will be with me till the end of the game, as he's got to do the necessary.
Thanks, Pommy and Bangwa. See you, Pom. Obviously rushing over to do the presentation, Jeremy, as usual. See, he's got on with the old Oakleys.
He's got to take them off there.
No. It's the extra eyes that's important there, Jeremy.
Good luck, Eugene. With friends like us, you can't have enemies, mate. Well, this has been a polished performance from Benjamin Hansen. He's really played nicely. Played the captain's knock. Exactly what has been. He hasn't been streaky whatsoever. He's played lovely cricketing shots. He swept and lapped well. Reverse sweep, he played well. Used all options to his availability. And the thing is that he got in line beautifully. When he caressed it through the covers, played the pull shot. That's in the air, but it will run away for 4. And South Africa now on the brink of victory and winning the series.
Good result for South Africa, Jeremy.
Brilliant result. They've coming back from being bowled out for a paltry 87, I think it was, in the first game, to coming to win the second game, and now coming on the brink of winning the series. Excellent stuff. That's the character of South African cricket.
Always
has been. We fight to the bitter end.
I think we also always come in as underdogs for some other reason.
Yeah, we do. And then we show what we're made of. 11 are required. It'll be a well-deserved victory. I know Eugene can speak about, we haven't seen them batting 50 overs. You're only as good as what your opposition allows you to play.
100%.
And South Africa have been clinical. They've been clinical the second game, winning by 5 wickets. They've been clinical today. And as you said about underdogs, coming back against all odds, these guys, most of them are contracted or playing at counties already, county cricket. Our boys come from schoolboy cricket. Now it just shows how good our system is when you look at it that way, because these guys have the best of both worlds, school and county cricket, whether they're playing Middlesex seconds or some of them already first-class cricket at a young age, which is good. That then begs me to ask the question. We talk about standards, and is the standard of our cricket then that poor? Can't be.
No,
exactly.
No.
You're in the coaching system.
I don't think it is.
So
Jeremy,
maybe it
to be honest with you.
needs a bit of polishing up there and thereabout. But then our cricketing system isn't so poor, isn't it?
I think they're talking about the Betway T20 being the second best tournament in the world.
Yeah, after the IPL, that just showed it's been very good.
But the majority of the players are South Africans. Yes, you do get the overseas imports, and they help to generate revenue and people and bums on the seats. But the other role players are South Africans, and I think we've done really well. I mean, you can also see that the amount of South Africans that get contracted on the county circuit does tell you something, that they see us as hard workers, they see us as committed cricketers. It's very rare that you find that a South African will have maybe a 2-match stint or a 3-match stint in whatever it might be. They normally get signed for long periods. I can talk about Kyle Verreyn at the moment. That's now signed a multi-format deal with Knots. Obviously, Pato was there for a long time.
Yeah, what a workhorse he was. Yep. Dane Patterson. Right, Alex Green back into the attack. Surprised that he's back into attack after doing a bit of a cramp that he had here, chasing one. He's a big burly fella. Could replace Odge as lock for England.
I thought that somebody shot him in his hamstring here, Jeremy.
Yeah, that was a gunshot that went off. I tell you what, it's not a nice feeling getting hamstrings on a cricket field, especially on a hot day. Just got to show you that you've got to remain hydrated. And these young fellows, I mean, they're young boys, growing boys still. I'm sure they eat all the food that's available. And then obviously to keep them dehydrated, making sure that they get the right fluids.
So it'll be interesting to see this comeback. I'm pretty sure that Alfonso Thomas will be watching this with interest. Seeing that Green is a Leicester boy. Alfonso Thomas, head coach at the Foxes.
Yeah, the two of you played together and used to terrorize my place when you got to Bloemfontein, to Kimberley, you and Alfonso Thomas.
As far as what I know, Jeremy, I have no pending cases or ever had a case against me at all, whether in Bloemfontein or around the country.
I'm just talking when you visited me. Come on now, stop always being so defensive. I'm meaning it in a good way. And you're defending you. Oh, that's in the air. It will fall safely. They'll turn for two. Won't reach the boundary.
No, and I must probably have to do it for him also. So thank you very much for the sparkling hospitality we received from you. There's many person around the country that I would also like to thank for their hospitality.
Yeah, there's a lot of good people around the world, in fact, in terms of cricket. One has met along the way, befriended along the way.
7 more runs here.
Edged and gone. Yes, indeed. Well, and trying to end it fortuitously. Benjamin Hansen, a magnificent 57, and he'll be disappointed with that shot. It was wide outside off stump. He tried to play the big one and cut it away for 4. Unfortunately, with a score on 150 for 5, now 150 for 6. South Africa. And 7 more needed to win.
As you can see, maybe just that, we basically made it. And maybe just a lack of concentration there, but played really well. Captain's innings there, taking South Africa all the way. And I'm so glad that they're peaking at the right time here, Jeremy. I think Benny Hansen can only go forward now into the test matches. De Villiers joining him now at the crease.
Who's the keeper for England? Roos.
R-E-W.
What was the score when the 5th wicket fell? Please. 127. Thanks. Well, 6 down now. 7 to get. De Villiers in with James. Is there still a little bit of niggle left? Yeah. Shouldn't be.
No. Absolute no. Just the body language and everything, you can see that England's resigned themselves to this defeat. Series defeat, game defeat.
Oh, it's nicely caressed. That's a lovely shot. Let's just hit that through extra cover and mid-off, and it goes all the way for 4. Well, that's the way to end it, nearly. It's a good shot. First delivery up, Devon de Villiers on like a flash. Bang. TV's gone. Okay. You're back on. Gets behind it nicely. Plays it nicely.
So for me, I always ask the question is, how do they go forward from a series defeat into the test matches?
Oh, it depends. You probably make a couple of changes. You'll assess from here onwards. When does the next test start? On Sunday?
Sunday.
So probably give the boys a day off tomorrow. That's what you're going to do. Rest up well. Friday back into earnest training. Probably have a team meeting or two tomorrow and just regroup as a side. That's what you got to do. There's little turnaround time, so you've got to get that's what you got to do, and then assess their situation. And Marty's probably have a full day, and then have a captain's optional practice on Saturday.
I don't like that word, Jeremy.
Don't you?
No, it's not a word that sits well with me. Optional training.
You're saying you either train, you don't.
So like you say, we've given you the day off. We're here to play cricket. The tour is not about seeing Cape Town per se. There's nothing wrong with doing your touristy things when the time is there, but we're here to play cricket. We're here to move on and to win the test series.
Yeah, well, the other option it could be Saturday, give them the day off, and you practice hard tomorrow and Friday.
Yep, that could work for me.
Would that work for you? But then you got to do in the heat of the sun. You got to have one practice. One of the 2 days it's got to be. The other one you can do towards sunset, late afternoon when there's a breeze like this.
Or early morning.
Or early morning.
Yeah.
And the other practice you look to say, right, boys, I would go tomorrow and work them hard, say to them, right, we're practicing at 11, 11:30. Give them a late morning, time to shower. I mean, they have enough time now after the game. Meet up with the opponents, have a drink, have a chat, get to know their opponents better. That's what you normally do. South Africa would be very happy with a series win. And then you do a Friday, you do a light training. You just work on specifics. Saturday you say to them, right, we'll get on a yacht.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, and then Table Mountain, and then get on a yacht for lunch on a catamaran.
Let's go to the Met.
None of these fellas. They got to play cricket. And take the management there. That will go away for 4, and that will be it. South Africa, clinical, winning by 4 wickets. And England back to the drawing boards. It will be a series win for South Africa, and it's been fantastic stuff.
100% from the first ODI where South Africa was totally outplayed, worked their way back, worked hard. Second ODI and then the clincher here today. I would really say that this is England's been comprehensively beaten here. And South Africa deserved to be series champions here. But I still feel that there's something there for England. If I look at it, Jeremy, I think that if we just have a look at the summary, South Africa or England 156. Archie Vaughan top scoring, the captain there, 83 balls. And then there was small little partnerships that came after that, but nothing special. Bosman taking 3 in 1 over. Raik Daniel steady as usual. Mabata, Mr. Fredericks' favourites, been steady. Then South Africa 158 for 6. The captain coming to the party there, Benjamin Hansen, 57. Chad Mason opening the batting with him, 28. And then in terms of the South African bowler, Ali is standout, a little bit expensive in his 10. I think Fahad Ahmed has had a good series, he's been steady, been constant. And then we look at just Lahadin for me. Hopefully we'll strike. There we go.
Yeah, that's what's got to happen. The youth series, the ODI South Africa, comprehensively winning 2-1. And what a magnificent. And then already the first test starts on Sunday, the 26th to the 29th of January. Please join us then in Stellenbosch. And then from the 3rd to the 6th of April at Western Province Cricket Club. That's where the under-19 in England play the second test. So lots of cricket to look forward to. There's women's cricket, there's T20. And from the commentary team here, before we head off to Eugene, we hope you enjoyed the day with us just as much we enjoyed the day with you. We'll then move on after this to the presentation, and from the commentary team, good night.
you.
I'll try.
Thank you.
Welcome back here to the post-match presentation of the ODI series between England under-19 and South Africa under-19. After losing the first one, South Africa has bounced back and they've won the series 2-1. But a great deal of thanks must go to both teams, and a round of applause to both England and South Africa for a great series put together. Our first award we're going to hand out is for the man of the match, and there have to be a little bit of a mention to the captain Archie Vaughan for his 60, as well as Benny Hansen for his 55, guiding the team closer. But I think the man that changed the game for South Africa, Daniel Bosman, taking 3 for 4 runs. He's your man of the match. Congratulations, Daniel. No, it's fine. That's okay. I'll get you next time. There's also a Player of the Series award, and this player who took 6 wickets for 74 runs throughout the series, your Player of the Series, Raik Daniels. Raik, you have to come and say a few words, though. You're a player that loves taking wickets. We've seen you do that. You bowled well in that first game without any rewards, and since the second ODI, you got a lot of rewards from your bowling.
I think I just tried to keep it as simple as possible, try to hit my steps, and just hit a good line and length, and that's basically it.
The wickets have been certainly bowler-friendly in all 3 that we've seen as well, but there's still a lot of work and a lot of planning that needs to go into it.
Yes, yeah.
Well, what's up for you? What's next for you now after the series? And now you've got to get in ready for the 4-day as well. You're looking forward to that?
Yes, I am just looking to recover, spend some time with the boys now after the win, and then on Friday we have training again, so I'll get back to that later.
Well done on your award.
Thank you, sir.
That's your Player of the Series, Raik Daniels. I'm now going to ask Archie Vaughan if he can come and have a few words. Archie, you were going well there in that first innings with a bat. You were 144 for 4, and then you just seemed to lose wickets at very crucial times and then end up with 156.
Yeah, it happens. It's cricket. Yeah, batting teams collapse, but don't look too much into it, but it can happen.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something that you have to look at. Again, you didn't bat your 50 overs, and that's going to be key going into the 4-day.
Yeah, definitely. I think, to be fair, I don't think any team has batted the full 50 overs, so I think that's something to do with the pitches and how hard it's been. But yeah, just rest up and get a couple good training sessions in for the red ball. Yeah, it's going to be hot here. It's going to be warm. I'm finding it hot here as well. But that 4-day, you guys have got to plan well for those 4-day games coming up. Yeah, definitely. I think a couple of boys probably struggle with the heat today, but that happens. But yeah, like I said, rest up and we'll be ready to go for the red ball. A lot to take with you, a lot of positives. Let's just go well for you and your team. 4 days coming up. Thank you very much. Cheers. Archie Vaughan, captain of the England team. Now I'm going to ask Benny Hansen to step forward. I'm just going to have a few words before you hand over the trophy. Benny, you must be proud of your boys and the coaching staff as well for after losing that first one and bouncing back to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, definitely. I think the chat after that first game on Friday was very intentional, and I think we were aiming to turn it around and just back ourselves again, and I think the boys really fought back and the results showed. Yeah, you guys really played well, some good cricket over the last 2 days, especially yourself with the bat. You must be having good confidence going into the 4 days. Yeah, definitely. Listen, there's going to be a few men coming in just to liven things up a little bit. Those guys are still going to contribute as well. Yeah, definitely. I'm keen to see how the new guys go, and hopefully they hit the ground running, and then we can just take some results as well. Well, I'm going to ask Cliffy Isaacs to hand over the series trophy to you, and then your team can come and join us as well. So South Africa under-19 winning this series 2-1 against England. And that concludes matters here at the post-match presentation.
We do one celebration. No, we do one celebration first and then a pose. Okay, we're going to count you down. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Go on and then.